Good evening, good afternoon, everyone. It's Weather United here on the third day of live streaming in the afternoon, keeping you all updated as very powerful Hurricane Ian inches closer to the Florida coast. If you're in Naples, if you're in Key West, if you are in, say, Fort Myers, we have a powerful hurricane headed your direction. We also have had strong tornadoes today all across the southern half of Florida today. A few of them particularly dangerous out there, according to Justin, according to some of our staff team that has been keeping an eye on this. Especially throughout the day while I've been pretty busy keeping an eye on this myself. But welcome. I'm Weather United, and we are going to be, we're live streaming this event right now all the way up until about 9 o'clock tonight, maybe a little earlier or so, but we're going to be live here for quite a while, keeping an eye on live Hurricane Ian as it tries to re-strengthen, okay? So here's a look at the Doppler Radar right now from Key West, and we can see where Hurricane Ian currently is right now, going through an Eyewall replacement cycle. So some internal structure changes are taking place, as we can see that inner eyewall right there really getting wobbly, kind of getting distorted and diffuse, and then the outer eyewall is beginning to intensify, and that's going to choke off the inner eyewall. This is going to contract probably and re-intensify or further strengthen before it makes landfall tomorrow afternoon and evening in the Fort Myers, Naples, Florida is where we think this is going to be headed. We're already getting reports of hurricane force wind gusts near Key West as this outer eyewall really tries to swing its way inward with, again, tornadoes in Fort Lauderdale and Miami. We actually do have a tornado.
David, I'm sorry, I have to interrupt you. There's now a PDS tornado warning north of Miami.
There is now a PDS?
There is now a PDS, yes.
Okay, so we have now a PDS tornado. So this is live coverage on the severe weather. So live tracking severe weather on top of the fact that we have a powerful hurricane coming. This is going to make things a lot worse, a lot more destructive, very concerning situation really developing right now in Florida. So if we do take a look at our excuse me, sorry. No, I'm not sick, everybody. I just have nasal drip going on. So we do have a little bit of debris possibly being detected on radar with some lightning strikes. If you're in Davie, if you're in Pine and Island Ridge in the Florida area, this is near Miami, Fort Lauderdale. We do have a PDS tornado ongoing right now. And again, that's what we've been talking about is the outer bands, these banding futures with the shear from the outflow of the system throughout the eyewall, really kind of going on top of these, and it creates vorticity similar to like what you get in the plains, but only this is with a hurricane. So some of these banding futures are capable of producing strong tornadoes, brief ones, waterspouts too, that could develop, and then they could turn into tornadoes when they come on shore. But look at these rain bands, Justin. We're talking about some really heavy rain. So in like Miami Beach, we're talking a heavy rainfall, maybe a water spout there coming on shore. We're also talking about moderate to heavy rainfall coming in Hollandale in North Miami Beach. Actually, let's get Radar Omega kicked up here, and we can better look at this in a better standpoint. By the way, there is a 5% chance of tornadoes in this area today, and we do have live camera footage on this system. We have storm surge cameras going on just in case if this is able to strengthen. So we have a lot of detailed coverage going on right now, and we will provide you that throughout this live stream or throughout the air. Okay, so let's go and take a look here at our radar in a better sense of things. Let's do that. This is going to let me do it. So again, this is what we have. Let me turn on. Why is satellite on, by the way? Satellite should be turned off. Let me see if I can get this to work. I do not want satellite. I don't know why satellite is on. Okay, either way, we'll have to just deal with it. Okay, there we go. I think we got it to work. So satellite is turned off. So again, this is PDS tornado warning. Let's click on it. Okay, there's no PDS tornado warning. Maybe that was canceled. I think, Justin, was that canceled by any chance? Because I don't have a PDS here.
I believe it has been downgraded. Yeah, it has been downgraded to radar indicated.
Okay. All right, but either way, again, we could have quick spin-ups. Oh, nope, it's observed. We got an observed tornado. Okay, this just got updated, I guess, on my end. Whatever it is, it is still... Let me make sure, though. Okay, no, it is not. Why am I getting two different things on Radar Omega? That's crazy. Either way, PDS or not, it is a tornado warning, and you need to take this seriously. Heavy rain, strong winds. Okay, now there it goes. Now it's been upgraded. Now it's been updated finally. I don't know what that was all about. But yeah, banding futures moving on shore right now. We have more of these. And again, these are capable of producing tornadoes. Some of them could be strong and quite intense, okay? Pembroke Pines near Golden Beach in Florida. We're also talking about some moderate to heavy rainfall. Really juicy out there. The air is wet. So we're going to have water-loaded rainstorms coming out of these, okay? North Bay Village, heavy rainfall coming down there. Surfside, moderate to intense rainfall. West Miami, really dumping there. Look at this. East Ridge, Retirement Village, lakes by the bay. We're also talking about a nice intense banding future rolling on its way through, possibly producing wind gusts in excess of 50 miles an hour. And then, of course, if we go into Key West here, we also have really intense banding futures. One that actually looks to be trying to rotate here. We may have a water spout coming on shore here shortly. Perhaps, yeah, see some rotation. So, yeah, if you're in Big Pine, if you're in Summerlin Key, this is headed right towards your area. Marathon in the Key West area in the Florida Peninsula. Very strong winds on this. We're already getting wind gusts out there up to 60 miles an hour. So this is really, really concerning, Justin. We are talking about tropical storm force winds, hurricane force winds.
Absolutely, yeah.
So, as far as your thoughts are, Justin, do you think this could strengthen further as this gets closer? There's been some indications on the models that this could still become a Category 4, and the NHC agrees with the models. What are your thoughts? Because right now we have a little bit of an internal structure change that is making this kind of a mixed signal to a lot of us as forecasters here that this may not be a Category 4, or it just might be a Category 4.
Yeah, I think it definitely still has the potential to gain Category 4 intensity, whether it be later today or into tomorrow morning, really early in the morning. I think D-Max could help it tonight. It's going to have to go through its Eyewall replacement cycle first, but there are indications that it's really speeding through that.
Hold on.
So it could... Oh, sorry. Well, wait for him to come back.
All right, Justin, can you continue talking really quick? There's a phone call from the doctor, I guess.
Yeah, yeah. There are indications that there's an eyewall replacement cycle going on, but it looks like that's going to finish up somewhat quickly. The inner eyewall is now blending into the outer eyewall, so once it can regain its eyewall structure and not be concentric like it is right now, which means dual eyewalls, it should be able to re-intensify. Another thing is that there's shear that's going to pick up tonight into tomorrow along with some dry air, but as NHC indicated, if the system can be powerful enough and big enough, it could basically drill right through that shear and it will not weaken substantially before landfall. So I think Category 4 intensity is definitely a possibility. Whether or not it happens, we'll have to see, but either way, this is looking very, very significant for Western Florida, especially areas in and around Tampa. On that note, right now, I guess we're just watching radar until David gets back. But you can see supercells off the east coast of Florida moving into southeastern Florida, along with our major hurricane Ian moving up the west coast of Florida right now, which is undergoing an Eyewall replacement cycle and is not strengthening at the current time, but will likely strengthen later today. Recon, sadly, we do not have any recon in Ian right now. 2 recons have had to turn around and go back to the Gulf Coast, and then NOAA 43 did 1 pass, but then had to divert to Miami. I'm still trying to figure out what happened with NOAA 43. It is interesting to see it divert. I don't know, that could be a mechanical issue. It could be something that has to do with it, but we will have to see what happens with that. For now, we do not have recon in it, so we're just going to have to go with satellite intensities and judge it straight off of that. Does anybody have any questions that I could answer for you guys? Anyone have any questions? Can you guys hear me?
I've got
Oh,
good,
hi.
yep.
Welcome back.
I've got good news.
Huh.
My doctor's appointment has been canceled tomorrow. So, after I get home from my movie, my whole film festival, not film festival, but from my thing that I go to, I should be home by like 3 o'clock or so. I will be able to track this hurricane live earlier. So more time to track this sucker.
Yeah.
So yeah. Any questions you need to ask Justin, everybody? Right now, it looks like that Eyewall replacement cycle really is. I don't know, Justin. What do you think? This looks like it's almost ready to finish.
Yeah, it's moving along really quickly. It could finish by early tonight, and if it does that, strengthening will definitely commence. I found it interesting how the intensity for landfall has been bumped up repeatedly. I think that has less to do with sheer decreasing and more to do with just more consensus on an organized structure before it goes into that shear. So this is going to be pretty devastating for Western Florida, regardless of intensity.
But what's very devastating is our recon missions. Just
I
one.
know, yeah.
We have not been able to get anything out there today except right now, which is very disappointing because, I mean, 949 millibars is low, but maybe it's going to get lower or it's dropping quickly. We just don't know yet. So it really bothers me. We don't have recon out there doing like we do. We have one, but it looks like that's even finished right now.
Yeah, no, I was talking about that NOAA 43, which is the one you're looking at. They actually had to divert to Miami. I'm trying to figure out why they did that, but it could range from anything to they were done with their pass to possibly a mechanical issue. I think Tony H would probably know more about that, but they did have to divert to Miami for some reason.
Yeah, and Tony H, what's going on with that? What's going on with the recon missions today? I mean, the Air Force was canceled. It turned back when it took off out of Biloxi. Now we had a NOAA mission that they have been diverted to Miami. What's your thoughts on that? What's going on here, Tony H? I mean, this is really, I mean, as forecasters, as people that need the data to get collected to store and stuff, this really is kind of like a spanking. It's like you're being punished and we're not going to give you the data, in other words. So it really hurts because that way we could give you the latest real-time information. Because this could be strengthening or it may not be strengthening. The pressure did drop, but doesn't mean the winds have gone up. All right, so besides winds, tornado warning right now. Okay, this has been expired. Okay, yep.
It has been expired, yeah. I'm looking at another area to watch just south of Hollywood, Florida. That is intensifying and strengthening along with organizing very, very quickly, so.
Wow. Okay.
Also, just to the east of Sunrise, Florida, it looks like that PDS cell has cycled, so we're going to have to see if that gets warned again.
Certainly. Absolutely. All right, so when we take a look at latest recon, let's see if anything has updated. Nothing has updated, so we'll get back to that later. But here's a look at the latest satellite right now on how strong this beast actually is. Very strong hurricane right now. Just because it's going through that little eyewall replacement cycle that might delay the re-strengthening of some sort doesn't mean that this is not going to be as big of a threat. This will still be devastating to Florida. As you can see here, the eye is still visible on the infrared satellite imagery and visible with very deep convection. Look at these cloud tops. Justin, negative 80, negative 85 degrees Celsius. So this thing is still ejecting deep convection around it. Also, when we take a look here at our latest, HWRF model, this is concerning, and there's two models that agree onto this. So let's actually take a look here at how strong will this how strong will Ian get? How much more, people are wondering, is this going to strengthen? Looking at our HWRF model, which is a hurricane weather research model, that's what the acronym stands for, we can see that these winds are going to still be really strong. So by this tonight, 940 millibars, so we're not far from that, only 9 millibars shy. So the system is likely to strengthen, it looks like here, with a category 4 perhaps by overnight tonight. And then look at this. By about, say, 2 or 3 in the morning Eastern time, we got a 933 millibar, 130 mile an hour winds, perhaps a little stronger. This gets down to 928, Justin, 928 millibars, very close to Tampa, Florida, Sarasota, Florida. This is devastating. I mean, 129 knots on the HWRF, and this is within 21 hours. So this, like Justin says, this still has enough time to further intensify as this gets closer to the Florida coast.
And we now have a tornado warning for the Hollywood cell.
Okay, let's go right to that. But again, this is what we're looking at here. Hurricane force winds. We'll get and take a look at the HMOD model in just a second. But we have now a tornado warning, as what Justin just said. Our hurricane expert, our hurricane severe expert.
David, I'm not sure. Do you have the terminal radar TFLL up?
Let me see. I have KAMX up right now.
Yeah, KAMX works. TFLL on radar scope works best. It updates every single minute, and it's right next to two areas of very strong.
I do not have terminal radars for some reason.
I believe you can turn those on. Hold on, let me figure that out for you. In the meantime, just use the other radar.
Okay, because I don't have it here. But either way, right now, we have rotation, perhaps. That's what the tornado warning stands for. And yeah, there is definitely rotation. So what we have going on here, we have those pinks. We got the beige colors. This is going away from the radar site, folks. This is going away. This is going towards with the darker red colors. So we got some vigorous rotation in here, like a little mini hurricane, but on a very micro scale. And this is moving off towards this direction. All right, with the overall flow around this hurricane. So this is, tornado maybe trying to develop here. And let's see if we have any CC drop on this. And this, again, is in the Florida area.
And the original cell's really cycled near sunrise. It would not be shocking to see that one get a tornado warning, too.
We also have another tornado warning.
Oh, did that one just get issued?
Pembroke Pines, yep. Pembroke Pines,
yeah,
Florida.
Oh, no, it's just north of the Hollywood one, but yeah, looks like we have another one, in Pembroke Pines. I see that.
So right now, if you're in Pembroke Pines, take shelter. Playland Village, Melrose Park, Sunrise Heights. Please take shelter. This is a tornado warning, a radar indicated tornado warning. This means radar does indicate rotation, and this could produce a tornado. And so if you're in the path of this, please take shelter. We're here live streaming on this, on top of the fact that we have a powerful hurricane. It's kind of like a Neapolitan strain. We got hurricane to talk about, and we got the severe weather side. So kind of a 2-in-1 situation, Justin. We got a severe weather event going on, or kind of a little mini outbreak of severe weather on top of a dangerous, life-threatening hurricane coming ashore here in about 24 hours in the west coast of Florida.
Absolutely.
So taking a look here again, very intense rainfall. Playland Village, Melrose Park, Pembroke Park right now, Lake Forest. We're talking about a tornado that is associated with Major Hurricane Ian as it gets closer. And you can even see the notch here. You can see some rotation being built up along this. So this definitely has an inflow notch. We got the inflow going like this. We got the RFD coming on around the backside of this. So a definitely system to really watch for a possible tornado in here as this moves off towards kind of the northwesterly direction. Melrose Park, this is going to be impacting you in about 10 to 15 minutes. 10 to 15 minutes. Playland Village, probably about 5 to 10 minutes or so. Very heavy rainfall. This could cause a flash flood potential in some of these rain bands that roll through. And not only that, let's not forget about the very strong downbursting winds, because we got the momentum transfer with these, so we could see wind gusts up to 60, perhaps 70 miles an hour with some of these bands. More like the 50 mile an hour range otherwise with these bands that roll through.
CC drop now.
Oh, we got a CC drop. Which storm?
CC drop on the tornado warned storm north of Miami, the Hollywood one.
Okay. Ooh, boy. Okay, let's go right over there. Okay, yeah, let's see. I don't see a CC drop.
You don't. Go to correlation. It's just south of Hollywood. I have it on my screen. Maybe yours did not update. Are you on the 451 frame?
I'm on the Pembroke storm, Pembroke Pines.
Pembroke Park, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, that's the one I'm looking at. Yeah, you're not. I don't think you're on the latest frame quite yet. Just give it a minute to update.
I could use radar scope. Let's see on radar scope with what we have. Oh, yeah. Okay, we do have debris. That could be a CC drop. Yep. That could be a CC drop right there. So we might have a confirmed tornado. Man, these are just dropping like it's no tomorrow, Justin. I mean, tornado warning after tornado warning. It's just a barrage of a parade of them going on in this portion of Florida today, because we got the shear, we got the instability, we also got the moisture that is being fed into the system from the southeast, coming right off the Atlantic, transporting that moisture onshore. And when you get the ingredients, we get a tornado. And yes, my gosh, that debris ball has gotten really big, Justin. Right now, just to the west of Hollywood, hence his name, West Hollywood, Playland Estates, about to get destroyed here potentially with this tornado. If it's not exactly a tornado, it will be substantial wind damage. Probably wind gusts on this perhaps reaching 70, 80, maybe 90 miles an hour. Might even be stronger than that. So yes, debris on this. We got Chili's. So we got a couple of restaurants. Chili's. I love eating at Chili's. Longhorn Steakhouse gonna get impacted by this. Sunrise Park. The Indian Museum, Winn-Dixie, is going to get destroyed by this pit. Perhaps we got debris on this. Looks like the Quality Inn Suites Hollywood Boulevard hotel got striked with damage, perhaps. So this is really, really concerning. So we got a debris ball right now headed towards Playland Estates, Playland Isles in Florida. Playland Village in Florida, Broadview Park, Pine Island Ridge. Right now, you are under a tornado warning. This will get upgraded, I'm sure, to a radar confirmed or storm spotter confirmed at this time. We also got another tornado warning off to the northwest. This is over the Diner Island Ranch Wildlife Refuge management area. At this time, this is a radar indicated. This is not on the ground. We don't have any debris ball at this time, but we do have the rotation that still continues. Again, these yellow and orange colors, okay, the rotation just got a little stronger. This is moving away from the radar, these velocities. This is moving toward the radar, so we've got that spin going on, and if this storm is able to use up and utilize that shear very nicely, we can get a condensation funnel. We can get a tornado on the ground within these rain bands that roll through your area. And just a reminder, with all of the moisture that is in place over this area, we're talking about water-logged storms. We're talking very intense rain storms with these because we got so much moisture. The air is so saturated, not just at the surface, Justin, but also aloft. We're talking a lot of moisture here, and that's what hurricanes like.
Exactly, and unsurprisingly, our tornado warning is now upgraded to a confirmed tornado warning.
Yes, okay. We now got a confirmed tornado warning moving to the northwest at 25 miles an hour. Okay. Damaging tornado, radar has confirmed tornado. Flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Just like we rehearsed, you know the drill. If you are under a tornado warning, you got to go into a basement or on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Move away from windows. Please stay away from windows or anything that could come flying at you. Debris is very serious here with tornadoes. Tree damage is likely. We're talking damages to vehicles, tree damage, roof damage. Yes, this is a tornado warning right now for the Playland Village, West Hollywood, Florida, at this time. And this is the only observed tornado warning we have at this time, with a radar indicated to the northwest of this that we're also watching quite closely on our velocity map. Again, this is what you're seeing is the velocity. These colors represent different velocities, different strengths at different directions, and it gives us an idea where there's rotation. So we're watching this right now. Tornado warning in Playland Village, Melrose Park right now. This is an observed tornado warning at this time. So again, we got the green colors right here moving toward the radar site. We have reds moving away from the radar site. So this is where we may have our tornado right over the Chili's restaurant over Indian Museum. So you're going to get some destruction if you are even downstream of this, like Flashback Diner. If you're in Old Davie School's Historical Museum, you could also get some destruction. So I hope you all are taking shelter. Certainly, Staybridge Suites and Fort Lauderdale Airport West at the hotel also going to see some damage as this heads your way. Remember, the flow is out of the southeast here because of that Hurricane Ian that we're talking about, and the tornadoes are going to continue. All right?
Yeah, it's a very active night for severe weather if you're in the Miami metro.
And it will remain active all night tonight for severe weather as, again, these banding features do develop. And each of these, again, have the opportunity of organizing these storms into potential tornadoes. These touch the ground, they do damage. It's not just the wind, folks. It's not just the heavy rain or the flooding with this hurricane or the storm surge. It's also the tornadoes, damaging winds that could occur on the severe weather side of things. Not damaging winds just from the hurricane, but also, again, with these banding features that do develop. So let's just do a quick update right now. Based on the National Hurricane Center, right now winds are at about 120 miles an hour. As of the 7 o'clock advisory, 120 pressure down at 947 millibars. We should get another update here every hour from the National Hurricane Center. But nevertheless, this remains a catastrophic major hurricane. It does not matter if it's a Category 3, a 4, or a Category 2. It is dangerous, and it will cause substantial problems. Substantial problems. Okay.
We now have another tornado warning now for Naples Park. This is in western Florida.
Western Florida? Okay, let's go over there. Naples Park.
South of Cape Coral.
Cape Coral. Yeah, I don't got a warning yet. Let's see.
It should pop up soon.
Oh, I see it. Okay, yep.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah, we also have a camera on that too. So let's actually take a look at the live camera in that area. Got some breezy winds, got some heavy rain, and again, that tornado warning near Cape Coral at this time, and it's going to get really bad. Any of these rain bands that just swipe their way through are capable of producing those tornadoes. So that's a look at the live camera. 75 degrees there in Naples at this time. Pressure not too bad. Winds not too bad. Right now, sustained at about 12 miles an hour. But we know, Justin, the winds are going to be kicking up here in the next 12 hours as this gets closer. The storm surge is going to come in, and it's going to be pretty bad here in the Fort Myers Beach, especially from about Cape Coral to the north. We're talking maybe 15 feet of storm surge.
Yeah, it's very, very bad situation.
I mean, you don't like hearing that a lot. Okay, the NHC just did another update. So let's take a look at the intermediate advisory right here. Really quickly, sorry for the interruption. We've got to take a look at this. So right now, 120 mile an hour winds as of the 8 o'clock advisory. The system has not intensified. Pressure is the same, but you know why the pressure hasn't dropped anymore? Because we don't have any more observations out there in the eye. But all I can say is, depending on what the structure looks like now, the pressure might be falling gradually, probably down to about 946 millibars is my estimate, and probably Justin's estimate, but still, everything remains the same. Storm surge warnings, we'll get more into that in just a little bit when I do my intermediate advisory here in about 5 minutes. But there's a tornado warning right there. Let's see if we get a better radar sight. I don't think we do. So we got two areas of rotation to really watch. One over Diner Island right now. Diner Island, Ranch Wildlife Management Area. Seeing that some of the rotation. We also have a little bit of the rotation in Golden Gate, Vineyards, Pelican Marsh, near the Willoughby Acres area, Village Walk, Barefoot Beach, headed that direction. Again, the flow is out of the southeast, so this is headed towards the coast with these tornado warnings, not towards from the west like they typically do with the sea breeze, but these are moving away or moving offshore. Okay, so like Pelican Landing, gonna get some strong winds here potentially as these rain bands come on through. Let's take a look at our current reflectivity values right here. Pelican Bay right now in Florida, Golden Gate, very intense rainfall. Again, tornadoes are definitely a possibility here. We also have a storm surge warning. I mean, you're under a storm surge warning, hurricane warning, tornado warning, Justin. Like, I mean, they're under like 3+ warnings right now. I mean, your phone's probably going off.
Yeah, and there is now an unconfirmed report from a storm chaser stating that they have seen multiple power flashes near Golden Gate, Florida.
Oh my. Okay, so this could be potentially on the ground. So Golden Gate right now, again, you just heard it from Justin. He's relaying live information as he sees it. That's why he's here helping me live stream. He's kind of the relay mission kind of guy. You're awesome tonight, Justin. Thanks for the awesome help. So again, Justin just told us multiple reports of power flashes from an unconfirmed report, that is, due to this potential tornado that may be trying to, again, come to the ground, causing some debris, power flashes. And again, that's what we're dealing with here. You're going to get hurricane force winds tonight, more than likely, as this gets closer. But in the meantime, you're getting near hurricane force wind gusts with these tornadoes or these areas of vorticity or perturbations that move across the area. Pelican Marsh, Palm River Shores, Gulf Harbor, you're in danger right now, under a tornado warning at this time. So you need to take this seriously. It's dark, it's nighttime, you can't see this. And yeah, make sure you're on the lowest floor of a sturdy building, in your basement, watching my live stream, okay? Because again, this is pretty dangerous. Let's see if we have any rotation on this storm in Golden Gate. And yes, we do, Justin. Look at these velocities. We do have, again, the rotation on this storm. So
And I do want to make it very clear to everybody, if you live in southern Florida, these are not your tornadoes that you're going to be able to predict far in advance. These tornadoes are tropical. They are going to spin up very quickly and spin down very, very quickly. This could be a mile from you and spin up out of nowhere. So you have to be very vigilant if you live in southern Florida tonight.
Absolutely. And again, like what Justin just said, hurricanes have the mind of their own. The whole fluid of the atmosphere changes because you have a lot more moisture, the air density changes. And so these storms, to be quite honest, like what Justin said, will spin up very quickly without warning. One scan, maybe nothing, and then the next scan, we get that rotation and a tornado warning gets issued. So you need to make sure you're either watching my live stream, at the same time looking at your phone, looking at Doppler radar. It's not that hard, folks, because right now we're in a situation where these storms are going to spin up very quickly. These rain bands, these feeder bands we call them, moving across the Florida area, not only producing tornadoes, Justin, but we also have very intense rainfall, which could also hide these tornadoes. So that makes the visibility even way worse than what it already is right now.
And it looks like rotation's actually tightening back up with our Hollywood cell.
Oh boy, let's take a look at that. Yes, oh yeah. Playland Village, let's take a look at that one right now. Sunrise Heights, rotation is tightening up as what Justin just said right now. So over Nova, Southeastern University, Davie Golf and Country Club, if you're in the town shops, if you're in the Pine Island Ridge right now, got rotation going on. Greens touching reds, that means we have rotation going on at this time. See this? Reds moving away, greens moving toward. This is where we have that spin up. Vorticity going on. We got the wind swirling in one direction, in one area. Conservation angular momentum. If that is successful, Justin, we get tornadoes that briefly touch. They can come down for like a couple of minutes and go back up, and then they could cycle and then drop down somewhere else. They can go back up. And that's, again, what Justin was pointing out just a bit ago, that these tornadoes can spin up very quickly. And you need to be ready. Make sure your phone is charged so you get weather alerts from not only our or Weather United YouTube channel from here, from me and Justin, but also from your phone, from the National Weather Service. You should be a way to receive warnings because this is nasty. We have tornadoes going on, and I don't know how much worse of a weather situation we can get, Justin. I mean, this is the worst. We have tornadoes. We have a monster hurricane headed towards this area, flooding, heavy rainfall. We have a high risk for flash flooding, Justin.
We have a high risk on day 2 and 3. That is only the second time there's ever been a day 3 high risk for flash flooding, ladies and gentlemen.
This is really bad. I mean, you just heard it from Justin. I mean, you don't see that very often. We're going to be looking at rainfall totals here in just a second, but again, we're keeping an eye on these tornadoes. In fact, we're going to transition over there to the National Hurricane Center Department webpage to see with what we have going on. So rainfall totals, again, look at this. I mean, my goodness, 15 inches in Tampa Bay. Orlando could get 15 inches, Justin. Jacksonville could get 10 to 15 inches of rainfall. That is over a foot of rainfall in many of these areas. Okay, further south you go, like Miami, 4 to 6 inches of rainfall. Tallahassee, 2 to 4 inches of rainfall. It is in this corridor right here where you're going to be seeing the high risk for flash flooding. That includes on urban areas, small streams, creeks, rivers. They're going to swell. We're also talking about storm surge flooding as this moves onshore. I mean, Justin, when you combine storm surge, right, because the water is moving onshore, right, because of those winds, then we're also talking about freshwater flooding. The water doesn't have anywhere to go. I mean, this is why storm surge could exceed 10 feet in many areas, perhaps even 15 feet, because you're just piling up all of this water, flooding, freshwater flooding on top of saltwater flooding. I mean, this is really something.
It is, yeah, and now we have multiple reporters reporting that there are power flashes and a tornado on the ground moving into Naples Park.
Naples.
If you are in Naples Park, take cover now.
So there is a tornado right now. Let's go to a different radar site. I cannot even get a good radar site on this, Justin.
Yeah, it's quite in a radar hole, to say the least.
Let me see if we can get some power flashes on our Naples camera right here. So again, you're looking at Naples right now. This is in Florida, or again, rainy, stormy right now. The winds are strong. You can even see some of the high surf out there on the water, some ripply water going on. So yeah, I hope, it looks like everyone's not out there. So I'm sure everyone has evacuated, but wow, very gloomy out there. Stormy, windy. You don't want to be outside at all. It's really bad out there at this given time. No power flashes I can see on this camera, but that doesn't mean there is no power flashes at all. It could be that the camera is not viewing that area.
Oh.
New Pass Bridge, also heavy rain coming down there. The winds are howling. They are strong, powerful. There's a lot of wind energy with this system at this time. So what were you going to say, Justin?
I think you could show a great example of the type of storms that we could be seeing on Florida tonight and tomorrow. There's a waterspout just off the Keys that has quite an insane radar presentation and velocity presentation right now.
Ooh boy, let's go right over there.
Now this is out in the middle of the ocean, so this is not going to be impacting land, but these are the type of storms that we could be seeing tonight and tomorrow.
Oh, wow, yes. There is definitely, north of Big Pine, yes, there is definitely a hook echo on that National Key Deer Refuge. Yeah, possible water spout on that. And again, this, like what Justin said, this is what we're going to be dealing with. Strong water spouts, tornadoes coming onshore in the Florida Keys as well as southern Florida. That's why the SPC has issued a slight risk. It's still a slight risk, right, Justin? I believe it is.
It is still a slight risk, yeah, and that velocity signature is insane on that one.
Yeah, this is really, really significant. Not only that, now take note of this too, Justin. Anytime you get these rain bands, look at the velocities on these. These get enhanced because of the rainfall that comes down with these. So we're talking about 50, 60 mile an hour winds. Look at here. We're looking at 70 mile an hour wind gusts with these rain bands as they roll through. Not far off the coast, we're talking about winds in the 70s, so very strong. And to confirm this, we can look at a weather station reporting a gust up to 62 miles an hour right now at this is the Baca weather station, Baca meter weather station reporting that. And also we have a gust up to 60 miles an hour off to its west. So gusts already up to tropical storm force. In fact, we do have tropical storm force winds already on the Key West area. So that is very concerning. And on top of that, we have a water spout that makes the winds even worse and more destructive. So going back to our tornado, let's go over there. We only have one tornado warning getting into Pelican Marsh right now, Palm River Shores in Florida, Golden Gate, Vineyards. Again, we had reports of power flashes earlier as this is moving towards the northwest. Not your typical tornado movement that you want to see because of the southeasterly flow that we're seeing aloft. And when you get that shear, again, we are talking about tornadoes, waterspouts, and a lot of problems. We also are looking at Sandville Island right now. Look at the winds on this, Justin. Look at the palm trees. This is very close to Cape Coral at this time. And yeah, the wind, the rain, it is really, really stormy out there.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, so we're going to go and take a look here at our flash flood risk. Of course, there's a high risk for flash flooding for Tampa Bay, for Orlando, Jacksonville. This is not just a wind threat, not just a storm surge threat or a tornado threat, but it is also a substantial flood threat, not only for day 2, but also for day 3. Like Justin mentioned, really rare to get day 3 flood risks out this far, and that's through Friday morning. So the rain is going to be very intense for Wednesday night, so for tonight all the way through perhaps even Friday afternoon or Friday evening as this moves through, as a hurricane moves on shore and becomes a tropical storm and dumps the very intense heavy rainfall. And when hurricanes spin down because of the friction, you also get very intense rain bands that develop with this. So you can see there for central northern Florida, under a high risk for flash flooding, not a high risk for severe weather, thank gosh, but a high risk for flood, for water impacts. Also, besides water, there is going to be Gulf waters up to 12 feet high. Bonita Beach, the middle of Longboat Key, talking about really, really big storm surge. I mean, 12 feet, Justin. That is if you do the math, that is about as high as a 2-story building or a 2-story house.
Yeah, 12 feet is very high.
And unsurvivable, perhaps. So, what were you saying?
I was saying it could very well be, yeah, 12 feet. Just imagine that. That's very high, life-threatening for sure.
And this could even be, we could see peak instances in some isolated areas and prone areas that could have storm surge approaching, might even be 15 feet high. That is really substantial. I mean, 15 feet. I mean, the average human adult is about, say, 5 to 6 feet tall. So it's double-headed. It's imagining standing on someone's head, and that's 12 feet. And we could have storm surge even approaching maybe 15 feet in isolated areas. So this is not just a flood threat, but it's a storm surge threat, and this is really, really devastating. Hence the keywords that the National Hurricane Center has used here. And let's read these through, because again, my job is to not only cover severe weather, but also to talk about the hurricane that is going to be moving on shore. We have a hurricane, folks, and it's not just your typical severe weather threat in Florida. A life-threatening storm surge is increasingly likely along the Florida West Coast, where a storm surge warning is now in effect, with the highest risk from Naples to Sarasota region. Residents in these areas should listen to advice given by local officials and follow any evacuation orders for your areas. We have evacuation orders, we have warnings, we have everything. All right. Hurricane force winds are expected in the hurricane warning area in southwest and central Florida beginning Wednesday morning, with tropical storm conditions expected overnight. Devastating wind damage is expected near the core of the Ian. Residents should rush all preparations to completion. Hopefully you've been busy evacuating today, because the weather deteriorates rapidly tonight into tomorrow. Very heavy rainfall will affect most of the Florida peninsula for the next several days, spreading to the rest of the southeastern United States by Thursday and Friday, likely causing flash urban and small stream flooding. Considerable flooding is expected with widespread, prolonged, moderate to severe major river flooding expected across central Florida. So it's not just Florida, Justin, but we are also talking about the Carolinas. Some of the Carolinas, especially to the south, that could get some substantial flood potential, like Savannah, Charleston, Wilmington, Cape Hatteras could even see 6 inches of rainfall. That's quite a bit.
Yep, it is.
This is bad. This is not just a Florida threat, but this is also a Carolinas threat. So, most likely arrival time of tropical storm force winds as follows. It's coming onto your area by 2 in the morning Wednesday. All right, so the winds are starting to pick up now. They will continue to pick up as the power of Ian gets closer. Now, if you are on Key West, that's already occurring. We got tropical storm warnings out for that area. Tropical storm force winds. You saw the weather station data. You saw the velocity data. We already have that going on. Now, it's going to push the storm force winds and stuff going to get further inland, like Wednesday night across the north central Florida, like Ocala, Thursday morning across Jacksonville, Florida, and then eventually spreading into Savannah, Georgia by 8 p.m. on Thursday, and then eventually into southern South Carolina and southern North Carolina by Friday in the morning and Friday night. I mean, you could even see tropical storm force winds all the way up here inland, Justin. I mean, there is still a 5% chance there could be tropical storm force winds far inland in North Carolina, right along the Appalachian mountain chain. So here's a look at the latest advisory. Again, we're talking about a major hurricane onshore, category 4 hurricane, folks. This is to be taken really seriously. When we take a look at the Zoom Earth, you'll see with what I mean by major hurricane. Right now, it's a major 120 mile an hour winds, but look at this red dot here. Let's click on this. I hope you all can see that really well. I know it's small lettering, but 130 mile an hour winds. And that forecast point, by the way, Justin, is only, let's measure this, only 16 miles offshore. So there will be hurricane force winds here over Port Charlotte, Eaglewood, Northport, perhaps Cape Coral. And when you think about it, let's do this. Hurricane force winds could expand up to 60, maybe 75 miles out from the center. So even areas like, say, LaBelle, even the Arcadia area, even, say, Sarasota could get hurricane force winds as this moves onshore. Even, look at this, even Tampa Bay could get hurricane force winds coming offshore. So just keep that in mind. This is a big deal over this area, okay? But again, the strongest winds would be, like I said, within this forecast point, within about 16 miles where that Eyewall moves onshore, okay? So if you're living along the coast here, and if you have not evacuated right now, you better do so, because you are not going to, I don't want to say it, but you have a pretty big risk of not surviving this unless you really are smart and you get to higher ground. Because like areas like this, Baca Grande, we have hurricane warnings out, storm surge warnings out for that area because of the strong winds that are anticipated. By the way, winds are already up to 30 miles an hour in that area. So we're talking about serious winds and tropical storm force winds already with this system. So let's take a look at our latest Doppler radar. Let's see what this looks like. And we can see that the eye is trying to hold together here. We'll keep an eye on if this Eyewall replacement cycle fully completes. And speaking of that, Justin, what are your thoughts? Looking at the latest radar imagery, do you think that Eyewall replacement cycle is almost finished? What are your thoughts?
I wouldn't say it's almost finished. I would say it's well in progress. I think the inner eyewall is definitely weaker than the outer eyewall at this point. You can see if you look at radar velocities that the outer eyewall has the higher velocities and that the wind field has expanded dramatically with even probably tropical storm force winds just north of the Florida Keys. So I think that the eyewall replacement cycle should probably finish up in the next couple hours. The inner eyewall is trying to hold on there, but I'm not thinking it will be able to. I'm thinking that it's pretty much done. And then after that, it's just a matter of how fast it can reorganize and re-strengthen.
All right. Yeah, we can really see here. Look at these winds here. Very strong winds on the secondary eye wall, really howling. And when we take a look at our velocities here, we're at 100 to 115 miles an hour, which is a pretty sure bet right now. Maybe a little weaker winds than what is being indicated on the National Hurricane Center, but do not let that fool you. I think we're going to definitely see some re-strengthening tonight as soon as the ERC completes itself. We also have winds that are 115 miles an hour here on the northern secondary eye wall that we see here. So you might be asking, is the eyewall replacement cycle in progress? Yes, it is. Is it about to finish? Probably in the next couple of hours, as what our hurricane expert Justin G just said. And we'll see how quickly this could re-strengthen, but it won't matter because this is a major hurricane. This is devastating, and this will cause possibly complete destruction in some areas, just depending on how this exactly pans out. But as it stands now, the secondary eye wall is really intensifying, and this eye, Justin, by the way, is huge. I mean, this eye, let's measure this, this is about 25 miles in diameter. Big eye.
Yeah, and that's only going to increase the potential impacts that you're going to see in Western Florida when this thing makes landfall. The bigger the size, the worse the impacts usually. I mean, intensity does matter, obviously. However, even if you have a weaker system, if it's bigger, it's going to be more expansive and it's going to be more impactful.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah, this is really serious. Okay, we just got a new radar scan. Let's pause this. This eye is, it looks like the eyewall replacement cycle is nearing its end of completion here. Probably in another couple of hours, this should be over with, and the system has a very high chance of re-strengthening. 50-mile wide diameter eye. No, I don't see that. I think the eye is, I don't know. I think let's measure it. It's 26 miles according to on radar scope. That's what I'm measuring right now. About 24 to 26 miles in diameter is the eye. It's not 50 miles in diameter. Yeah, this is a big storm. Big storm. Really powerful. A lot of power with this. So as far as our HMON model, I just kind of wanted to finish off where I left off, and we can see that this also has the potential of becoming a 940 millibar, 939 millibar right before it makes its way onshore, and this would make landfall by early tomorrow afternoon according to the HMON, while the HWRF model has this a little later, by about 3 hours later. So it looks like probably in the next 18 or so hours, this will be making landfall. But then it could re-strengthen just a little bit before it makes its second landfall, potentially in southern Georgia and southern South Carolina with tropical storm force winds. Might intensify just a hair, but no significant strengthening is expected due to the shear that's going to be remaining in place. Yeah, definitely an eyewall replacement cycle. It's the Justin G eyewall replacement cycle. No, I'm just kidding. Man, this thing is just blowing up convection. Very strong. I pray Orlando is safe. Yeah, definitely. This is devastating. Absolutely devastating. Oh, yeah, Justin, look at the eye wall. Look at the deep convection to the south of this, really intensifying quickly.
Oh, yeah, I see that.
Wow. Very deep convection. The eye is becoming less apparent, though, in the IR satellite spectrum.
Which makes total sense.
Yes, Ronnie, the eyewall is going through an eyewall replacement cycle, as I just mentioned. So what that means is the inner eyewall, so you'll see it here. Let me go back to the Mark Missenbaum. So you can see here, wow, this is really almost done, I think, Justin, based on what it looks like. Almost finished. So we can see here, the secondary eye wall is right here. You cannot miss it. And here is the inner eye wall. The inner eye wall is weakening, as you see here. So there is intensity fluctuations due to an eye wall replacement cycle. All right. And that's leading to temporary weakening. Compared to earlier, where you can definitely see that eye wall that is very strong earlier when it came off of Cuba. Now, ever since then, this eye wall has really been able to, the inner eye wall really weakening.
We have a new tornado warning. This one is for no cities really in it, no major cities, northwest of Coral Springs, sorry.
Yep, I have a live camera on it right now.
Nope, it's a different one.
Oh, it is?
Yeah, it's in eastern Florida.
Oh, I see it. Yep. So if you are in the, let's see here. This is really in the middle of nowhere almost.
Yeah, it is.
So there is definitely a little bit of rotation on that storm. So a tornado warning has been issued. Again, let's read this out. Tornado warning issued, let's see, for northern Broward County in southeastern Florida, south central Palm Beach County in southeastern Florida until 9 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. At 8:27 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 8 miles west of Parkland or 8 miles northwest of Coral Springs, moving northwest at 25 miles an hour. We're talking about, again, a possible tornado on this with flying debris and damage. Okay, this expires in 30 minutes, but it could expire a lot sooner depending on the state of the storm. But going to the other tornado warning here, very close to Naples, we can see west central Collier County in southwestern Florida until 9 p.m. Also, we have a tornado warning for that area. Hazard is tornado, and we have a live camera on that area showing you the intense rainfall, the strong gusty winds that are ongoing. For you guys that are curious, we are going to, let me see if I have a Key West live camera that I can put up here.
That tornado warning that got issued in eastern Florida actually has a population of 0 people, so just putting that out there.
Okay. Okay, this camera is, let's see. Let's see if there is, I don't, let's see if we can get a live camera. That's a still image. These are all still images. Lovely. All still images. See if we can get cam 2. Now you can see the conditions here. Camera is shaking. Sloppy. Oh, look at the camera's name. Justin is Sloppy Joe's.
That's funny.
Sloppy Joe's bar camera. And people are out there. I think this is Key West, Florida right now. People are just out there hanging out, not evacuating.
I don't think Key West is under an evacuation order or advisory or really anything, so
Okay.
I don't think that's that bad. Let me check though.
Yeah, Sloppy Joe's bar camera right now getting some strong winds at this time. What's up, Tom Byrne? Oh, we have 600 people watching almost, Justin. So again, if you guys are new to the channel, it's an honor that you're here watching the live coverage on substantial Hurricane Ian that is just making landfall right now. We do have an earth cam there in Key West. See if we can bring it up. Perfect. We may be lucky to get an earth cam going here. Oh, this is earlier. This camera's out. Can't even use it. Camera unavailable. So that camera that we looked at earlier definitely showing some strong winds. Some intense winds. The Sloppy Joe's camera. What's up, TRG? How are you doing? Welcome, everybody. It's an honor that you're here watching the stream because we are doing our best at providing some live coverage through about 9 o'clock tonight. It might be a little longer depending on the current state of the storm that we're dealing with, of course, but we will keep you updated through that time. If you have any questions, we are here to answer those on the air. What's up, Tony H? Hi, Princess.
It does look like some storms are firing to the east of Key West. They should move into mainland Florida soon. We'll see if those become tornadic.
All right, yes. We do see storms firing up. Look at that water spout kind of thing. That thing is moving quick, Justin. Look at the velocity on that.
Marine?
Yeah, the marine warning. Yeah, that is a pretty intense water spout.
Yeah, they actually on the warning wrote possible strong water spout.
Yeah, oh yeah, possible strong water spout was located over Annette Key, moving north at 30 knots. So yes, water spouts can capsize boats and large vessels. So you need to take this one seriously. We got a notch there over the waters. Look at that notch there, indicating that there's rotation, and strong winds with this. Of course, we got our tornado warning literally in the middle of nowhere. Literally in the middle of nowhere. But expires in 23 minutes. We still have to cover it because it's our job. Because maybe you might live in this. But anyways, very heavy rainfall. Strong winds are moving through the area. Blinding rain is a big problem with that. Even a little bit of rotation perhaps to the south of Coral Springs in Brookside North. We got some rotation going on there. If we look, bring up our pin here, we got velocities. Reds moving toward, some greens moving away. Oh wait, yeah. Reds moving away, sorry. Let me correct myself. So reds moving away, greens moving toward. So that's where our rotation currently is, right there, just to the south of Coral Springs. That will probably get tornado warned, I bet, here shortly. So if you're in that area, please take shelter. We're also seeing flood warnings, flash flood warnings that are currently issued for the next couple of hours in that area. Tornado warning again for Golden Gate, for Vineyards, for Pelican Marsh, for Pelican Bay, for the moon rings. At this time, East Naples, we got very strong winds, tornadoes going on through the area, heavy rain, you name it. It's wild. It's dangerous out there. So make sure you are in your safe shelter if a tornado warning gets issued down the road. But look at the live camera here. This is Sabiel Island near Cape Coral, and look at that rain, Justin, and the wind.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Becky Sue. I do appreciate it. Yeah, this rain is very intense right now, coming down, and this is a big deal. This is a big deal. And I just pray for the people. I just hope you're in your safe spot, please, because storm surge is going to be a big problem. it's going to be a big problem, is all I got to say. Here's another camera showing you. This is perfect. We're going to see if we get some big storm surge on this tonight. Might be one of those times I may be able to live stream and kind of switch the cameras around, because this is really, really significant.
Another tornado warning. This one actually does have population in Sunrise, Florida. Really weak rotation for now, but we'll see if it can strengthen.
Oh, yep. You know what? That's the one that I called it, Justin. I said that was going to get tornado warned.
Yeah, I did have a hook for a while. I'm watching the terminal radar. The northern one, the one with 0 population, actually looks really good on the terminal radar right now.
How?
Very
See,
favorable.
I cannot get terminal radar.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how to send you it. Just give me a moment to figure that out.
Thank you. Yeah. What's up, Lucky Gamer? Lucky's weather forecast. How are you doing? What's up, Tom Byrne? How are you, Tom? Tom the Bomb. So again, if you are in Coral Springs, tornado warning just got issued. Moving northwest at 20 miles an hour. So not moving terribly fast, but moving fast enough. Moving fast enough where you could be getting seriously impacted by this. And I did call this one. So I knew this was going to get tornado warned because of that rotation. That was there. So I'm glad I was able to get the word out a little bit before the National Weather Service was able to get it out. This one right here definitely has stronger rotation. We actually have green. So again, we're looking at the velocities, everybody. That's the reds and greens that you're seeing on the screen. Greens are toward the radar. Reds are away from the radar. So this is where our rotation actually is. Right in here is where our strong rotation is. That's where our tornado is going to likely be located if it does touch down. So that's what
David,
we have. Yes?
I can get you the terminal radars now. You'd have to do something real. You can only view it on radar scope, I believe.
Okay, yes. So what do I have
But
to
they're
do?
quite signature. So you'd have to go on radar scope and then open preferences, and then you can just press show TDWRs.
Show TWRs. Oh, that's why.
Just go to preferences for radar
Yes,
scope.
I did.
Perfect. And then the radar, let's see what it's called. TFLL.
Yep, I see
You can
it.
see quite the signature, actually.
Let me see this.
It is in a 0 population, though, so it's
Hey,
not threatening.
which one are... Because I don't have velocity on this. It's giving me TZ0 class, TZL class, TV0 class.
Just open all your radars. And then TFLL.
Yeah, that's what I did. And it's giving me a selection here of what perimeter. Composite reflectivity. It's giving me echo tops. I mean... How are you able to see?
I guess just press them all. Mine is just velocity, but I'm sure one of those is velocity.
Okay, here's velocity. Okay, it's TV0 class. Wow, yeah, that is definitely, there's rotation on that. So, yeah, if you are downstream of this, there is definitely rotation. Green is toward the radar. This is definitely organized. So... this is not to be taken very lightly. Take this seriously. We have really tight rotation right here in the Florida region. And this is located right there, well, in the middle of nowhere, essentially. I guess we could call it the middle of nowhere storm.
I would agree.
67, by the way, velocity 67.1, touching 22.4 on this, Justin. So definitely strong rotation on this, folks. Heavy rain might be, is certainly hiding this tornado. You will not see this or hear it coming. Wow, look at this rotation, Justin. 50,
Oh, yeah.
Look at this, 52.6 touching 40 now. 41.
Very strong.
That is really strong rotation. And we can play this through, which is cool on the terminal radar.
And that will update by the minute for you.
Yeah, every minute it updates. Yeah, you can see it right there. This is in the middle of nowhere near the east coast of Florida. So like near Mission Bay, Whisper Walk to the west of there. Kind of in the swamplands of Florida. That's where it's located. But this is also generating lightning strikes, so watch out. When thunder roars, go indoors. Yeah, that has serious rotation. By the way, Jigga, how is the conditions in your area? Or JMJ Show channel? How's the weather? Because I know you're near the Tampa area. What is the weather conditions like there? So yeah, tornado warning issued for that area. Also, hold on. Justin, can you talk really quick?
Yeah, of course. So as you can see on the terminal radar, I believe that's what David is showing. There is a strong rotational signature to the west of, what city is this near? Really nothing. It's in the middle of nowhere out in western Florida. It is a strong velocity signature. I would not be shocked if we get that to put down a tornado in the near future, but it is not threatening any homes. It is not threatening anybody. So it is not a big deal for now. It is just something to look at on radar. The reason we're talking about tornadoes, I saw somebody comment about why we're talking about tornadoes, is because, yes, the hurricane is a very big deal, but you have to remember that the hurricane right now is moving at 10 miles per hour out in the open Gulf. That is not a fluid situation. What happens right now is not going to be different from what happens in 30 minutes, unless that Eyewall replacement cycle finishes, but it's not threatening any land in the next, hour. Right now, these tornadoes are popping up out of nowhere and are threatening homes. They're threatening neighborhoods. So it's important to really talk about these tornadoes because they are popping up and they are actually a major threat at this exact time. Really, that's the only tornadic activity that we have right now. The one in the middle of nowhere, the one near Coral Springs will probably get expired soon as there's not much rotation on that one. And David, you're back, I think?
Yep, I am back. This
Okay.
Eyewall replacement cycle, Justin, look at I think it's really, really close to being finished. Look at this.
Yeah, it's really hurrying. And velocities are now on Ian like really widespread inbound above 120.
120 already?
Yeah, on the inbound velocities on Ian.
Let's see. Yup, we got 120 already. This is already strengthening. Oh yeah, look at, oh wow. We got a couple of pixels, Justin, at 130 miles an hour, even 140.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got 141 mile an hour velocities, some pixels, some wind gusts. So this is already strengthening perhaps. But let me make sure this is confirmed though, and I'm not just saying this to freak you all out. Because that's not what I'm here for. I'm not here to freak you all out. I'm here for us to provide you important information. I'm playing this through. I don't know if it's strengthening. It's hard to tell.
Yeah, we'll know soon once recon gets in there. I think another recon plane did take off. So
Good.
there has been more than one confirmed tornado, by the way, Miss Cookie. There has been three confirmed tornado warnings, along with 3 tornadoes that had either extremely intense velocity signatures or TDSs, but just were not confirmed by the warning. So I would say we've had probably several tornadoes today.
Not only that, Justin, the tornado, the in the middle, the in the middle of nowhere tornado, that velocity is really tight couplet there. 76 touching 20. Not only that though, the water spout, the marine warning one, that velocity on that water spout is insane. Look at that.
Yeah, luckily these things are not threatening anyone or anything at this time.
There is a big convection of clouds here, David. Oh, okay, JMJ. Yeah, please be safe out there, all right? So we got 76 touching negative. Oh, wait, yeah. 76 touching -6 on that water spout. That's a strong water spout, maybe, on the water. And that's headed right towards the Bonita Springs area. But back to our tornado warning right here. Really strong rotation on this. There's times where it clips, there's issues, and the rotation gets stronger. Think about a mini hurricane. That's kind of what we're seeing here. A little baby microscopic hurricane within a much bigger area of rotation, which is our hurricane that we're watching. The major hurricane. The Everglades will have little effect on this storm.
I don't know what they mean by that.
I don't know either. I'm confused. Yeah, I'm thinking about the Eyewall. Oh, yeah. Dude, Justin, this is clipping. We got 80 now. Velocity of 80 touching 10. Could be a glitch, but wow. That tornado warning is definitely something else. That's strong.
And I saw somebody ask if Miami was safe. Miami at this time is not completely safe. I want to say you are, but I can't because I'd be lying. It only takes one supercell to come ashore to drop a tornado. As we saw earlier, we almost got one right in the Miami Metro. We almost got two right in the Miami Metro, but they went north. So Miami is not safe as of yet. You got to get through tonight first.
Yeah, these could spin up, Justin, in like a couple of minutes.
Exactly, that's what these things do.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Rog Bass said other news stations, I guess, are seeing that this hurricane is strengthening based on velocities too, Justin.
Not shocking. I think that probably people could make that assumption.
You're very welcome, lovely days. The days are lovely, get it? But not today. Not today in Florida. The days are not lovely in Florida today. So again, that's a tornado warning that we're watching right now, that we're concerned about. That has a pretty tight couplet on it. The other storm that we're watching right now, let's go.
There's a new day one out. I'm going to keep talking. I'm just going to pull that up.
Yeah, talk about the day one outlook since it came out.
It remains almost the exact same. All of the Miami Metro, all of Central Florida and South still has a 5 Tor in effect, which is the exact same risk that you've had all day. That 5 Tor has arguably been outperforming the whole day. Tomorrow there is also another 5 Tor in effect for an even larger area, and one could make the debate that tomorrow's parameter space for tornadoes is even higher end than today's is. And then the next day there is another slight risk in effect for Florida, and the only thing that could be driven by is tornadoes. So there's basically 3 days straight of 5%. Tomorrow could get upgraded to a 10%, and we'll know that tonight.
Yes. Okay, there is some decent rotation on this storm, Justin. Over here near Naples Park, we got velocities, depending on what radar site you're using. I'm using the radar site out of the Tampa area. Wait, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So there's definitely velocities up to almost 70 on this, touching 20. So a little bit of a couplet there. Might continue the tornado warning. And we just got is that a new tornado warning that just got issued? To the southeast of Charleston Park, Florida. Just got I think a new tornado warning just got issued.
Let's see. I do see that. Yep, that is a new tornado warning.
Okay. So if you are in the Felda area of Florida, tornado warning now issued. Please take shelter. This is this could spin up very quickly, folks. When we say these storms spin up very quickly, we're not joking about it. These do spin up very quickly because you have the winds, you have the profiles that are favorable for that. In fact, let's go to college. Let's go to pivotal weather.
The new Storm Prediction Center outlook says that the environment for tornadoes will continue to be favorable through the night and actually could become more favorable as we go into the nighttime hours.
No surprise. No surprise by that. So on to the severe weather department. Yes, it's called severe weather department on this channel. Let's go and take a look at our STP, significant tornado perimeter. Yeah, look at this. As this core comes on shore, Justin, STP values on the RAP model might go up to a 2.4.
Yeah.
And the sounding does show curvature to photographs. So that's a pretty big deal. It's a big deal.
Very big deal.
Let me go to the NAM. Oh, wow. The NAM is ballistic on this, Justin.
NAM tends to do that. Its stronger intensity gives you more low-level helicity.
Yeah, it's all the way up to a 4 point, almost up to a 5.
In fact,
Shoot, look at this, Justin. PDS Tornado sounding I grabbed. Look at this.
Yeah, tomorrow's environment's going to be especially favorable for tornadoes, possibly even significant tornadoes. I just pulled up the VWP sounding out of Miami, the photograph, and that thing is huge. I can send it to you.
Go right ahead. Oh my goodness, look at the sounding. I pulled the sounding on the NAM model right off the coast of Cape Coral. I have not ever seen the photograph this crazy. I mean, I don't think it's going to happen, but wow. That would be something else if that ended up panning out.
Yeah, it would. I wouldn't put much confidence in the NAM, but definitely.
Okay, where is the VWP?
I put it in the group chat that we used yesterday.
Oh, okay. Yeah, here's the VWP, folks, right here. Wow, that is definitely curved. That is definitely curved out of Miami. That is definitely curved. So there is, again, the potential for tornadoes that will continue. It might increase, as what Justin said. So, yeah, don't underestimate this because this is still a big deal, especially if it strengthens tonight. Looks like this is gusting out a little bit, Justin. We have more of an outflow boundary setting up here in the middle of nowhere storm. Maybe a couple of, there's still some rotation, but it's weakening a little bit.
I would agree with that analysis.
That definitely is bowing out a little bit. You can see it right here. So, might see some enhanced 70+ mile an hour wind gusts, maybe even 80 out of that. Doesn't surprise me because of what we're seeing. What's up, Jimmy Mack? How are you doing? Rain will be bigger story here. So much flooding. 20 to 39 inches of rain, depending on what model you look at. 39 inches is, yeah, that's a little high. I don't think there will be 39 inches, but there will certainly be more than maybe 15 inches. Here's the latest look at the radar analysis, and I think our Eyewall replacement cycle is... It is almost finished. Almost finished, I think. Still a little bit innocuous. We'll see what Recon finds. Good, Recon is finally on their way. It's been a little while, Justin.
It has.
Ugh. So we'll keep you all updated on Recon. And they should be out there by about 8 o'clock tonight. Let me see if there has been new updates. Nothing new as of the 8 o'clock. Oh, wait, 9 o'clock? Storm is still at 120. See, why are they updating this every hour, but they don't up the winds or change anything? Justin?
Probably because the winds haven't changed. I think they're updating it, but nothing's changed, so there's nothing to change. Are they doing hourly updates? I didn't even hear about that.
Yeah, they do. They're doing it every hour.
Wow. And you know, I do want to share. I just got some photos out of, let's see what airport this is. The North Perry Airport in Hollywood. There are 3 flipped small planes.
Oh my gosh.
Yes. One of which looks like a Cessna type plane. I don't know my small planes very well, but 3 small planes that were flipped from this tornado.
Tony H, if you're still watching the stream, Tony H to the rescue.
In Candy, Tor means tornado.
So if you are in the Marsh Island area, again, we just got reports from Justin that 3 planes flipped over. 3 planes flipped over. Okay, we got live cameras right now. Yeah, we got live cameras. We got more of them along the coast here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 cameras on Radar Omega. So this is very helpful. We're going to get some good data. Good data. Pelican's Landing, New Pass Bridge, really dark right now. Matalenka, really looking nasty. I'm not located in this, thank goodness. I am located on the west coast. Not the west coast of Florida, but the west coast of the United States. But yeah, really, look at the wave action. Serious waves going on. My home is a quarter of a mile from the camera. Oh wow, what a trip. What a trip. How close is it to landfall? The system? Let's take a look at that. Based on the current positioning on here on Zoom Earth. So right now it has another 100 and... Well, if you count... Okay, yeah. So it has another 172 miles to go. To be exact.
We now have another tornado warning. This one is in heavily populated areas north of Miami.
Dang, all these tornado warnings, Justin. Ooh,
And this is what we're talking about, guys. About 10 minutes ago, I would have saw that storm and said that thing's not going to do anything, and now it has the potential to produce a tornado. Like, things change quickly with these tropical-induced tornadoes.
Look at the velocities on this, Justin. Whew.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, this could be definitely a tornado developing. If you are in Baca West, Whisper Rock, Delray Gardens. If you're in Sun Valley, Arbutin, downstream of this. Tornado warnings are... The tornado warning has been issued for 26 minutes. This is a serious situation. We're talking about wind. We're talking about flooding, rain. We're talking just about anything with a tropical or with a hurricane that's potentially intensifying right now. And we got recon out there that's on their way. What's up, BBB? What's up, BB Beast? How are you doing? Good thing Clearwater is no longer on the direct path. For right now, at least. Maybe that can change just by a little bit. But yeah, I agree. At least. But someone's going to get impacted. If that's not Clearwater, maybe it's going to be Fort Myers Beach, Cape Coral. Or Cape Coral. Why do I say Coral all the time?
Wow, still 2,500 joules per kilogram of surface-based CAPE in southern Florida.
Oh yeah, no doubt. There's a lot of energy. By the way, if you guys are new and you like the content, you like the coverage, consider liking this, sharing this, and subscribing. We're going to be live here. We're going to be providing live cameras, live recon data. We're going to be providing a lot of important information on this storm as it happens, as we get new updates, live updates, real time, Justin, right?
Exactly.
I like real time updates. I like to see recon, and that's what we are at 1,000 people, Justin, watching this live stream. So thank you all for sharing this, getting it into the algorithm. We love you guys a lot because we are providing some life-saving information. Because, yes, we got tornadoes. We got a powerful hurricane on its way into the Florida West Coast. Storm surge, you name it. I mean, severe weather, Justin, is so eerie, let alone... With this hurricane, it's mind-boggling that we're dealing with severe weather on top of areas that are going to get hit more significantly than what's going on right now.
Yeah, we are actually dealing with every hazard other than snow. We're even dealing with fire weather in the Florida Panhandle tomorrow. Like, how often do you see that in a tropical cyclone?
That tells you the air is going to be so dry. Whew.
Yeah.
Fire weather, folks. Fire weather in the Panhandle of Florida. I mean, so let's name everything down, Justin. What this storm is going to produce. Fire weather, tornadoes, flooding, storm surge. What else?
Damaging wind, obvious.
Winds. So we got 5 things. So... Wow. I mean, that's all I got to say. We got a spin up that is quickly intensifying near Whisper Rock to the east, Justin, where that tornado warning is issued.
Yeah, I see that.
That's strengthening.
That is very, very quickly strengthening. I wish that the KAMX radar wasn't so far. We'll be able to see a CC drop, I think.
So Kings,
if it
yeah.
down.
If you're south of Kings Point, Florida right now, rotation is quickly intensifying. So again, we got greens moving toward the radar, okay? Reds moving away from the radar. So we have some convergence here, some surface level winds that are doing this, okay? And so if this starts to rotate due to the shear, we'll get a tornado that goes on. Oh, this is not good. Not good at all. Let's keep an eye on this other tornado over here. Tornado warning. Okay, come on. Whoa, why is KAMX radar out? Is it?
It's not out. It's just updates really slow.
Because I can't even reach it. Radar just... I can't even access anything on Radar Scope. It just crashed on me, I think. Okay, there it is. Now it works. Let's go to here. Let's go to super res velocity. Yep, still some rotation on that storm. Right there, getting into Charleston Park, Florida. Elva, Florida. So this is near Fort Myers, just to the east of Fort Myers. So got some rotation going on there. We also got rotation going on here near Kings Point. We do got green touching red. Oops. Right here. So red and pink is away from the radar, folks. Red and pink is away from the radar. Green is toward the radar. So we got rotation going on right here, potentially. And that's a tornado, as what I'm detecting, as what Justin is saying, possibly intensifying. We may actually have a twin area of rotation, Justin.
I see something that looks kind of like that, yeah.
Right here, 2 areas of rotation. Oh, wow. Justin, this just got stronger. I'm viewing this off of the KAMX radar. That rotation is definitely stronger.
Oh, yes, it is for sure.
It doesn't look so much on the TFLL, but if you go to the KM...
Actually, I don't know. That could be a TDS. I'm not totally sure.
Shoot.
Do you see that?
Let me see. Is it... Let's see. That might be some inflow. That could be a very little TDS, or tornado debris signature.
Yeah, TDS stands for tornado debris signature, guys.
By the way, yeah, you're going to hear a lot of scientific words that you may not recognize. So, yeah, maybe something, maybe some inflow, rear jet inflow going on. There's some lightning strikes with this, too, so keep that in mind. Got some thunder bumpers, a lot of activity going on with that. We'll see if that TDS or tornado debris signature gets better defined when this updates. But there is a little bit of a donut on this too, Justin. If you notice, look at this.
I do see that, yeah, a little bit of a vortex hole.
A bounded weak echo region, or a BMR for short, or BWR, a Buer for short, which stands for bounded weak echo region. Tom is asking, Justin, how many people killed by the tornadoes so far today?
As of now, there have been no confirmed fatalities, luckily. I have not even heard any confirmed injuries. Most of these tornadoes have been in the middle of nowhere, with the exception of, I think, the 2 that occurred right when David started streaming.
Yeah. But again, that does not mean there won't be fatalities, okay? I repeat, we do not want fatalities. The only way you do that is by, 1, getting to the lowest floor of a sturdy building. So on the lowest floor, okay, maybe in your basement, in your storm shelters are great places to take shelter and watch the stream when you're down there. If you're able to get Wi-Fi down there underground, go into a closet, okay, and protect yourself, okay? Stay away from windows, and you'll be safe, all right? Please listen to my advice. Justin will agree with me, okay, because tornadoes will be the continuation tonight. Also, Justin, we have another area of rotation that might be developing right off the coast of Deerfield Beach, Boca Raton, Pompano Beach in Florida.
Yeah, and that's moving in the exact same direction as the last one.
So, yeah, we have a water spout that might be developing, then soon will become a tornado when it gets on shore. Look at the storms to the south, though, Justin. Look at these. All these have hooks on them. Look at this. Kidney bean-shaped storm structures. Look at this.
Yep, and those are the storms that we're most concerned about tonight. Not the ones off to the east of Florida. Those are going to stay off to the east of Florida. It's the ones just to the south of the mainland. Those are the ones that we're concerned about.
Yeah, definitely. So that's what we're watching. Okay, we got a tornado warning here. We might get a special marine warning here soon, if not a tornado warning when this gets on shore. Deerfield Beach, Boca Raton, and Highland Beach. Definitely got to watch this storm right here. Has a lightning strike with it. So potential for a excuse me, the potential for a waterspout or tornado seems to be a possibility with that storm. That is beginning to take on a hook structure. Dang, the velocities, Justin, on this one. Kings Point.
Yeah, I'm looking at the terminal radar, and it is quite intense.
That one right there near villages of Oracle, Kings Point. There is definitely intense rotation on that. What's up? Let me crop dust you. How are you all doing? Welcome. If you're new, it's an honor that you're here. Share this. Get the word out to people. Because we're going to be live here for several more hours. We got recon data to look forward to. We're going to get you live updates on how strong this hurricane truly is. We are tracking tornadoes. We're tracking, of course, the severe weather. We're keeping an eye on the storm surge, the flooding, a lot of significant impacts tonight. This is still a major hurricane, folks. This has 120 mile an hour winds, and it might be stronger based on, let's go to here, Key West, if this has strengthened. And
You have a new tornado warning.
all right.
That one is in eastern Florida. Oh my God, again? Naples Manor, once again, for the third time tonight.
By the way, velocities on the hurricane have gone up. We're up to about 125 now, Justin.
Wow.
Yeah, on the northern fringe. Another one for Naples, Florida, tornado warning.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Third one tonight for Naples Manor. Naples Manor's not quite in it yet, but it's just outside of it, so we might as well just count it as being in Naples Manor.
Yeah. Oh, also there might be a tornado warning soon on this storm just to the northwest of Trail City, Florida. There is a tight couplet on that.
Trail City, where's that?
It is near Pinecrest, near Trail Center. It is southeast of that tornado warning in Naples Manor area.
So the Boca Raton one?
I believe so. I'm looking at this on
Yeah, I
Lunar
see
Omega.
that.
There
I
is
see, yeah.
definitely a couplet on that. There's rotation. We got yellows moving moving away. Yeah, we got yellows moving away. We got reds, or darker reds, moving toward. Not really actually moving toward, because there would be green on this, but we have a couplet on that in the Trail Town, Florida, Trail City, getting into Big Cypress National Preserve. So we'll see if a tornado warning gets on that, but I bet you there will be a tornado warning on that soon because we have a tight couplet. That is really tight. If we go and take a look at there's a little bit of a hook on that. So that is definitely something to watch. I bet you there will be a tornado warning on that in a little bit, very soon probably. We have a bounded weak echo region to the west of Delray Beach. Justin, just letting you know, bounded weak echo region.
To the west of where?
Delray Beach.
Delray Beach, okay.
Delray Gardens, villages of Oracle. We got very strong TVS. And we have a little mini hurricane, a little bounded weak echo region, or BUR for short. Yeah, that's what they are, people. It's like a mini hurricane on a micro scale. Okay, that has filled in a little bit, but still has tight velocities. So if you are in the Bethesda Hospital West, again, Bethesda Hospital West, Aberdeen, this is a tornado warning, radar indicated. We also
sorry, go ahead.
We may also have a new tornado warning soon issued for Seminole Manor, Lake Worth corridor. We also have a little bit of rotation on that storm too. So
Yeah, the one you were calling just off the coast of Boca Raton, that one has a very well-defined couplet now. So if you are Ahead of that, if you're in Boca Raton, Delray Beach, Deerfield Beach, you need to keep an eye out for the next couple of minutes to see if this gets tornado warned.
We also may have a new tornado warning soon issued here near the stormwater treatment. Again, what I'm looking at, folks, is velocity. And again, this measures, again, is the wind moving toward, or is the rain or whatever the radar is detecting, is it moving toward the radar? Is it moving away from the radar? Is it moving kind of parallel, adjacent to the radar? So we're able to pick things up using technology. And that's the thing, Justin. Radar has come so far where we can use dual pool and where we are able to see velocity. So we got an area of rotation here, we got an area of rotation here, and a little weak area of rotation here. Okay, that one near Lucerne Lakes is breaking up a little bit, but this area of rotation down here is definitely still intense. We do got greens. That is toward the radar right there. Inbound velocities, outbound velocities here. So again, some spin-ups going on with that. Bethesda Hospital West, Arbutin, Sun Valley, Gulf, Delray Gardens. Definitely need to be in your storm shelter. Tornado warning has been issued there. Still waiting to see if we get a tornado warning here near Trail Town. Nothing yet, because that is definitely some enhanced winds on that. So yeah, got tornadoes going on. At the same time, we have an immense, powerful hurricane that is swinging closer to the coast of Florida. You can see it here on the latest radar from the Mark Missenbaum at FSU. And you can see it right there. The Eyewall replacement cycle is still kind of in progress. It's giving us mixed signals, but look at that secondary eyewall. Really strong eyewall there, really well built up. Also on the northern side, we have very intense rainfall going on around that. And this is getting closer and closer to Naples, Florida, Fort Myers, getting closer to even Sarasota and Charlotte, or Port Charlotte, that is, in Florida. Look at Key West, Justin. Really intense rain bands swinging on through there with, oh yeah, and you can even see on the Mark Missenbaum that very intense storm rotating. Actually, I can bring it up. Right there, it's this storm that we're tracking, the strong waterspout, that is actually rotating around this storm. So that's going to kind of fall apart as that moves offshore because this hurricane is moving in like that. Based on the radar velocity data, it is no surprise that this is still a major hurricane. We probably have winds up to about 120 miles an hour, maybe 125. So still a very powerful, potent Category 3 hurricane, Ian, as you all are watching this. But getting closer onto the Key West radar, Justin, we have a solid area of velocities of 125 miles an hour on the southern side of the system. On the northern side, we have 125 to 130 mile an hour velocities.
Wow, and hello to all 1,000 people here. Thank you for joining us, and thank you for getting the stream out. It's very important that people see this because this is a major hurricane heading straight for Florida.
Yep. We have 1,000 people watching. Again, getting this out to people. Share it, share it, share it. We're treating this like a news broadcast right now. And we're doing all we can to keep you all updated because we're keeping an eye on recon at this time. Live recon in progress. Headed out there into the storm. So while we are keeping an eye on tornadoes, we're also keeping an eye on how strong will Ian get before it makes landfall. This thing still has 170 miles to go before it makes landfall. So probably by tomorrow afternoon, maybe tomorrow evening, is when the eye will approach the Port Charlotte area, maybe towards, say, portions there of Cape Coral and down to the south there. So how strong will Ian get? Everyone's asking probably. Well, right now, the latest HWRF model has dialed in, and we're thinking probably in the ballpark of about 125 to 130 mile an hour winds all the way through the next 12 hours. Pressure down to 933 millibars. So this indicates that the pressure will drop further than from where it's at, and it could get down just into 928 millibars. That is really low, Justin. All right, Justin had to go. I think he'll be right back. So we're dealing with a 928 millibar low, maybe getting close to the coast here. Again, this is one model run. This is, again, if we look back at the last few runs, we can see 935, 938, 948. This is changing, 942. This is moving all over the place. But right now, as what it stands, Justin, there you are, you're back. We're talking about a 928 on the H-Wharf model by Wednesday morning. Very close to the coast here at Port Charlotte, Florida, maybe getting really close to Tampa, Florida with hurricane force winds, even on shore.
Yeah.
So this is really going to be significant. When we take a look at the HMON model, look at this. The HMON also has a scenario similar to the H-Wharf, but not as strong, down to 939 millibars. So about 10 to 11 millibars weaker, but still, look at these winds. 120 knots, that's 135, 140 mile an hour winds potentially. So again, that's in the ballpark of a Category 4 hurricane.
Give me one second.
Okay, on the approach to the west coast of Florida. Tampa Bay, Florida, Port Charlotte, look at these winds. Very, very strong, moving onshore. Now, are the models onto something? Is the H-Bond, the H-Wharf, thinking that this could intensify further? Absolutely. But we have an Eyewall replacement cycle that the H-Mon and the H-Wharf did not detect. So that could play a role here in the 0Z output of the H-Mon and H-Wharf. But regardless, very strong winds will be substantial. We're talking about potentially unsurvivable storm surge, flooding. What else? Tornadoes, severe weather that is going to be really enhanced because we have this hurricane moving on shore. And when we take a look at the rainfall, look at this eyewall moving on shore on the H-Wharf. And this is assuming, folks, that the eye is weaker on one side. This is not a very well-defined eyewall by any standards. We have very heavy rainfall on the western eyewall with a weaker eyewall on the eastern side, but still, you're going to be talking about hurricane force winds as this moves on shore. Tampa Bay, you're talking about tornadoes, strong winds, flooding, stormy Wednesday, we can call this. Big time stormy weather. Maybe some waterspouts down here as some of these feeder bands rotate around the center of Ian as this moves on shore throughout the morning hours of Wednesday. And then still really heavy rain and even into the Carolinas. So just because the eye begins to fill in, that means the pressure begins to rise because this is interacting with land. The pressure goes up because of friction. But still, that heavy rain to the northern side is going to be a huge, big deal. Talking rain rates that could be on the order of about a half an inch to an hour to maybe a couple of inches an hour in some instances. And then this gets into the Savannah, Georgia area, into, say, South Carolina. And yeah, the front quadrant of this, there could be waterspouts. Very strong winds on that as that moves on shore. And there's your center. So this could go back over the waters, but then move back inland as it kind of rounds the trough. The trough is going to put this on shore eventually. But still, huge, huge big deal. The HMON model, very different with rainfall. Let's take a look at this. More of a structured type hurricane. Still a little weaker on the east side, but still very strong eyewall all on the western, northern, and southern sides. And again, where you get that eyewall is where you are going to see the strongest winds. We could be looking at lightning. We could be looking at some waterspouts, some perturbations, or some squall perturbations within the eyewall that could produce very brief, intense waterspouts and tornadoes. And then, of course, out here near Lake Okeechobee and further inland, we're looking at, again, the threat for some waterspouts and stuff, or not waterspouts, tornadoes, because it's on shore. And then, of course, to the north, very heavy rainfall that could lead to some flood problems. And then this moves offshore, just like the H-Wharf. Two of these models do agree on a scenario that looks like Georgia, the Carolinas could get hit pretty hard by Thursday afternoon, all the way through perhaps even into Friday night with heavy rain, strong winds. It's going to be very, very nasty. All right. And that's why we're live streaming on this all the way up until 9 o'clock tonight. We might even go a little longer than this because of what we're seeing. So major hurricane conditions onshore in the next, say, 18 or so hours. Hurricane warning has been issued for that reasoning. I mean, look at all the blue areas. Literally in almost the entire state of Florida under a tropical storm warning at this time, including for South Carolina now. The coast there has tropical storm watches because this thing is going to be curving out like we saw on the H-Wharf, on the H-Mon. Might intensify a little bit more, maybe by like 5 or so miles an hour, but it will be in the weakening stages, and then it makes onshore there of South Carolina by Saturday afternoon. But nevertheless, it does not matter of how strong this is going to get. It only takes a Category 1, or for all I care, it only takes a tropical depression or a tropical storm to bring substantial impacts, okay? Hurricane Nate, when it made its way onshore in the Gulf Coast, that brought devastating impacts. It only takes a Category 1, folks. This is a Category 3, might even be a Category 4 before it makes its way onshore. And we are talking about big storm surge. So the arrival time of these impacts of tropical storm force winds. So if you are in Port Charlotte in Florida, if you're in Tampa Bay by about Wednesday morning. So when you get up in the morning, you're going to hear the wind. It's going to be just blowing. It's going to be stormy out there unless you evacuated. Good. Sweet. All right. If you are in the northern portion of Florida by Wednesday night, moving into that area. But take note of these colors. We have a 90 to 100% chance, folks, there is going to be tropical storm force winds. Actually, I do not have the product out for the chances of hurricane force winds. I should have brought that up. So let's do that.
And two things to report, David. Number one is that tornado near Delray Beach. There is a picture of it, so we can now add another tornado to the tally. Number two, there is another tornado warning just ahead of that one. And number three, this is coming from BNO News. Ladies and gentlemen, just to show you how significant this hurricane is, the entire country of Cuba is out of power.
The entire country of Cuba is without power.
Is out of power now, according to BNO News.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. The entire country is without power. That is substantial. See, folks, that was a Category 3 hurricane moving over Cuba. Imagining if this does become a Category 4, hitting a populated area in Florida. That's what we're talking about, folks. So again, thanks for the quick update tidbit. Justin, you're awesome. You're on it tonight. Congratulations. All right, so back to my quick intermediate advisory update here. Again, 100% chance, a 90 or 80% chance over the Port Charlotte area, by the way, Justin. So we're talking about hurricane force winds here that are certainly likely, and then even possible right off the coast there of Florida, just east of Jacksonville, there could be a 30% chance of hurricane force winds. I have stressed this enough, folks. I gotta read this. This is my job for you all, because the three key points that the NHC says here is, number one, life-threatening storm surge is increasingly likely along the Florida coast, where a storm surge warning, we'll be looking at that in just a second, is in effect, with the high risk for Naples to the Sarasota region. Residents in these areas should listen to advice given by local officials and follow evacuation orders for your area. hurricane force winds are expected in the hurricane warning area in southwestern and western central Florida beginning Wednesday morning, with tropical storm conditions that are expected overnight. Devastating wind damage is expected. I mean, Justin, the word devastating wind damage is a strong wording from the NHC and is expected near the core of Ian. Residents need to rush all preparations to completion, which again is where this comes from. So you have until 2 in the morning if you're in, say, Cape Coral, if you're in, say, Port Charlotte in Florida. You have until 8 in the morning on Wednesday, folks, in Tampa to get prepared for tropical storm force winds, because as soon as tropical storm force winds arrive into your area, your essential time to prepare is 0 minutes left. Okay, you literally have nothing left to prepare for, because the winds are going to be increasing substantially when you arrive into those tropical storm force winds. So make sure anyone in these areas has preparations rushed to completion. Number 3, big one, very big one.
Big TDS now on an unwarned tornado near Lake Harbor. This one is moving into populated areas again. Big TDS. Sorry to interrupt you.
Which radar site are you using?
This is AMX.
Okay.
It is unwarned. If you look at the tornado warning, it is just to the west of that.
Oh, I think it just got warned.
Possibly.
Let me go to high resolution correlation coefficient. Oh, yes, that is.
That one near Lake Harbor?
I do see that.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's a TDS. That is definitely a TDS. So
once again, guys, the reason we're talking about tornadoes, because I see people that are asking again why we're talking about tornadoes, because this is a big deal. These tornadoes are heading into populated areas. This hurricane is still out in the open Gulf for now.
But, with the winds that are strong that are coming with this, you get the shear. You get directional shear. It's kind of like a severe weather event. But this severe weather event that could last 2 or 3 days, as what Justin was saying earlier with the SPC outlooks, with a slight risk for the next 3 days, Justin, that's correct, right?
Slight risk for the next 3 days, that is correct.
Yes, so tornado chances are going to be pretty elevated there. So if you're in the Clueston area, again, debris ball to your south, so TDS, the tornado debris signature is being indicated here. That should get warned. That definitely needs to get warned, because that is definitely a TDS, and that is correlated with high reflectivity values. So if I keep this circled in, we go over here. Let's go to the super res correlation coefficient. Let's bring that up. That matches the CC drop there on. That indicates there's debris being lofted. So we have a tornado possibly on the ground. That's what it looks like. So there should be a tornado warning on this, and I don't know why there isn't. So if you're in Moore Haven, if you're in the Harlem area in Florida, you need to be taking shelter. This is a tornado. Another way to look at this is bigger city names that you guys can all see. So Moore Haven, Benbow, Liberty Point, Shawnee, Harlem. There is, again, a tornado headed your direction. That's what is being indicated here on the Doppler Radar site. There's a debris signature on top of your radar. I mean, nothing to argue about that. This is definitely on the ground. Probably a landspout of some sort. There's not much in the way of a hook echo on that, but still, there is a TDS or tornado debris signature on that storm. As we go back, again, there it is. Okay, so just a quick update, Justin. We have more tornado warnings, Justin. Justin? Okay, I don't know. I think he left for a second. He should be back. But yeah, we have 5 tornado warnings right now going on in Florida. Oh, now we still have 5. So if you are, just a quick update on the severe weather. So Deep Lake, Rockland, Mills City, Miles City, tornado warnings are issued for that area. Radar has indicated these that are tornadoes. No confirmation of debris on the ground or any damage yet. So these are radar indicated rotation. We also have radar indicated rotation near LaBelle, just to the west of there. So if you're in River Hall in Florida, tornado warning has been issued there, and it expires in 6 minutes. So 6 minutes of the expiration time there. These two here are issued for another 21 minutes. So if you're in the Haverhill area, if you're in the Boynton Beach area, more heavy rain, strong winds are anticipated. Looks like maybe another water spout may be coming on shore. So if you're in this area, please make sure you're in your shelter, because there is definitely a lot of rotation. Oh, and by the way, this is the tornado warning that I predicted that would get issued because of this right here. All right, we lost another tornado warning, so we're down to now 4 tornado warnings. So yeah, we got to keep an eye on this. Got to watch this. All right. So really quickly, though, to the rest of the intermediate advisory, and then we'll be talking about the severe weather and recon data. A lot to talk about, folks. I've never been this busy keeping you all updated on YouTube, because we have a lot to track right now. Heavy rainfall will affect most of the Florida peninsula for the next several days, spreading to the rest of the southeastern U.S. by Thursday and Friday, likely causing flash urban and small stream flooding. Considerable flooding is expected, with widespread, prolonged, moderate to major river flooding expected across western Florida or across central Florida. That's when this comes into hand. We have a threat for 15 plus inches of rainfall in Tampa, Florida, Orlando, Florida, Jacksonville, Florida, there with up to 10 to 15 inches of rain. So if you're in the red, orange, or pink, you're going to be seeing some serious river flooding, urban flooding, small stream flooding, fresh water flooding. The flooding not from storm surge. If you're along the coast, there is going to be storm surge flooding on top of freshwater flooding. So storm surge, that's why the storm surge could be a little higher, maybe as much as 10 to maybe even 15 feet in some areas. There is a high risk for flash flood potential here in Tampa Bay, Orlando, Jacksonville, Florida. To the south here, there's a moderate risk for flash flooding. So if you're in Key West, Miami, Lake Okeechobee, if you are south here in portions there of say Cape Coral and Port Charlotte, moderate risk for flooding. Tallahassee, a marginal to slight risk for flooding. Savannah, Georgia, under a marginal to slight risk for flooding, as well as the Charleston area. So again, flooding, water, folks, is going to be something else. The wind is one thing, but the water is going to be more devastating. So here's a look at the storm surge forecast from the National Hurricane Center. Again, Bonita Beach could see as much as 8 to 12 feet of storm surge when the Eyewall passes over the area. If you're in the East Cape Sable, 4 to 6 feet of storm surge. Key West, 2 to 4 feet of storm surge. Dry Tortugas, they're about 3 to 5 feet. If you're in the mouth of the St. Mary's River, maybe 4 to 6 feet. Savannah River, maybe 3 to 5 feet. South Santee River, about 2 to 5 feet of storm surge. The only area that might see the lowest storm surge, to be quite honest, is Patrick Air Force Base at 1 to 3 feet, and Indian Pass and Swanee River there at also 1 to 3 feet. Actually, the Big Bend of Florida, for once, is not really in danger like we thought, say, a couple of days ago when the Big Bend of Florida was going to get the worst of it. Now it looks to be down here across the central and southern Florida region, as well as up here now, where, again, 4 to 6 feet is in the deck of cards, according to the NHC. Therefore, there is a storm surge warning that is issued, and a storm surge warning is devastating to life-threatening storm surge is expected in the warning area within the next 36 hours or sooner. So Homolosa Springs, storm surge warning. Spring Hill, storm surge warning. St. Petersburg, Clearwater, Tampa, Sarasota, Port Charlotte, Cape Coral, Fort Myers, Bonita Springs, Naples, under storm surge warnings. If you're down here in the Key West area, you're talking about storm surge watches that have been issued. If you're going up the East Coast, no storm surge watches or warnings here in Jupiter or West Palm Beach or say Delray Beach, because you're going to get winds that are going to kind of go offshore. So the water is going to be moving in this direction, kind of like this. So storm surge is not really anticipated for these areas, but it doesn't surprise me if the water gets a little elevated. Palm Coast, Jacksonville storm surge warnings are issued because by that time the winds are going to be curving around. The winds are going to be doing this, and so that's going to push water, the Atlantic waters onshore in the Jackson, the St. Mary's River bed area. Brunswick storm surge watches have been issued. Savannah, Beaufort, if you're in Mount Pleasant, Charleston, storm surge watches have been issued. These could get upgraded to warnings depending on the extent of the intensity of Ian. As of right now, the 9 o'clock advisory, nothing has changed. Winds are at 120 miles an hour, but it could get upgraded in the next update by the National Hurricane Center depending on recon, and we will be sure to bring that to you live when it comes out. All right, so again, we are talking about big time winds here. Justin, are you there?
I am here. Yeah, I've been here. I've just been on mute while you give your.
Okay, sweet. All right, I need to go for dinner here in just a second. So I hate to go, but I have to eat dinner here very soon. But the system is now about 162 miles off the coast, or 161 miles off of, say, the Port Charlotte area, Eaglewood. Okay, so that's what we're watching very closely. Okay, very strong winds is anticipated with this. Category 4 is still on the possibility of the table. All right, really quick radar update. Let's see with what we have going on here on the current structure. And that Eyewall has definitely been completing itself. Look at that. Yeah, definitely a very big Eyewall now. That is very intense. Oh, yes, this might be intensifying, Justin. And you know what, Justin? We have vortices that are intensifying with this. Look at the vortices.
Yeah, I do see that.
So this might be strengthening. Let's look at latest radar estimates. And then I'm going to go for my quick dinner or happy dinner. And then I'll be right back. I promise you all. We're going to be live on this for several more hours. I am not going anywhere. Oh,
are you over when you?
Yes, yes, I will.
Okay.
I'll take over. Yes, Justin, we are now up to 130 mile an hour winds on this based on radar data.
Okay.
130 mile an hour winds on all quadrants. 130, maybe 140. So this might be upgraded to a category 4, potentially. This is really serious. Really serious. So this is strengthening, I believe. I believe this is strengthening based on latest radar data. So this is going to get more devastating. All right, Justin, can you share your screen for me, if you can?
Yes, absolutely.
Because
let me
I
pull
need
some
it. Because
tabs
I
up,
gotta.
though.
All right. Let me know when you're ready, because I gotta eat dinner.
Absolutely, yeah.
It's an honor that you all are watching right now. God bless you all for the 900 people that are watching. Let's get this out to a lot of people, everybody. Let's get this into the algorithm, because we are tracking tornadoes. We are tracking hurricane force winds offshore. We are tracking even tropical storm force winds that are coming onshore as we speak. We're going to be live here for several more hours. Okay, several more hours on this monster hurricane. Okay, all right, so are you ready, Justin?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Yes, you guys, I will be back The weatherman has to eat dinner, okay? I promise I will be back. Our hurricane severe weather specialist will be covering the fort or holding down the fort until I get back. It should be about 10 to 15 minutes, maybe 20 minutes, depending on how fast I eat. All right, but please subscribe, everybody, if you're new and you like the content, because we have live coverage, breaking news right now on powerful Category 3 Hurricane Ian. Take it away, Justin, hurricane specialist.
Okay, guys. So, can everybody hear me? I want to make sure you guys can hear me. Just put a yes in the chat if you can. Really quickly. Let's see. I don't see anything. Okay. Just quick yeses if you can hear me. I want to make sure so I don't talk to nobody. Okay, perfect. So, right now we can see we're going to track the severe weather first, and then I'm going to move over to Hurricane Ian, and we will talk about what's going on with that really quickly. But first, we can see we have a couple tornado warnings in effect. If we move over to our terminal radar up here, this is TFLL. The difference between terminal radars, which are these ones, and the regular radars, Doppler radars, which are KAMX. The difference between those, the terminal radars, those give you a more in-depth look of what's happening, and they also update every single minute. So we're going to be able to see every minute what's going on with these storms up here, and although they're in a radar hole, we should be able to see what's going on with them. And 3 tornado warnings in effect. They don't look anything too impressive. West Palm Beach, very populated area, currently in a tornado warning. Wellington, tornado warning. I'm not even going to try to pronounce that. Royal Palm Beach, tornado warning. So if you're in the towns that I just called out and anything surrounding them, please take cover. And then we're going to move over to our KAMX radar so we can check this guy out. And you can see this is in rural areas. I highly doubt there's many people in this area. But you can see some rotation. This is going to be moving in this general direction. That is a terrible color to use. Okay, it's going to be moving in this general direction, so probably towards the Naples, Florida area in the next couple of hours. However, if it gets there at this intensity, it'll be very hard to sustain, honestly. These tropical tornadoes, as I was telling you about earlier, they tend to cycle really quickly. So 1 second, these things are going to be really strong, and then the next second, they're not going to be strong. And they're going to cycle, and that's what you call a cyclic supercell. And you can see there's one after the other. I would not be shocked if this one down here gets tornado warned. But with that, we're going to move over to the tropical aspect of what's going on. And there's another tornado warning up near Cape Coral, Florida, in a radar hole, so I'm not going to really talk about it, but there's that. So if we look at our satellite imagery right now, you can see that Ian is starting to complete its Eyewall replacement cycle. And I'm just going to pause the frame at the last second. You can see right here we have the eye of Ian, and then we have the Eyewall, which is going to move around, obviously, and that's what we call the Central Dense Overcast, or CDO. If anybody has any questions about how Ian is doing right now, feel free to ask. Does anybody have any questions? I'll just keep looking at chat, but right now Ian's completing its Eyewall replacement cycle, and how we know that it's completing its Eyewall replacement cycle, this is what David talked about earlier before he left, is let's look at the KBYX radar, and look at this, velocities up to 134, 135 miles per hour, and the fact that it's completing its Eyewall replacement cycle, we know this because there's one eye. There's not multiple concentric eye walls, is what you'd call that, where there's multiple eye walls. And the inner eye wall, which was there earlier, has effectively died, and now the outer eye wall is the only one that is living. So really all that it needs to do is blow up some vertical hot towers or deep convection, and it'll be able to pretty quickly intensify before making landfall. And now let's move over to the National Hurricane Center and see what they're saying for their key messages. And we'll first look at U.S. rainfall potential. So this is the main topic of this hurricane. This is the main topic of what is going on here, and the big thing that people have to focus on. Because when you think of a hurricane, you're going to think of the winds, you're going to think of the debris, but you're not really thinking of the rainfall that's going to fall because of this. And You can see up to 15, even 20 inches of rainfall, 20 inches of rainfall in the Tampa Bay area or land just north of Orlando, all the way to the coast. And that, because of that, the Weather Prediction Center has issued a high risk of excessive rainfall on day 2 and day 3. And I'll show you that really quickly. Now, guys, put in chat how often you think we get a day 3 high risk from Weather Prediction Center. How many times do you think that this has happened before, a day 3 high risk? Let's see. I can't make a poll, but we're just gonna see if you guys get it right. How many times have we had a day 3 high risk from the Weather Prediction Center? How many times? 1, 2, 3, 10, 15. How many times here? Since nobody's answering, I'm just gonna tell the answer. Okay, 3. Okay, there we go. Now it's starting to load. I think my chat's just a little bit behind. But this is the thing. Like, oh, there we go. Oh wow, I'm so stupid. I forgot. I don't live stream. David's the one who does that. I just feed him the information. So I forgot that the chat is so delayed from the actual stream. That's so funny. Okay. This has happened, get this, one time before this. So this is only the second time that we've had a day 3 high risk from the Weather Prediction Center. And that just shows you how rare this is. This is incredibly rare to get a day 3 high risk for excessive rainfall, and this means at least 70% chance of excessive rainfall causing flash flooding, urban stream flooding, river flooding, that kind of thing. And now we're going to move over to storm surge, because I know you guys have been wanting to see this, and this is the peak surge forecast. 8 to 12 feet of storm surge just to the south of Tampa Bay. This is where it's expected to make landfall, along with 4 to 6 feet in and around Tampa Bay, 3 to 5 feet if you go further north, and then 1 to 3 feet. That's more conditional. And then another thing which I wanted to highlight is the fact that we could get up to 3 to even 6 feet up in the South Carolina and Georgia areas. And yesterday this was not here, but since it's taking a far southeastern track compared to what it was taking yesterday, we're now seeing the potential for possibly some re-intensification or reorganization if it can take a track where it goes back into the southwestern Atlantic, and that could cause some storm surge in South Carolina, in Georgia, and in that areas, and it will also expand in size due to Eyewall replacement cycles and things of that nature. So 8 to 12 feet, that's really high. The average person stands 5 to 6 feet. Meaning that's double that person or more than that. And I would not be surprised to see up to 15 feet of storm surge in this red area, conditionally in some towns. I would not be surprised. And if we go over to the NHC's discussion, I really wanted David to mention this earlier. They actually are using incredibly high wording. They said that the new forecast is near the last one, with little higher than which is a little higher than the consensus. I should note that whether Ian comes ashore as a Category 4 hurricane or a large Category 3 after an Eyewall replacement cycle, avoiding a large and destructive hurricane for Florida seems very unlikely, and residents need to heed the advice of local emergency management officials. So get this. You could see destructive conditions in this area. And give me 1 second, guys. Okay, sorry about that. So, yeah, this is going to be a destructive hurricane. Whether it comes ashore as a Category 2, a Category 3, or a Category 4, this thing is going to cause destruction. This thing is going to really ruin a lot of lives, and I hate to say that. I do, but it is what we're looking at. There we go. Okay. So, yeah, that's what the National Hurricane Center is saying. Their intensity grew from yesterday. Yesterday they were saying that this would come ashore as a Category 2 or maybe a low end 3, but now they're forecasting a Category 4 to make landfall just south of Tampa Bay. So, if we look at wind speed probabilities, this is the potential for tropical storm force wind speeds, and that's 35 knots or higher, so 40 miles per hour or higher. And a 90 to 100% chance in basically all of central and western Florida. It's a little outdated here, so I guess you can just kind of like cut this off. But yeah, that's very high, 90 to 100%. And look how widespread that is. Even up into North Carolina and almost even Virginia, you have a 5% chance of tropical storm force winds. So very significant potential there and a very large wind field, which will only enhance the effects that you're going to see from this system. So now if anybody has any questions, feel free to put them in chat and I'm going to read that as I go through. This is the hurricane wind speed potential, and again, in around 70 to 100% chance in the landfall location of Tampa Bay and south of there. So now we're going to take a look back at radar and see what's going on, because I do not want to miss this severe weather, because this is actually a big deal, and I cannot overstate that. And just like I said, that one storm that had that rotation, wow, look at that. I'm actually going to cover this until this goes away, because that is actually a very significant rotational signature. That's what we call a couplet, where you have the inbound velocities, 72 miles per hour, touching those outbound velocities, negative 28 miles per hour, gate to gate of 80-something miles per hour. I'm not going to do the math, but that's pretty significant. You could have a tornado on the ground here, and let's check if there is a TDS or tornado debris signature, and there is not. This is in basically the middle of nowhere, so this is in like the middle of nowhere, so there's not going to be much for it to hit, luckily, but yeah, there is quite the signature right there. Now I'm going to take a look at this Homestead one, because that looks pretty interesting. Nope, nothing coming out of that one, and the West Palm Beach ones still look pretty mediocre in terms of tornado potential. So let's see some questions here. Is there anything coming after Ian? So thank you for asking that, Chase. We don't really know the answer to that, because hurricanes, you really won't know up to, I'd say, about 2 weeks in advance. You'll start to see the signal, but really only 5 days in advance will you start to really know if that's going to form or not. And we don't see anything in the next 5 days that's going to form. I haven't seen anything in the next 2 weeks that looks like significant and alarming, but things can pop out of nowhere. This system actually only really popped up in the week and a half period, so we didn't get that big of a signal beforehand, but when it popped up, it popped up. So that's not saying that there's not going to be stuff after this. There almost certainly will. We're only September 22nd. That is not true. September something. But I think it's the 28th, right? But yeah, there will likely be stuff after this. We just don't know when, where, how intense. We really don't know anything about that. So now you will take a look at Ian again, and those velocities are up to, wow, look at that, pixels of 141 miles per hour. That's max. Those are likely gustings, though. Those are probably not sustained winds. I would definitely not put this thing at 140 miles per hour. Is South Florida done with the worst of it? Absolutely not. South Florida has probably not even seen the worst of it yet. It's still on its way. It's not even there yet. In terms of tornado potential, maybe South Florida has seen the main part of it. However, in terms of wind and flooding, South Florida has seen nothing yet. September 27th. Okay, thank you for that. Let's see. We have had little rain. Any tornado warnings in Naples? Okay, thank you for asking that. So right now, not really. There have been quite a few around Naples, just south of it, near Naples Manor. However, there are nothing near Naples right now, just some showers. But those showers could turn tornadic. We don't know that yet. We'll have to find out and see. Thank you for this info. Of course, Michelle, that's my job. Let's see. Yeah, it is only getting started right now. It is only getting started. Will Fort Myers be effective? Affected? Where's Fort Myers? I don't know my Florida geography at all, so I gotta Google that. I'm so sorry. Fort Myers. We'll see this together. Okay. Oh yes, definitely some potential for Fort Myers to be impacted by this. Definitely, actually. If whether it be by flooding or some storm surge, you're likely not going to get a ton of storm surge that far inland, but definitely some flooding potential and some damaging wind potential with this. It is a hurricane after all, and you are not far from where this thing's going to make landfall. Cape Coral, of course I can talk about Cape Coral. Yeah, Cape Coral actually is in The worst spot, I hate to say it, Fort Myers too, really. They are in not good spots for this. Cape Coral, definitely some storm surge, 8 to 12 feet of it, I'd say, along with damaging wind from the hurricane and definitely a lot of flash flooding. Will Orlando be affected tomorrow? Orlando will probably get a lot of rain. They are in that five. We'll take a look at the SPC risk too. This is the tornado risk. And thank you guys for all joining me tonight. This is the tornado risk for today. You can see that 5% chance of tornadoes within 25 miles of any given point, and that's for all of Central Florida and South. And then the day 2, you have this of another 5%. Orlando's in it, Fort Myers is in it, almost the entire state of Florida's in it. So definitely potential for tornadoes tomorrow. I'd say even a higher percent of chance for tornadoes tomorrow. If they were to go 10% tomorrow, it would probably be in this area, and I would not rule it out, especially considering what we saw today with how many tornadoes we got today, and it wasn't even the highest end potential, because tomorrow is. There's definitely potential to see a 10% tomorrow. And then day 3, we have another 5%. This one, again, is for Orlando and Melbourne. So the person asking about Orlando, definitely tornado potential and definitely flash flooding potential for sure. The new mesoscale discussion. Let's go take a look at that. Okay, so let's see this. The threat for a few tornadoes will continue into the overnight hours. That does make sense. Just going to glance through this. Yes, that does add up. The environment remains favorable for tornadoes, of course. Should it hit Cape Coral tomorrow? Yes, Cape Coral is in the worst spot. That is the landfall. That is the forecasted landfall area. Please share this video, by the way. Get it out to more people so that more people can be informed about what is coming to Florida, because this is a big deal. And now we're going to take a look back at velocity images on radar scope. And you can see that couplet has intensified quite significantly in the past few frames, and it is continuing to move in the north-northwest direction. It's crazy how wide this hurricane is. Yeah, it has around a 40-mile wide eye right now, which is pretty big. It's expanding due to the Eyewall replacement cycle, so yeah, it's a pretty big hurricane. If you are homeless in Cape Coral, you definitely need to find a place to, I'm sure they have shelters that you can get to. Again, I don't know much about what the preparations are in those cities, but you should definitely try to find shelter in any way that you can. If that's true. You're afraid of death. I can't fix that one for you. I'm so sorry. Okay, yeah, so let's go back to satellite imagery and show you what's going on here. So the eye has started to cloud over in the last few frames, and that makes sense. As the eyewall replacement cycle starts to finish, you're going to see that the eye is going to cloud over before the new eyewall takes over, and then the eye will start to clear out again as you get subsidence in that eye, and it will rapidly clear.
I am back.
Oh, welcome back. Hello. Thank God. Hello.
What's the latest on this? Is it still organizing the eye?
I was just talking about the eye has started to close up, and Jason, I'm laughing because the comments, some people are making quite a few jokes about my knowledge of geography. Okay. Go ahead, David.
All right, we have 2 tornado warnings that, wow, the couplet on these 2 are really, really intense. Look at the couplet on this. Wagon Wheel, Turkey Foot, Miles City in Florida. Tight couplet on these 2 storms. So, do you see this, Justin?
Yeah, I do.
I mean, that is really
Jason
strong.
Carter. I'm not saying you are. I don't know where you're going with this, but yeah. Go ahead, David.
All right. But welcome, everybody. I hope you all are doing really, really good. I hope you're doing great. What's up, Jason Carter? What's up, Severe Weather Center? What's up, Mrs. Cookie? What's up, No Chains No More? What's up, KO? What's up? Sheridan, how are you? Welcome to the Weather United channel. So again, we are keeping an eye on this. Miles City, we have tight rotation on this. Tight couplet that is ongoing. Okay, we just got a new update on the radar. That couplet is a little weaker near Miles City. All right. So if we take a look here at the Turkey Foot wagon wheel, this is really tight rotation on this. Also, really tight couplet. We have yellows. I mean, yeah, we do have yellows. 96, Justin, on this, touching 17, maybe negative 13. So we have a tight couplet on this storm. Really tight couplet. So two of them. Yeah. Taking a look at our other, taking a look at Rivera Beach, West Palm Beach, Haverhill, Delta. We have another couplet of strong rotation that we have going on. This is going towards Grassy Waters Preserve, North Palm Beach County Airport, Aviation Airport. So again, if you're in that area, please take shelter because again, we have tornadoes that are still going on with this storm. Not only that, if we take a look at Mark Missenbaum, this eye is definitely becoming really organized. Very strong eye that is shaping up. Really strong. This has the Eyewall replacement cycle. Do you think it's completed, Justin?
I think it's nearing completion if it hasn't completed already. There's still some remnants of the inner eye wall, especially the western portion, which was the convectively strongest portion all day. But I think it's starting to complete very, very quickly.
Oh boy. Oh boy. This is not good at all. So again, there is the eye, everyone. You can see, actually, if we look at the last 200... Yeah, we can look at the last 200 frames on this. This is actually really cool. You can see how the eye wall has progressed when this actually loads. Again, this is from Mark Missenbaum on the Key West, Florida radar site on FSU. And you can see with what we have. Yeah, there's the eye. So it's only been almost 12 hours and the system has moved that much. So in another maybe 12 or so hours, it'll be really close to moving on shore. But look at how strong this eye was early on. Really strong eye wall. Really strong. The secondary eye wall really taking over right now. And we should get a new update from the National Hurricane Center to see what those winds are going to be like. But I am very sure right now these winds are definitely stronger. Between about 116, maybe 125 miles an hour. We have winds on the northern side at about 130 miles an hour. Look at the outbound winds getting close to 140 miles an hour. So this could be a Category 4 potentially. We'll have to really wait and see if they do an upgrade on the wind.
David, if you could check your DMs and not share the screen, that'd be great.
Okay.
Just really quickly.
All right. Justin.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, okay, there you are. All right. So again, we are keeping an eye. We're keeping an eye on this system very closely. Very, very strong winds on Hurricane Ian as it gets closer. There is the system in, for reference, very strong eye wall. Really strong eye wall that remains well intact. And it is possible this might have intensified. Okay, we got another mission Training mission? What? Why are they doing a training mission? All right, Air Force Hurricane Hunter aircraft is in the storm, Justin, and they have found a 115 knot wind bar. No, wait, 96 knot wind barb. Pressure is down to 952 millibars, Justin, so the pressure has not gotten any lower with this.
Wow, yeah, I mean, makes sense. It's gone through an Eyewall replacement cycle, so it's probably weakened, if anything. It'll start to strengthen again, though.
Yeah. So, latest recon data just came out, and air pressure is down to 952 millibars, almost 951, perhaps. So, if we take a look at our model here, we are definitely not as strong as the H-Wharf. Not as strong as any of the models. This is actually weaker, so it'll be interesting to see how this is gonna play out. But this is a look at the latest recon mission, and they have found 952 millibar air pressure with flight level winds. Let's go to flight level. On our graph, they have found 90 knot winds. This may not even be a major hurricane. We'll have to wait and see, but the radar from Key West does show major hurricane winds. Quite interesting that it's not being picked up on recon very much. But we'll see with what they get on the other side of the eye. But very, very strong. Very strong. What's up, Ethan B? What's up, brother? How are you? Welcome back, Ethan. So again, yeah, Ethan, this is a very powerful hurricane. Very powerful hurricane right now. Looks like, Justin, the eye has moved a little bit northward.
Yeah, I see that.
Now this is moving northward. Pressure is up to 953 millibars. No, yeah, 953 that is. Let's see if they, yeah, they're gonna, yeah, yep, they haven't updated the air pressure yet, but yeah, it did come up from 947 to 953. But that pressure could drop again as the eye gets completed.
Ooh, that's an interesting one. David, why don't you explain how the Eyewall replacement cycle works? Somebody asked about that.
So, how the Eyewall replacement cycle works is fully not understood why it occurs, but what happens is you get the outer convection, the outer rain band that forms eventually an outer eyewall, right? You get the outer eyewall that forms. The inner eyewall is still intact, right, as you can see here. So as we progress this through, let me pause this. So you can see that there is two eyewalls here. We got the inner eyewall that is very strong. That's why the pressure was down to 947 millibars earlier today. Then you have the outer eyewall, which you see here on radar. And that forms a concentric ring. And if that is able to close off, right here, that usually forebodes a eyewall replacement cycle. And so that's what we have that took place is all of a sudden that eyewall just began to, or secondary eyewall formed, and it just kind of locked in place. And so as we progressed, as soon as that got consistent enough and it completed and all the energy was focused out to this ring, the inner eyewall slowly is dissipating and it's weakening. So the inner eyewall is not as strong as the outer eyewall now. And so that's what we have going on. And so latest recon data indicates there is no longer a secondary wind max right now. It's only a solid wind max on the northwestern side. So that means we are seeing the secondary eye wall that is pretty well intact on the northern side. We'll have to wait and see with what they find on the other side if this is well intact also with its winds. I'm very sure, though, the northeastern side is going to be stronger, I believe. Probably about maybe 100 knots or so, maybe 113 knots. And if that's the case, we may get this to a Category 4 hurricane. We will have to wait and see with what the recon mission finds. We will have to wait. Tornado warning update. We got to keep an eye on tornado warnings, by the way, because this is a serious situation. A lot of tornadoes. Actually, you know what? Let me add Ethan to the call, and that will be it, Justin, I promise.
Oh, it's up to you. It's your stream.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, Ethan is our severe weather specialist, so that's a great idea.
Yeah, he's our severe weather specialist when it comes to hurricanes and stuff like that, too. So again, we are watching this band of really intense, really intense rainfall as it moves across the southern or western Florida coast. Very intense rain band coming on shore here. Oh, Ethan can't join the call at the moment, but maybe later. So we got really intense rain bands going across right now the Kendall area, or Kendall. That's Miami, Florida also, getting some of the more intense rain bands that are moving across the area. So we're watching this band, maybe some rotation in that, but we have 3 tornado warnings that do remain in effect. One for Rivera Beach. We got some rotation there. Cypress Lakes, Golden Lakes got some intense rotation going on. We might have also another tornado warning that might need to get issued here if you're in Juno Beach, if you're in Jupiter Inlet. Certainly an area to really watch for a possible tornado warning. And that's what we're seeing. Just lots of these spin-ups going on with this hurricane, and that's going to continue for quite some time. All right, okay, someone's letting me know to check Twitter. Okay, let me check my Twitter. By the way, if you all want to follow me on Twitter, I do have a Twitter page. I highly recommend you checking it out. Yeah, so definitely, if you want to check it out, it is there. So let me see with what we got. Okay, I didn't get anything. Oh, wait, maybe messages. All right, no, I didn't get anything from Twitter yet. Let me know when you've sent me something. And then maybe I will just bring it up live on the live stream. Just send me your pics wherever you're at, and then maybe I'll definitely bring them up on the live stream. So, of course, right now, Eve Maria, right now, or Ave Maria, that is, tornado warning issued for your area in Florida. If you're in Wagon Wheel, Turkey Foot, tornado warning issued for that area too. Expires in 9 minutes, both of these. We also got another tornado warning in Rivera Beach that expires in 9 minutes. So 3 of these, a trio, will expire in 9 minutes. Let's take a look at some of our latest cameras, because we got to keep an eye on this. Right now, a little bit of breezy winds. It looks like the rain has kind of slowed down there a little bit. Take a look at another live camera. New Pass Bridge. Rain really dumping here very, very hard. Just dumping extremely hard. Looks like dust. Looks like little pieces of dust just being blown across the camera. When we take a look at Cape Coral, this is getting more deteriorating with rain. The waves are picking up a little bit. We're going to see this really get nasty as the eye passes really close to the camera. We have another camera set up here. This, I guess, is a test mobile camera. Not really good to see that, but this one camera... oh, wait, this is a different one looking at the bridge. See how that does down the road. But looking at these different cameras, this one really sticks out. This should give us a good idea of what the storm surge is going to look like when the storm gets closer. Let's see with what we have as far as wind gusts, and we do not have any more new wind reports. Still 62 mile an hour wind gusts on that station. But we'll watch this. We're going to keep an eye on everything, especially over here where we do have the tornado warnings. Oh, we just got another tornado warning. I called this one, Justin.
Where's that one? Oh, yeah, I see that.
The Jupiter Inlet Colony. Yep, tornado warning. Let me take off my SPC overlays. This is really annoying. There we go. That's a little bit better. So again, if you're in Jupiter Inlet Colony, tornado warning, Shellhaven, tornado warning under your area, or over your area, I should say. So if you're in that area downstream, take shelter, please, on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Okay, avoid windows, avoid any metal objects, please, because again, these could spin up very quickly. We have talked about this throughout the whole entire live stream on the air, the whole show. That again, we have the potential to seeing very quick, intense spin-ups with this hurricane, and that's what we have going on. Jupiter Inlet Colony, Jupiter Island definitely needs to be on the lookout for this. These are moving towards the northwest as we speak. Part of this hurricane that is really intense off the coast of Key West. Oh, okay, we got some new wind damage that just came in on our, thank you for mentioning me. Weather United 1 is the name. So let's actually take a look at this. And look at the damage. Look at that damage.
Wow. Oh, yeah.
Wow.
I'm going to go eat dinner now, so I'll be back in like 20-25 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Look at the damage. I mean, wow, that's crazy. Look at the carts. Jeez.
My car is out.
Yeah, definitely some damage. Guess this is in Florida. That's what it looks like. So if you guys want to follow me, it's Weather United 1, and this is my page. All right, 3 tornado warnings that are issued now. Just let me know in the chat if you did send me something on Twitter, then I'll be happy to share it on the air. Hopefully, if I can pay attention to chat. I haven't been very good at it tonight, but I'll make sure I check it a lot more often. Yeah, I'm trying to figure that out. Where is the damage at on this? I mean, it's a Publix supermarket. It looks like it's in Florida. It sounds like it is in Florida, but where in Florida, I do not know. Gosh, this has already 70,000 views. Congratulations of a viewer that took video of that. You are now viral since I have retweeted it. Yeah, we have 6 warnings now. 6 tornado warnings in this portion of Florida. So if you are in the Arundel area, if you are in the Delta, if you're in Cypress Lakes, Golden Lakes, Haverhill, tornado warning issued for your area. These will expire in about, well, one expires in 3 minutes. This one will expire in 18 minutes. But we have more over here that will, we have one that will expire in 33 minutes. So tornado warnings headed towards Ave Maria in Florida. Okay, that's in Tallahassee. Dang, that is far north. And there was wind damage. Gosh. So again, Ave Maria, if you are in Wagon Wheel, we have tornado warnings issued. This is pretty serious. We have, again, this hurricane that's getting closer to shore, and people are just thinking about, okay, the hurricane's far enough offshore, we shouldn't have to worry about a lot of severe weather. But you need to worry about a lot of severe weather because it's right on your doorstep depending on where you live. We got a lot of these rain bands. Let me zoom out here so you can see this. All these rain bands are coming onshore. They're coming onshore right now. Tornado warnings. We got West Palm that has tornado warnings. These are rotating around the hurricane, moving in this general direction. We got more rain bands over Key West that are rotating around the hurricane. So this is going to get a lot worse, folks. It's going to get much worse than it is, okay? We got more cameras, Sable Island. I'm getting some strong winds right now and some heavy rainfall. That rain has increased. So we'll keep you updated live on the channel when things really deteriorate. Thank you so much, Aiden. I'm glad you liked the stream so much. Let's get an update on recon. I've not taken a look here. Let's see how strong the winds are. Oh, yeah. Oh, my goodness, yes. They have certainly found, whoa. That is 115 knots. That's a Category 4. They have found Category 4 type winds on the northeastern quadrant. This is the jet plane, the big old Fat Albert C-130 Hercules. I love the Hercules aircraft. Thank you, airplane. You are doing a great job at giving us some very valuable data. So here it is right here, Category 4 force winds on the northeastern quadrant. See these flags? That is 50, that's a 50, 100 knots, 110 knots. But here is 115 knot winds. That's 130 mile an hour winds. Yes, 115 knot winds based on the recon aircraft data. So this could be a Category 4 or very close of being one. Definitely at least 125 at least on the high end or on the low end, if so. Let's see with what I got. Hard Rock. Okay, Hard Rock Cafe. Okay, let's take a look. Let me see with what we got. Look at these clouds. These are moving really quickly. So, yeah, really fast moving low-level clouds, and that's part of the low-level jet. That is just screaming. Really just screaming across. Matinee County. So Matinee County is, let me see where that is. Matinee County, maybe someone could help me. Again, I'm not familiar with Florida. That's bad on my part, but I'm sure you're down here. It looks like it's not raining, or maybe you're further north where it's not raining very much. But either way, the clouds are moving very fast. You're in Florida, and yeah, that's what I love about Twitter. You can share a lot of things on here. You can share a ton. So, yes, I saw your tweet, TRG. What's up? So, yeah, I'm going to retweet this out. So, yeah. I showed that earlier. So, if you guys will have anything to share with me, just put it in here on Twitter. Just hashtag, at Weather United 1. And then, yeah, you could tweet me. You can send me images or anything that you've taken. Make sure it's not copyright, because I'm not going to get in trouble at all. And I'll be sure to bring it up in my feed. All right, so keeping an eye on the tornado warnings. We got 3 of them. We got 3 tornado warnings at this time. One near Jupiter Island, heavy rain, strong winds. You get the idea. It's moving into your area right now. It's blinding. You can't see much, so you're not going to see these tornadoes. If they're touching the ground, power flashes, yeah, you're not going to be able to see this or hear it coming. It's going to be too late. So if you're under a tornado warning, take shelter now. On the lowest floor of a sturdy building, avoid windows, avoid anything that is close to the window because the debris can fly into your window. Your windows could bust because of the air pressure, and then you're in so much pain because you have glass on you, you have debris that hits you, and everything. Aiden said 952 millibars. If that's the case, then this has intensified. 952? Okay, that's probably the extrapolated. But either way, this is a Category 4 hurricane. This is a Category 4 hurricane, I believe, because of the data. If you look at the wind barbs, 113 knots, because if I do the online calculator, I know the math. I know my math already. But if we do knots to miles per hour, right, 113 knots, we had 115, right? So that is 132 miles an hour. I thought it was 130, my bad. 113 knots is 130 miles an hour. So we got 115 knots on the northeastern quadrant, which is about 132 miles an hour. I don't know if that's going to overturn their decision to upgrade this to a Category 4. It doesn't surprise me. It does not surprise me at all. That is a very intense eyewall, though. Absolutely intense. While they did not, excuse me, they did not pass through the southeastern eyewall, I am really surprised by that. Definitely intense, though. Absolutely. Yeah, there's your flight level winds. That is definitely supported. I wonder if there's evidence to support a Category 4 even. Because, wow, that is intense. Oh, yes. Look at these winds. Definitely a Category. Yeah, definitely a Category 3 for sure. 125 miles an hour potentially. Potentially a Category 4, though. Depending on what radar site. If we go to Key West, probably a good radar site to use. There's range folding here, but there's a couple of pixels that are at 126 miles an hour. 127. So this could overturn their decision. I mean, we have 132, 134, 136 mile an hour winds. That's very solid. So this could be a Category 4. Does not surprise me. Does not surprise me at all. Yep, 952 millibars. So it has gone up a little bit, but only by like 7 or 8 millibars. But I think this is going to strengthen a lot more. It could get down to 940, and we will see if that ends up happening because we're at 113 knots. So in a way, our winds are at about that as of right now, and the winds could get stronger potentially into the overnight hours. We're going to just have to wait if the 0Z runs came out. We don't have the 0Z yet. But this is very strong with tornadoes. We'll give you a new update here on the top of the hour with another advisory update for the new people that are tuning in. There's precip in the eye, though, Severe Weather Center. I get it, but look at the secondary eye wall. That's the thing, Severe Weather Center. It's clearing out. The eye wall replacement cycle is almost done. I mean, you could argue with me a lot about this, and I'll tell you the same thing, like that secondary eye wall is really falling apart. Or the main eye wall, the inner eye wall is falling apart. The outer eye wall is really intact. Very much intact. So looks like it might be moving a little north. So this could make landfall over Fort Myers. So it's got a little ways to go, another 170 something miles to go. But this wind right now is at 136 miles an hour. We got a couple of pixels at 137 even. So this is solid. It's pretty solid. The southern eyewall, 125, maybe even close to 130 even. So this is really, really strong. All right, let me check Twitter to see if we have any new people that sent in their images. We do. We do. This is coming from NYCWX. Let's click on this. Yeah, there is precipitation in the eyewall, but come on. Come on. This is the eyewall just ending its eyewall replacement cycle. I mean, you can even see the inner eyewall actually moving outward and meeting with the secondary eyewall. So you can see it. So if you have anything to send me, just let me know. Oh, we got more people? No, we don't. Okay. So again, if you want to send anything, it's Weather United or at Weather United 1. Okay, if you want to send me anything. But as it stands right now, I am using the Mark Missenbaum radar site from FSU, and again, you can see that eyewall right there. That the inner eyewall is barely even visible like it was earlier. I mean, look at the transformation. I mean, that inner eyewall is really almost gone. I mean, this is gonna. Unfortunately, this is gonna intensify, I believe, before it makes its way on shore. All right, so let's take a look at severe weather. We have 2 tornado warnings. Actually 3, but this one's merged onto the main one. Jonathan Dinkson State Park under tornado warning. Really heavy rainfall. And we got some rotation on that. So watch out if you're in the area. Please heed my advice. Go on to the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Yeah, water temperatures. Okay, let me look at the water temperatures because that would actually be very helpful because I have not been telling you all about the water temperatures. All right, this is the latest mission. Eye is open to the west. That won't last too long, I believe. That could be a problem, though. That's a shear that's impacting the system. So let's take a look here at the... We can't get any closer. Oh, yeah, Western Atlantic. Yeah, water temperatures right here. Look at this. Water temperatures are up to 30 Celsius. 30 Celsius. Right where the eye is moving over. Look at this. The eye is moving over a 30 Celsius isotherm. And this is going to make landfall when water temperatures there are at 30 Celsius. So that is... This could help it re-intensify even further. Yeah, you could really see how that eye just... The inner eyewall just goes bye-bye. So that eyewall replacement cycle may be almost finished. But we're going to get you latest update on recon. We're at 952 millibars on the latest pass. Yeah, 86 degrees Fahrenheit. That is correct. Actually, at the top of the hour when the main advisory comes out. Yeah, okay. We have 133 mile an hour winds now on the southern side of this. 133 mile an hour winds, velocities. Look at this. This is very strong. 132, 133.1. So this southern eye wall right in here is actually intensifying. The northern eyewall is also very strong. We got some velocities at 41 miles an hour, 39 miles an hour. Pretty solid here at 130 though. So this could be overturned. This could be a Category 4. Would not surprise me by any means at all. This could end up being a serious hurricane. Or it's serious already, but it will be more serious if it's Category 4. So we're watching for a couple more tornado warnings as we're watching radar, we're watching recon data. We have a lot going on right now on Hurricane Ian. Breaking news live coverage on the channel. We also have live cameras out in the field. Keeping an eye on this. Thank you so much, No Chains No More. I do appreciate it, hun. I appreciate it so much. So here's another camera that we're watching, and you can see there, cloud cover, it's cloudy, it's kind of gloomy, it's like it's gonna get stormy. Okay, Caden sent me something. Let's see with what this is. Oh, wow, all that damage. Many without shelter as Hurricane Ian passed through Cuba. Holy moly. Oh my gosh. All that damage. Jeez. That is absolutely crazy. That is devastating. Yeah, look at the power lines are down. That is and think about this, folks. This is a Category 3 hurricane moving over the area. This might be what Florida looks like. Might even be worse in Florida. So, serious wind damage. Absolutely serious. I mean, look at the power lines. They're just dangling. I don't even know why those people are right by the power lines. If those were live, that would be really serious. Really bad. Oh, TRG also sent me something. Thank you, TRG. So that's the eye, and you can see there's barely any precipitation happening within it. What's going to end up happening is when this eye wall strengthens, there's going to be subsidence within the eye itself. So you're not going to see any rainfall or anything. And if there is, this is like low-level precipitation. This is nothing too substantial at all. Nothing to kill the hurricane at all. So this is very strong. Thank you, TRG, for that. Sunset tonight in Pasco County, Florida. I believe that is. Really pretty. I love the orange hues. I like the pink. Man, that is my favorite. Thank you, Anthony DeLeon for that. Really nice camera. Looks like to be an 8K camera. So if you have anything you want to send into this, you might be on the live stream. You might be on air on Twitter. I could make you famous if you want. Just send it in at Weather United. And yeah, mention me. And I will be sure to bring it on air. So here's a live look. This is located in New Pass Bridge. Oh, wait, this other one is Naples, Florida. And yeah, conditions are deteriorating. We got some wind. We got some rain coming down. The sailboat's probably not going to be there after this thing rolls through because of how strong the winds will end up being. It is 88 degrees. Oh, wait, not 88. 76 degrees there right now, so it's not too bad. And here's another look at the camera. Some plants moving around, just a little bit of wind, nothing significant just yet, but we know there's going to be storm surge on this camera. 16 people watching that camera, by the way, and that is located right here near the Sunset Grill region in Florida. So we got some live cameras that we will be showing throughout the stream, including exclusive live recon data. Yep, they're going to do another pass. Hooray. Yes, We need another pass. We need another pass. New eye is showing up. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Yup. Definitely a new eye really showing up. That is very intense. Very strong eye. That eye is really trying to peek out again. Just a little bit. The eye really never kind of dissipated completely. Yeah, that is really strong. That is, I think that's strengthening. It looks like it is definitely strengthening. Unfortunately. And that's what we have here. Really solid. 137, 139 mile an hour winds now. Very strong wind. Look at on the southern side, we have about 125 to 130 miles an hour also. So this is definitely a monster on our current wind estimates based on Doppler radar. All of the colors, folks, and a great way to show you all. So the beige colors are velocities moving away from the radar, so you can see what the wind footprint is. The greens, blues, and purples are winds moving toward the radar. Okay, so that's what we're seeing. And then, of course, right down the middle is neutral, so there's no velocity changes at all. It's not coming toward or away from the radar until it gets further away. But look at this. This is quite strong. Quite strong. Key West, winds at the surface are right around 60 miles an hour, not far above the surface. They are at even hurricane force. So this is really, really intense. Let's see if we got any new Twitter things that came in. Nope, we do not. By the way, if you're liking the live coverage on Hurricane Ian as this inches closer to the coast, make sure you subscribe, share, and like the stream. I also do severe weather coverage during the springtime. I also do winter weather coverage when a winter storm explodes, like we had with Winter Storm Keenan. I also do live coverage on that. It's really awesome that I get to do these for you all. But yes, we are keeping an eye right now live on the channel with Hurricane Ian that has very strong winds and tornadoes. Got tornadoes moving toward the Ardendale in Florida. Ardendale in Florida. We also have Ave Maria getting some rotation, maybe a tornado there, but these two will expire in 10 minutes. But it's not over. The show is not over because guess what? The eye of the hurricane is getting closer. Thank you, Aiden. I do appreciate it. Aiden Caden. It rhymes. I love that name. Aiden Caden. But yeah, really strong, solid winds here at over 100. Oh. Hey, this just malfunctioned a little bit, I believe. But we still have a lot of the winds very strong, right around 140. Just blow torching, just very strong winds. And that's part of the hurricane that is inching closer, and we got recon data out there monitoring this. Do you guys have any questions? Keith Evans! Hey there! Keith Evans, you're back! How are you doing? Yeah, no new update yet. 8 more minutes. Let's actually do a poll. Let's actually do a poll. All right, so I made a poll. Answer that poll, you all, for the 500, 600 people that are here tuning in. I want to know, how strong do you think Ian will be on the 11 o'clock advisory? Thank you so much, John D. Villians. I do appreciate that. Oh, we got new Twitter feed. Let's see with what we got. Ooh, more. How does this compare to Hurricane Emily? I have to look into that. Think Emily. Let's look up Hurricane Emily really quickly. I think Hurricane Emily... So Hurricane Emily back in 2005. So Hurricane Emily was a Category 5. That's not going to probably happen. I don't see that happening. See, Hurricane Emily was a lot smaller. You can tell by the CDO here, the radius of maximum winds were much smaller, as you can see there. So I don't think it's nothing like Hurricane Emily. This is a lot less. This hurricane now is more broader than Hurricane Emily was. But still, well, on that image, but it got a lot more broader later on. Cozumel Island is there. It's similar in a way, but it still is not it's nothing like Emily. It isn't. Here's another image from Weather United. Pasco County. Woo, pretty lightning strike. That purple hue. Wow. I love that. Really nice. Looks creepy with the lightning strike on the in the background, just striking. The curtains glowing. That's why I don't like lightning. You just don't know where it's going to strike. You just don't know. It's too late when it strikes right by you. You can't get in and get out of the way in time. Okay, but nice. Thank you, Anthony De Leon, for that. You're kidding. 120 miles an hour. It's got to be stronger than that, but okay. I'll take Category 3. So the hurricane continues to have an impressive appearance on satellite imagery, exhibiting considerable deep convection with numerous cloud tops colder than negative 80 Celsius. An Air Force Hurricane Hunter aircraft recently penetrated the center and found that the central pressure has fallen since earlier this evening based on a blend of SFMR wind, flight level winds from the Air Force plane. The current intensity is held at 105. This could still hit 130 in 12 hours, though. This could still intensify further. Ian has turned slightly to the right, and the initial motion is now 15 degrees at 9 knots. Over the next couple of days, a tropical cyclone should move between the western edge of the subtropical high-pressure system and a broad trough over the eastern United States. The dynamical model consensus, TVCM prediction, has shifted a little to the east and is slightly slower on this cycle. Therefore, the official track forecast has again been shifted a few degrees to the east of the previous one. This does not require any change to the watches and warnings over Florida at this time. Ian's outflow is being fairly restricted over the southwestern portion of its circulation by southwesterly upper-level tropospheric flow over the Gulf of Mexico. Vertical shear over the hurricane is likely to increase up through landfall. The ship's guidance and water vapor imagery suggests that there will also be some dry mid-level air in the vicinity. However, it is expected that this large system will be fairly resilient to the shear and dry air through before landfall. Therefore, the official intensity continues to show Ian reaching the coast with a Category 4 intensity. Since radar imagery indicates that the Eyewall replacement cycle is probably underway, what in the heck? An Eyewall replacement cycle is probably underway. It's almost done. This could result in a larger eye evolving overnight. Interests along the Florida west coast and the hurricane warning area should be prepared for a large and destructive hurricane, and residents in this area should heed the advice of emergency management officials. Users are reminded to not focus on the exact forecast track, as some additional adjustments to the track are possible, and significant wind and storm surge and rainfall hazards will extend far from the center. So right now, in the next 12 hours, this could still reach 130 miles an hour. Could be a little stronger than this. We'll just have to wait and see with what all happens in the next 12 hours. But it's inland at 125 miles an hour. So this could still make landfall. Yeah, 125 here. So 130 is possibly going to be a sure bet here, and it looks like now Fort Myers Beach, Cape Coral, as well as the Port Charlotte area is likely to get the landfall now. It looks like it's going to miss Tampa now with offshore flow, but storm surge warnings and hurricane warnings will continue for that area, and then the system moves offshore but is remaining quite strong with 50-mile-an-hour winds as it turns back towards the northwest. Look at that. It goes back to the northwest. It crosses over Florida and then makes another landfall. Right now, it's still 120 miles an hour, but again, it could still hit about 130 up until landfall. That's the latest from the NHC as of right now. But we'll keep you updated live here. Let's see if anything has changed. So it's still 120 with movement to the north-northeast at 10 miles an hour. And right now, tropical storm force winds do arrive at 2 in the morning over the Port Charlotte area of Florida. And then by 8 in the morning over Tampa, Florida in the early morning hours. Hurricane force winds have increased in chances. We are now talking about a 100% chance you will see hurricane force winds now if you are in Port Charlotte, if you are in, again, let's go back to the map here. So again, Port Charlotte, Cape Coral, under that threat for a 100% chance of hurricane force winds. Nothing has changed with this at all. Life-threatening storm surge is expected along the Florida west coast, where a storm surge warning is in effect, with the highest risk from the Naples to the Sarasota region. Residents in these areas should listen to advice given by local officials and follow any evacuation orders for your area. Hurricane force winds are expected in the hurricane warning area in southwest and west central Florida beginning Wednesday morning, with tropical storm conditions expected overnight. Devastating wind damage is expected near the core of Ian. Residents should rush all preparations to completion, which should have already been done by now. Heavy rainfall will spread across the Florida peninsula through Thursday and reach portions of the southeast later this week and the weekend. Catastrophic flooding is expected across portions of central Florida, with considerable flooding in southern Florida, northern Florida, southeastern Georgia, and coastal South Carolina. Widespread, prolonged, moderate to major river flooding is expected across central Florida. More information can be found by going to hurricanes.gov or simply nhc.noaa.gov for more information. Taking a look at our latest rainfall forecast has not changed from the previous advisory. Still on par to see an additional 10 to 15 inches of rain in Tampa, Florida, Orlando, Florida, Jacksonville, Florida, Tallahassee with 1 to 2 inches there. About 2 to 4 inches of rainfall in Miami, Florida, Key West. Additional 1 to 3 inches of rain is possible. Savannah, Georgia, Charleston, Wilmington, Cape Hatteras, maybe as much as 6 to 7 inches of rainfall. Augusta, Georgia could see up to 4 to 6 inches of rainfall out of this. Raleigh, Charlotte, Knoxville, Chattanooga could see, Chattanooga, that is, maybe 1 to 4 inches of rain is anticipated. So again, heavy rainfall and flooding is anticipated. Nothing has changed with this advisory. Take a look at our latest flash flood potential map here. And again, still the same like the last advisory. A high risk for flash flooding over Tampa, Orlando, Jacksonville, Tallahassee, with a marginal risk for flash flooding. Savannah, under a slight risk for flash flooding. Charleston, a marginal risk for flash flooding. Miami, Key West, moderate risk for flash flooding through the next 3 days. Storm surge forecast has not changed very much at all. It has gone up a little bit more here if you're just to the north of East Cape Stable at about 4 to 7 feet, 6 to 10 feet in that area, 8 to 12 feet of storm surge just to the south of middle of the Logboat Key. Tampa, Florida still is on par to hit 4 to 6 feet of storm surge, so do not change your preparations just because offshore flow does move into your area. Shawnee River, about 1 to 3 feet, 1 to 3 feet in the Flagler, Volusia County line. If you're in the mouth of the St. Mary's River, if you're in Savannah River, if you're in South Santee River, about 2 to 6 feet of storm surge is anticipated. Looking at our latest storm surge forecast, I just updated this, so giving you the very latest information. We have storm surge warnings all across the west coast of Florida, all the way from the Big Bend of Florida, like Homohosha Springs, right there, storm surge warning. Spring Hill, Clearwater, Tampa, St. Petersburg, Sarasota, Port Charlotte, Cape Coral, Fort Myers, if you're in Bonita Springs, Naples, if you are down there across southernmost Florida, storm surge watches have been issued. This includes for Key West, also for Homestead, that might be under a storm surge watch, maybe depending on exactly where and how strong Ian will be. That could get issued at the last minute. Storm surge warnings have been issued for Jacksonville, so keep that in mind. Please take this very seriously. Palm Coast, if you're in St. Mary's, Brunswick, storm surge watches and warnings have been issued. Beaufort and Savannah under storm surge watches, okay? Anywhere in the pink is a storm surge warning. The latest intensity forecast from the NHC is right from the last one, with 130 mile an hour winds at the peak when this makes landfall by tomorrow or shortly after tomorrow morning. It should make landfall right around 21Z, I believe. It's not here on the map, but I can tell you about 21Z. That is about 2 o'clock my time. I am going to see if I can keep a live stream going. I'm going to have to see what I can do to set that up because I want to cover this live as this makes landfall tomorrow. I just won't be home because I will be out doing errands throughout the day tomorrow. So unfortunately, that's the unfortunate thing that I have to share with you all. The SPC tornado threat has not changed at all. If we click on that, on their link that they sent, we can see a slight risk for severe weather today with a 5% chance of tornadoes, a 5% chance of wind, and a no chance of hail. Because the air is so warm and moist, we're not going to see any hail potential. Day 2, same thing for Florida. Lake Okeechobee for Port Charlotte. If you are in, say, the Tampa area, 5% chance of tornadoes. Delray Beach, 5% with a 5% chance of wind and a no chance for hail. This follows into Day 3 with a narrow area of a 5% chance of probabilistic. I am surprised. Why did they not put... Okay, this should be a 15% chance. I don't know why they did not put a 15 there, because a slight risk should be a 15 chance for severe weather. That would include tornadoes likely. As we do know, sea surface temperatures are about 30 Celsius, so not a problem of this system, and it's warm enough for the system to regain strength before it makes landfall. So again, just because it's a 120 mile an hour system does not mean it will not be a category 4 at landfall. This could still rapidly intensify even further than what is predicted, just based on past systems like Harvey. Michael did it at last minute. Katrina did it all of a sudden, suddenly. So we just don't know exactly if this is going to be a category 4, but still prepare for the worst, okay? This is a catastrophic hurricane. It's very substantial wind damage. When we take a look at our hurricane model forecast, again, this has not changed, but when the 0Z comes out, which should be hopefully soon here, we can see that winds and pressure could drop down to 928 millibars, but extrapolating this by 10 millibars, probably dropping this down to about 938 or 940 millibars right at about landfall is what we think is going to happen. The HMOD model is in similar agreement here with a pressure drop of about that 940 millibar range right at landfall. And again, look at the onshore winds here. Actually, this is a little bit to the south or to the north, but to be quite honest. So the eye could make landfall right about in here somewhere. Okay, that's what we think with a pressure of 945 millibars. Actually, let me make sure I got that right. Yeah, this is a little bit to the south of the hurricane models because all of them are to the north. So we'll just have to wait and see which one will win this out. But right now as it stands, a hurricane is very intense as we speak. Really intense system. What are the winds currently? Let's take a look. So right now, the current winds with this hurricane are right around 130 miles an hour. Based on radar data, about 125, 130 miles an hour. Look at the northern side of this. We have some pixels at 141 mile an hour velocities. Very strong winds on the northern side of this. Extremely strong. Even the northeastern side might even have stronger winds. All right, they're going back for the northern side. Let's see what they find. They're coming in from the north. Let's see what they find, folks. Who's excited? We're going to get you some recon data. Recon data is going to come out here soon. Okay, a lot of people said 130 on the poll. Hasn't panned out like that. We still have 120. But it's to be argued that this should be almost a Category 4, the way it looks right now. This thing is immense. Yeah, this is really losing some definition, but still pretty symmetrical looking, with very deep convection, very intense. Wow. Yeah, you can even see the filaments here. That flow is coming in out of the southwest underneath the outflow. So there is definitely some shear on this system. Definitely shear. And this remains a very powerful hurricane. Yeah, I'll probably end this at about 8:30, I think. I'm going to call it a night a little earlier tonight when the recon flies through. When they do their last pass or their next pass through the center, let me see to make sure we don't have any... Yeah, we don't have any tornado warnings. No, we don't have any tornado warnings at this time. But I'm going to see what I can do to get a live stream going tomorrow. All right, we have a 72 mile an hour wind gust in Key West. 72 mile an hour wind gust sustained at 50 miles an hour. Really strong. And there is your eye. Very strong eye in place. Very intense. There is a look at the system. Very clear eye. Let me see if anyone has sent me anything on Twitter. We don't have anything new 6 minutes ago. Oh yeah, NYC 6 minutes ago. Yeah, that new Eyewall is definitely almost there formed. But anyways, how are you all doing? How's everybody enjoying the stream? How did tonight's live stream go so far? You guys are really awesome. Thank you for supporting me. Thank you for subscribing. It does mean a lot. Yeah, the plan is tomorrow to go live again. Probably a little longer. I'm going to start... I don't know what the plan is. Either I'm going to start in the morning and keep it running throughout the day, and I'm going to see if I can coordinate for people to help me stream throughout the day tomorrow while I'm not here. It has to be that way because I am not going to be home until like about 3:45. You're very welcome. I'm glad I'm doing great. Any cams at the dry Tortugas? Let me see if we have any live cameras. Let me see the Key West first. Let me see this first. Oh, yeah, look at the rain. Really intense rainfall coming down there at Sloppy Joe's camera. Let's see camera 1 really quick. This is in Key West, by the way. Looks like our streets are beginning to flood a little bit. Yeah, look at the wind. It is really stormy there. Thank you so much. The stream was absolutely great, David, but my day was trash. Oh, TRG, what happened? My viewer, my loyal viewer. Look at the wind, though. Wind is just really blowing through that area. You can tell. And the stoplights, funny enough, are still running. So that's a look at the camera. Good evening. I watch your channel. I live in Kansas City, Missouri. Yep. Awesome. Yes, I am going to do U.S. weather forecasts, everybody. So if you subscribe to the channel because of this, especially for this coverage, thank you. It really means a lot. But we also do cover U.S. outlooks and stuff. We do a lot on the weather across the U.S. I'm going to look into doing that almost every day. When there's something significant, or just doing it for the heck of it, because I love doing weather forecasts and everything. But yeah, look at that. Look how deep that water is. People biking through that. So, but also I do cover winter season. Another exciting aspect to this, not just on the computer, mobilely, but if we get big storms here where I live, yeah, I'll be able to bring you the live coverage when it occurs, which is great. All right, so let me go to Tortugas. Let me see if there is live cameras there. Of course it's going to be... Okay, we might have live cameras. No, we don't. Never. No, we don't. Darn it. Let's see if we could use... No, we do not have any... We only have Key West cameras. Oh, we do have Key West. Good, good, good. Southernmost... Oh, yeah, here's a resort camera. Want to make sure this is okay to use. If it loads, I don't know if it's going to load on me, folks. I don't know if it's going to load, but we'll see. But there is the hurricane. That thing is monstrous. Yeah, this is not going to load on us, so... I'm going to actually go back. And that's a look at Major Hurricane Ian. Ian is a nasty one. Panama City. We need cameras that are near. Oh, we got a Naples camera. We do got a Naples camera. If this will even connect, I bet you it's not going to be able to connect. Darn it. No connection on that. But we're going to watch this. We got the Naples pier camera. Let's see if that works or not. And of course, the cameras are out. Oh wait, maybe not, maybe not. That's the Naples pier camera, but the system, it's not looking very stormy. However, we do have cameras on the Radar Omega website. Is the Eyewall replacement cycle done? I would say it's probably finished. What do you guys think? Do you think the Eyewall replacement cycle is finished? I'm asking you a question. In the meantime, while I'm waiting for that question, let's take a look at latest recon. Yep, hurricane force winds have expanded a little bit, so we're going to get a huge wind maximum through here. They're about to penetrate this eyewall with 140 mile an hour winds. That is very strong. With 135 on the southern side. So this could be a category 4. This could be very well a category 4. Does not surprise me at all. Look at IR satellite. Let's see. It's loading. Hold on. Wow, this thing is blowing up. Yeah, that eye is really clearing out. That thing is really trying to clear out. So let me see if this is updating. No, it's not. Not yet. Well, we're going to get you new recon data. But yeah, that's a look at the live camera. There's a, yeah, I looked at the Key West camera. That's a Sloppy Joe camera. I could bring that back up. Let me go back to Florida to see if I can find it. But yeah, that's a look at the hurricane right now, folks. This thing is a monster. Seriously a monster. There's Deerfield Beach. Let me see what Deerfield Beach looks like. Nah, it's not very good at all. I don't see... Oh, Ocean Key. Ooh. Oh, that's not even live anymore. That's fun. Sorry, everyone. I'm looking for a camera for you all. Because you guys want cameras. So let's do that. Come on. I need a camera, please. Oh, this is really... Oh, yeah. Here's a good one. Good camera. You can see it's very hard to tell. Look, yeah, look at the waves coming on. You can see the big old fat waves crashing on shore. Oh, boy. That's a big wave. So, yeah, this is Ian's Storm surge. Ooh, power flash. There was a power flash. Ooh. That's the cam I'm talking about. Okay, yep, I got it. I got it for you all. You can even see how big these waves are. Here comes a big one. Ooh, yes. Really serious. Big time. This is what it will look like in Cape Coral tomorrow morning, potentially. Check satellite. Major hot towers going up. Uh-oh. That's lightning? Really? No, that's power flashes, Severe Weather Center. That's got to be power flashes. Because maybe it is lightning. If it's lightning, oh goodness. 8-foot waves about? Probably, maybe 10 feet. Here comes a big one. Here comes a big one right here. Get ready. Big time wave. See if I could find another one. Nearly in the same area. Okay, that's not one. That southernmost pier camera should actually work. Oh gosh, yes, this thing looks like it might be strengthening on satellite. Absolutely. All right, they did find winds. They found winds at Category 4 force. They found Category 4 force winds. Yeah, that's 115 knot winds. That is legitimate. This is definitely a Category 4, I believe. In 2 quadrants, they have found that. So we'll get back to this camera, I guess, since this is the only camera that we have running. All right, thank you, TRG, yes. I'll direct message you if I need you, buddy. All right, thank you for tuning in, TRG. You're awesome, buddy. You're really awesome. Yeah, look at this storm surge. Yeah, this is starting to flood. Look at that. This is starting to flood. That is really serious. Wow. This is not good. 130 mile an hour winds, possibly. That southern Eyewall is really intense now. If we go to radar scope, yeah, look at this northern Eyewall. This is really strong. About 125, 130 on the southern Eyewall. But this thing is... No air pressure reading from the aircraft. That's lovely. No air pressure reading. So we don't know how strong or how low the pressure is. But yeah, look at that eye. Really strong. Looks like we got dry air moving into the eye. That could impact the system. Very deep convection. Very deep. So we'll wait and see with what they find if that pressure has dropped anymore. But for right now, this is pretty strong. Measure the eye. Okay, let me see how big the eye is. Let me measure that distance. The eye is... Okay, why is it not popping up? Let me do this on here. So the eye is about 17 miles. About 19 miles in diameter. Severe weather center. So, all right, sweet, Justin. Awesome. I did check satellite. So what are your thoughts, Severe Weather Center? That eye has gone smaller. The eye is definitely smaller. Now look at this. Look at the waves. Oh. I think the camera's out. I think we lost the camera. Nope, 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 nope. I don't think we did. Broad wave live cameras. Am I allowed to use that though, Cosmo? I'm not using something that could get me in trouble. I'm not using anything. I don't really want to. Oh, this guy is huge on YouTube. I need to contribute to this guy. I cannot use anything without written permission. Unless you know him very well. Yeah, I can't use this camera. Let me see with what they're saying. Yeah, I can't distribute it. I can't. It will. They. I don't even know if the guy is even online. Can't use it. I cannot put it on stream.
Hello, can you hear me?
Ethan, you're here.
Hello, I am glad to be here.
So what are your thoughts about this hurricane, Ethan? Do you think this is a Category 4 right now?
At this point, I'm not sure if it's Category 4, but we're definitely well within Category 3 status, and this does have some room to intensify as it continues to move over the warm Gulf waters before impacting Florida tomorrow.
So, is there a reason that this, like, do you see this weakening at all right before it makes landfall over Florida or before it makes landfall? Because this is a little lopsided. There's shear on the western side of this.
Yeah, If it's going to weaken, I would see wind shear as being the primary factor for that because I really don't see a whole lot elsewise. We've still got those warm Gulf waters, and it's going to be making landfall at a point where it's not in close proximity to the rest of the U.S. And in that way, it's not going to try to entrain a lot of continental air. That would weaken it also. So if there is some wind shear being involved in the upper levels or the mid levels, perhaps, I could see where that might result in some weakening. But overall, this has a lot of factors going for it to strengthen, or to at least maintain intensity.
All right, the recon just flew out. They have found 113 knot winds, I believe. Oh boy, Ethan, close to 113 knot winds even on the western side. So category 4 force winds almost wrapping around the entire circulation.
Oh, wow.
That secondary eyewall too, Ethan, has gotten smaller. Before the eyewall replacement cycle, that secondary eyewall was like 30 or 40 miles across. Now it's like 15 to 20 miles across.
Yes, I have noticed that. It has definitely.
And now you can probably answer this question. Maybe you don't know the answer. And I was trying to figure this out, and I was telling my viewers this is how eyewall replacement cycles occur. But what causes them? Do you know that answer? I don't think anyone would know, but it doesn't hurt to ask.
It is something that occurs naturally in these kinds of storms. But really, and this is, I'm not extremely familiar with this, but basically what we're looking at here with the eye wall replacement cycle is the eye wall is going to contract or be small already, and it's going to strengthen. It's going to have these thunderstorms develop within it because it is this intense area of convection developing. And as it does so, we have this tendency for it to I'm sorry, I really should probably stop because I'm gonna end up saying something that doesn't sound right. So I'm not
It's fine.
extremely familiar on
It's
eyewall
fine.
replacement cycles.
By the way, on the southern eyewall, Ethan, winds have increased to 140 miles an hour based on velocity. And on the northern side, we have 141.
Yeah, definitely showing some extremely strong velocities on radar in the eye wall of this system.
So my question is, why did the NHC not put this up to a Category 4 if the velocities do support it and the recon almost supports it? I mean, I have noticed, I'm not calling out the NHC, and I don't want to ever do that. That would be a bad thing. But see, the NHC would go to Category 1, Category 2, Category 3, but there's that, it's like the SPC. They don't want to go high risk, as in like Category 4 or 5, even so the data supports it.
Yeah, well, they're going to be gathering, they have to look at a lot of the data. They're not just going to go off one single measurement. They've got to assess if this wind speed is sustained, where it's occurring in the storm, if this is occurring in more than just one single spot, because at that point, they can tell that this wind speed is strong throughout the system, and that's where they're going to get their average sustained wind from.
Okay. By the way, this is severe weather expert Ethan B. Everybody, say hello to Ethan. And Justin's
Hello,
back.
guys. Oh, hi, Ethan.
By the way, we got some news for you,
Hello,
Justin.
welcome back.
Yes, what is our news?
The eyewall replacement cycle has complete based on what I see, and winds in all three quadrants support a Category 4 hurricane, including radar data that is up to, right now, 140 on the southern eyewall, and on the northern eyewall it's at 141.
Wow, I'll have to check that out for sure.
No new tornado. We have two tornado warnings just got popped up. I gotta take a look at those.
There is a lot of supercells in and around Miami. Wow. That is just spam.
Oh my, yeah, look at this, Ethan. There is definitely some tornadic thunderstorms.
Oh, yes, I do want to say that is a new tornado warning for south central Broward County in southeastern Florida.
So, Ethan, why do, and I'm always wondering, I know the answer to this, but maybe you could better iterate on this. How can you get tornadoes within a hurricane or tropical storm? I know the answer already, but I want you to iterate on this because how can you get wind shear where these storms fire up? Is these storms develop under directional shear, speed shear? What is it?
Well, at this point, we're dealing with a really strong cyclone, and as we see with severe weather setups in the in the central U.S. with these big mid-latitude cyclones, they produce strong low-level wind fields because that's going to be the pressure response. It's going to generate a pressure gradient that's going to generate some wind. And as a result of that, we're going to get speed shear. Hurricanes have a lot of speed shear in a lot of cases. It depends on how much difference there is between the surface wind and the wind aloft, but generally you do have really strong winds. Like right now, 850 millibar winds around this thing are really ripping. They're over 70 knots around the Florida Keys, and they're still above 40 knots once you get into southern Florida. So that's going to be a
Wow.
source of some pretty good level wind shear. 0 to 1 kilometer bulk shear right now across southern Florida is between 20 to 35 knots.
Whoa.
And yeah, it is very strong. And there's still some buoyancy to work with because, with these tropical air masses, we have a lot of buoyancy. We've got a lot of moist air, a lot of warm air, and that's going to contribute to some instability. Mixed layer Cape right now, still at or above 1,000 joules across southern Florida, across the southern peninsula. And studies came out to identify these kinds of environments several years ago, tropical storm, hurricane environments, and how you can assess the tornado threat within them. There is a parameter which we've often discussed in severe weather forecasting in the central U.S. The Energy Helicity Index. This is the EHI. It has been shown to generally, if you've got higher EHI, you've got a better potential for for a combination of instability and wind shear to overlap. And when that happens, you can get a mesocyclone, you can get these supercells, and you can get a tornado. So what we have here is a sufficient combination of that buoyancy and that enhanced low-level shear to bring up these values, to bring that overlap into play, where we are getting that lifting and we are getting the wind shear take place. And so, in particular, when you get these banding features, you can get some individual convective structures, as we see here with these supercells. Those are the storms that are really going to be able to take advantage of the wind shear that's available because they're going to be small. They're not going to be these giant clusters. There's going to be a concentrated updraft, and within those, you're going to have your highest potential for some tornadoes to develop. This does tend to be most prominent in the right front quadrant of the tropical cyclone, and that's exactly where southern Florida is right now.
And why is that? Why not on the backside of these hurricanes? Why always in the right front quadrant?
Yeah, the right front quadrant tends to be the place where we're bringing in a lot of moisture because, again, that flow is from the south. So you're bringing in the moisture, maintaining it into the overnight hours, even on that side of the system, coming up into the right front quadrant. So there's your source of instability. You're also bringing in the wind shear, even the directional component to it as well, as that wind is wrapping around on the northeast side of that cyclone. And through that, you're going to get the wind shear and you're going to get the instability overlap most favorably. On the back side of this, say, for example, the northwestern quadrant, that would be the front left quadrant, um, you're having the wind move mainly offshore. At that point, the storms are kind of trying to wrap around the back of the storm. You're not having as much instability. because we're not getting that southerly component. And so what typically happens is you don't get as much tornadic activity there. You tend to have the more individualized cells and with that best instability and shear overlap in the right front quadrant.
And I will say this is actually somewhat concerning considering we're going into the overnight hours and there is countless numbers of supercells coming ashore in southeastern Florida. I mean, if you look at radar, David, just to the southeast of Miami, you can't even count all of them. There's too many. This is slightly worrying, for sure.
Dude, yeah, and also the cloud tops, Ethan and Justin, are cooling around the entire quadrant of the system. I mean, earlier we were looking at cloud tops right around -60 to -70. Now we're looking at -70 to -85 Celsius. I don't know. There's no reason to argue. Yeah, this thing is definitely intensifying. Look at this, Justin. The southern Eyewall started to take away the severe side. 143 mile an hour wind pixel on the southern side of this. 143.
Wow. Yeah. Those individual pixels likely are not going to represent sustained wind.
I
at this
know,
point.
but I'm averaging it out. There's a solid swath of pink though. 130, 140.
Yeah. Also, the supercell to the south east or southwest of the TFLL terminal radar, incredible radar imagery on that. Luckily, it's in the middle of nowhere again. It's just hitting that same forest over and over again. But wow,
Let me see.
I'm sure Ethan can take a look at that too. That is just unbelievable.
Oh, yes.
And
Yeah, Ethan, you need to see that. That is pretty intense. That is very organized.
I mean, it's got a
Oh,
vortex
yeah,
hole.
certainly.
Yeah.
You can't find Weather United
That
one.
is. Yeah, right now that is apparently the favorite zone for these storms. That's going to be to the west of Fort Lauderdale. That's where we do have a lot of these storms right now, and we'll have to see as we go into the night. We've got additional offshore storms that are going to be coming in.
Yeah. Look at these kidney bean shaped storms, Ethan. All these are kidney bean. I mean, this is.
The one just to its south is a worrying one too. We'll have to watch that one for sure.
People are saying this is going to be a Cat 1 at landfall. Okay. We'll see if you're correct, but I doubt it.
Yeah, that seems very unlikely.
Okay, they went out on the other side of the system. Definitely hurricane force winds. Very solid hurricane force winds on the southwestern side. That is for sure. Wow.
Absolutely.
This thing has intensified, I think. I'm not trying to hype this up, but it looks like velocities, radar data support this.
We will be getting a new update here within about 15 minutes.
Oh, they're actually going to continue doing the hourly updates, Ethan?
I believe so.
Okay, good.
Wow, and the more I look at the environment for tornadoes in Central Florida tomorrow, the more concerning it gets. It's much more favorable than today's environment, and we know what today has done already. So, if you live in Central Florida, even if you're not on the coast, you need to be watching out for that tornado threat as well.
Oh, got breaking news.
Definitely.
We got breaking news. Substantial lightning activity in the eye now increasing.
Oh, yeah, wow. When you've got that lightning in the core of this kind of system here, that is very impressive. That means you're dealing with a very strong storm.
Absolutely, yeah. And oh my God, I know I don't want to keep dragging us back to that one supercell, but You might want to look at tilt 3 on that thing, David. That is impressive. The TFLL radar. Tilt 3.
Oh, TFLL. Let me go to... Oh, I gotta use radar scope. Dang it.
Sorry. It's just very strong, to say the very least.
Tilt 3?
Tilt 3, yes.
Oh my, yes. Ethan, you gotta see that. That, yeah.
Oh, I am.
So if you are... So this is out in the outer skirts of Weston, Country Estates, Rolling Oaks, Green Meadow in Florida. Very intense supercell transient in the flow of the inflow bands. I mean, look at this. 71 mile an hour winds and velocities, Ethan, on this touching negative 40, negative 50.
Yeah, that is prominent right there, and that is the storm that is moving off to the northwest, or to the north-northwest, it seems. This is to the west of Weston, Florida at this point. Thankfully over rural areas, but certainly if you're in the vicinity of this storm, you're going to want to monitor it. Also some rotation to the south of it as well.
I do see that, and there's even more to its south, so I think we're just going to see a chain of that. Luckily, these are heading into basically the middle of forest. There's not much to hit out there.
But all of these storms, you can
Yeah.
they're kidney bean shape, Ethan and Justin. All of these kidney bean shape. I mean, you can just... They're really moving.
Absolutely.
It brings me back to this, Ethan. Remember, it was back in March, not this last March, but the March before. Remember how we saw a lot of those renegade supercells that just developed in a cluster and they all were kidney bean shaped? This kind of reminds me of that, but in real time.
Oh, yes. And for anyone who might not be that familiar with the term, the kidney bean shape here, I'm sure you've heard of it before. David has mentioned it many times, but that kidney bean shape is kind of the telltale radar sign on reflectivity of a supercell, and that is a thunderstorm that has a rotating updraft.
You can see it. These two storms right here. This rotation down to the south, Justin, is intensifying quickly.
Oh yeah, I do see that.
Oh boy, we may have a water spout too off the coast of Grayvick in Florida, near just south of Miami. Water spout maybe. Yeah, it's very swampy, but very impactful. This is to be taken quite seriously. We got nighttime tornadoes and a lot going on. Very rough night. Very rough night ahead.
Absolutely.
Keeping an eye on the recon data and keeping an eye on a lot of information here. This looks like it might make landfall tonight or early tomorrow morning, Justin.
It is expected to slow down, so I would still think tomorrow afternoon into evening, because it is going to have a forward speed of about 5 miles per hour.
I need the 0Z H-Wharf, please. Nothing is coming out yet on these models. I need to see how intense this is going to get before it makes landfall. But it's going to be a Category 3 according to the NHC, which could be a little understatement because of how strong this could be, what it might be right now.
Oh, did they downgrade the peak to Cat 3?
No, it's a Category 4, but it's like only one column, it's not like 3 or 4 columns.
Actually, yeah.
It's still going to be a Category 4, but barely. Wow, the lightning activity in this thing is insane. Serious lightning activity. And Ethan, does that mean it's intensifying if there's lightning activity in the eye like this? What are your thoughts?
If we're seeing an increasing trend in the lightning activity, then we probably are seeing a strengthening of the convective elements, because you are getting those cloud tops higher. As you noted earlier, the cloud tops cooling, that means they are getting higher and convection is getting deeper in the atmosphere. So we could be seeing some intensification just based on that alone.
Okay. By the way, we have 60 lightning strikes within the last 5 minutes.
Very impressive.
Wow. Definitely.
Wow.
Yeah, that is a large storm.
This 140 mile an hour wind swath, Justin, is expanding.
I do see that, yep.
It's expanding. I mean, we are now looking at a distance of about 16 to 17 miles of potential Category 4 force winds. Oh, I need recon to turn around and get back in there. So there's the lightning activity. What's his Twitter? This is my Twitter page, everybody. People have been asking what it is. This is my Twitter page. Weather United. This is it. Weather United 1. Or you can just type in Weather United. Let me see if it pops up here. You should be able to find me. I don't know. It shouldn't be that hard. It should pop up when you put in Weather United. And it's this one. This is my Twitter page. The eye is disappearing. Well, it's going to disappear on infrared off and on. But that does not mean... Oh my gosh, Justin. These cloud tops, the negative 80 Celsius is rapidly expanding. Remember how it did this last night?
Yeah.
It's doing that again.
Wow.
And we do have solid Category 4 force winds on the Key West radar site. So this might be on the cusp of a Category 4 or at it. We will wait for the update from the NHC. They're going to do another hourly update.
Do they still have it at 120?
Yup. They do.
Recon... Sorry.
The whole entire eye is really getting intense now. A lot of yellows expanding throughout most of the quadrant.
Yeah, Recon did not find much to support a Cat 4 quite yet, but I do think it's getting there.
Okay.
Yeah, we will have to see.
Let's see the latest camera here on the southernmost point in Florida. Oh my goodness, that storm surge. Look at this, Ethan. If you watch my stream, look at those waves.
Oh yeah.
Update my bio.
A lot of wave action.
Update my bio. Oops, yeah. I gotta put... I'm gonna just put 1,000 subscribers until I see it later on. But yeah.
Wow, there are just so many supercells south of Miami right now. We're getting very lucky that these are staying out in rural areas. Let's hope that trend stays.
Will it hit Marion Oaks? Marion Oaks, Florida. You're probably... Marion Oaks...
Are you looking at that, or do you want me to?
I'm looking at it. So Marion Oaks will get substantially impacted with flooding, heavy rain, and strong winds. But I think the worst is going to be just to your south. But yeah, you're going to get a lot of rain, no doubt about it. You will be impacted substantially with this. I tweeted you after I just closed my Twitter. Let's see. I didn't get it. I did not get it yet. Oh, wait, here. Hold on. 23 minutes ago. Let me see with what you said.
Likely about to see another tornado warning for the exact same area.
Yep.
There has probably been like 10 tornado warnings in that same spot throughout the day. Seems to be loving that area right now.
Okay, when you go to Twitter from your link in the YouTube channel, it goes to that. Oh, shoot. Let me change that then. Hold on a second. Let me figure out why that is, and I will have to change it. Because that is really odd. Why is it doing that? Why is it taking you guys there? So that way this is fixed. You guys can find me easier than ever. Oh, shoot, yes. Why did I not update that? Thank you for catching that. I love you guys. I thought I had updated my Twitter or my link to the Twitter. So this is it. It should work now, I promise. All right, that's my Twitter. Try it now. It should work. So we're tracking severe weather and the hurricane. We're going to get a new update from the hurricane hunters. Let's see where they're at. Still on the outbound leg. Pressure has gone up 2 millibars, Ethan.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
So
But at this point, too, we are dealing with the Eyewall replacement cycle.
I thought that's complete. Do you think it's complete, Ethan, the Eyewall replacement cycle?
I am not sure.
And I can report that there is minor damage in Pembroke Pines from that earlier tornado, David, that we did not know if it touched down or not, but it appears that it did.
Oh,
Minor damage.
No.
Significant.
Oh, no.
There is also a video
Okay,
of a
we do
tornado
have-
in... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Update. Let me read it.
I just want...
120 mile an hour
Okay.
winds. 120 mile an hour winds still. Man, they are not pushing this. That's a lot of... Ugh, that's close to a category 4, though.
Yeah, we do have with this update also a storm surge warning issued for the lower Florida Keys. That is an important thing we get from this. The lower Florida Keys, a storm surge warning has now been issued.
I knew. See, earlier it was a storm surge watch. Now it's a storm surge warning. No, it's still a watch on my end.
I'm going by the update.
Oh, wait. Oh, okay. To issue a storm surge warning for the lower Florida Keys from Big Pine Key to Key West. I see that could see what I mean. Storm surge warning seems to still be possible. And look at what we got. There will be no changes to the track or intensity forecast. Well, unless Recon reports Category 4 force winds. Oh, but that's on an hourly basis. That's probably what it is. Category 4 is very unlikely. Yeah, probably. So the way it looks right now, this is my intensity forecast is nudged by 5 miles an hour down. I'm only forecasting a Category 3 with 125 mile an hour winds.
Yeah, and really the difference here between a very high-end Category 3 and a low-end Category 4 is really minimal. We're still dealing with an extremely dangerous major hurricane that is likely going to bring widespread life-threatening impacts across southern and central Florida.
Oh, yeah. No 0Z runs yet. No 0Z runs just yet.
There was also a video of a wedge-type tornado in Kings Point.
Oh, yep, that's what
Oh,
I got.
boy.
I just got that from Hard Rock Cafe right now.
Yeah.
Yep, there is a... Oh, boy. Jeez. Wow. That is crazy. Thank you for sending that in. I do appreciate it.
Yeah, that's got debris.
All right. NYCWX says the Eyewall replacement cycle is still in progress, is about to finish soon. I don't know how it's an Eyewall, how Eyewall is still... I don't get it. It looks like it could be finished.
It's either very close to done or done. So I guess Recon would have to confirm that. Was there a double wind maxima found in Recon?
Nope.
Then I would assume that it's done, because radar suggests that it's done. With the exception of some very minor inner eyewall debris.
Inner eyewall debris.
Meaning just like some
Oh.
parts of it that are left, but nothing significant.
Oh my gosh, the radar presentation is not looking good. Justin, if you go to the Key West, Florida radar site and go to velocity, there's literally a solid white area of 141 mile an hour pixels.
I see that, yeah, it's getting much more organized. In fact, for a highly sheared system, it's fairly symmetrical. Ethan, are you noticing that too?
Oh, absolutely, yes.
And what could be making this hurricane, Ethan, be resilient to the shear? Is it because it's so big? I'm sure that's the case.
Well, that's part of it too, but a thing that you have to consider as well, and this holds true for all kinds of cyclones in nature, in various fluid models. Um, a cyclone, or this vortex, I should say, this area of spin is a more stable structure than what you'd get with something else. So it's going to be more resistant to changes in state. So the stronger this vortex, in essence, the more resistant it's going to be to changes in its structure, be it from external forces or even internal ones. Um, that happens in mesocyclones too with these supercells. Once you get a mesocyclone really well established and strong, you could have the environment stabilize pretty substantially before that meso starts to weaken, because that vortex is a more stable, sustained structure.
Good to know. Good to know. Dang, the light.
And
Hold on, quick update. The lightning activity is just only getting worse.
And quite honestly, if it can continue to sustain the way it is, I could see it strengthening up to landfall. It'll probably be a gradual strengthening trend. I don't see it rapidly intensifying because it's not in the most ideal conditions right now, but a gradual strengthening trend is probable.
And not only that, Ethan and
Yeah, that seems
Justin,
reasonable.
and not only that, anybody that is watching this, we have negative 91 plus 90 negative 91 degrees Celsius cloud tops on the western side.
Wow.
This
Yeah,
is
deep convection, definitely.
very deep. All right. Will it get to a category 5? No, it will not. Just tagged you in Home Depot. Let's see.
The National Weather Service in Miami, they do say there is the potential tomorrow for several tornadoes. That is stronger wording than the SPC has been using. We'll see if SPC goes with that tonight too. But they do say potential for several tornadoes.
Oh, shoot. Also, I'm getting something from Bentley on Twitter. National Weather Alert hurricane warning received in Naples, Florida for Ian. Landfall will be nearly possibly as Cat 4 between 6 a.m. and 9 a.m. on September the 28th. It is on the news. Is it on the news yet? So, I don't think it's on the news. I'm not watching the news. Oh my, look at these lightning strikes. Justin, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 30. We have over 80 lightning strikes going on in the Eyewall right now in the last 10 minutes.
Yeah, that is...
Wow.
That's very substantial. We absolutely have some deep convection going on with that storm.
Whew. The winds on this are just getting stronger and stronger and stronger. I mean, we have a solid area of 130 mile an hour winds on the southern and 140 on the northern.
Wow.
I bet you if Recon could find 120 knot winds, they have no choice.
Then they'd upgrade to Cat 4.
I'm not trying to hype this up. I'm not wishing. Again, I want to repeat myself.
Yeah,
I am not wishing. I am not wishing a Category 4. But the data that I'm getting, the extrapolated, makes me think this should be cusping a Cat 4. Like 125 to 130 miles an hour. And the system has moved north, actually. It's moving north now. It's not moving northeast.
Yeah.
Boy, that eastern eyewall has really gotten intense. Dang. This is very bad. And it's moving over 30 Celsius waters, Ethan.
Yes, absolutely, and that's really what David has been saying, what Justin's been saying too. That's very reasonable to say that we could still see this intensification take place because, like David said, we've got very warm waters, a lot of untapped potential energy on the ocean surface to use for this. I mean, the measurements of sea surface temperatures or ocean temperatures we've got around that part of the Florida coast, we've got a lot of 88, 86 degrees Fahrenheit. That is very warm.
All right, we have a pretty solid area now. I think this is a wind gust, but we have a pretty big solid area of 135, 140 miles an hour on the southern side of the storm. And for sure 140 on the northeastern side of the hurricane.
Wow.
I don't think they'll do it at the 9:30 update, but they're going to do it at the 10 o'clock update. They'll probably nudge it up at least by 5 miles an hour, I think.
I would say that is definitely a possibility.
Yes, it is, and we'll have to monitor the pressure trends as well.
Looks like 99L is really developing. Looks like Recon is going to fly through the southern eye wall right now. They're turning. Wow, this cloud. These cloud tops are really impressive. Negative 93 Celsius, Ethan, on the western eye wall. Cooling still.
Oh man. Yeah, that's a very deep core right there.
Wow. This is really bad. I cannot wait for the 0Z runs to come out. It's been a while since they have released them.
There is the question, will southern Florida see a lot of wind and rain from this? Yeah, you will probably see a pretty good amount of both. We do have the tropical storm warnings that are in effect across the region. I believe, is it all of southern Florida? Yeah, all of southern Florida is in at least a tropical storm warning, to a hurricane warning as well for coastal areas. You're going to be seeing storm surge impacts as well. We've also got the rain potential. Yeah, you do have a moderate risk of excessive rainfall in southern Florida, where you could see 4 to maybe 6 inches of rain from this.
Definitely. 15 more minutes before that storm surge warning, I believe, goes into effect. Yeah. Oh, this is scaring me, Ethan. Really
Yeah, well,
intense.
we're dealing with a very strong system here.
Wow. If you all want to know the whole entire color table on radar scope, this is the chance to see it in action on Hurricane Ian. From one other side of the spectrum, Ethan, to the other end of the spectrum.
Yeah, it is just wild to see.
I'm glad you all are enjoying the content. Sorry if I'm not talking as much as I did earlier. There's really not much to talk about since we did cover the advisory earlier. We're just looking at live recon data in motion right now. And the lightning activity, Ethan, is still increasing over the Eyewall. Still increasing. Even the southern Eyewall right now has a ton of lightning activity. And guess what? Where is the shear coming from, Ethan? From the west-southwest. Where is the strongest Eyewall at right now? Across the west, north, southwest, and south.
Yeah.
This is very resistant. Very resistant. Wow. Yeah, this has made a northerly jog, Ethan. This is not moving to the north-northeast anymore.
Oh yeah, I guess that's the beginning of the turn.
No, it's supposed to be headed north-northeast. It's headed north now.
Oh, whoops. Okay, I misheard that.
Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, we have 79 lightning strikes going on with the storm as of weathernerds.org.
Oh yeah.
News is saying Category 3 around Fort Myers landfall. That's possible. 125. It will intensify a little bit more, I'm sure. Maybe a Category 4. That is a slim possibility. That is a very slim possibility. But definitely, it won't matter, like what Ethan was saying. Actually, Ethan, you could actually better iterate on this. Between a highest in Category 4 and the lowest in a highest in Category 3 to a lowest in Category 4.
Yeah, absolutely. If we're dealing with, right here, a high-end Category 3, then we can have wind speeds, maximum sustained wind speeds, up to 129 miles per hour. Once you get to 130 or higher, that's when you enter Category 4 strength. And so, if you're talking about the difference between a 125 mile per hour Category 3 and a 130 mile per hour Category 4, it's really not that big of a difference. You're still dealing with similar impacts, which could be devastating winds, extremely dangerous and destructive storm surge, and very heavy rainfall. You're going to be dealing with all those the same, whether or not it's a Category 3 or 4. And remember that no matter what the speed is, a Category 3 is still a major hurricane.
Yes. All right. Shoot at Hurricane Ian. Oh my gosh. Hilarious. Gonna be a good time. Shoot and nuke Hurricane Ian. People are saying they're trying to nuke Ian and blow it up. Not gonna happen.
That's not going to work.
I don't think so. I wish it was that easy.
Wow, this Eyewall, Justin, is really, really cooling. I mean, look at the cloud top surrounding the entire system.
Just south of the AMX radar, we might see a tornado form very soon. That is in a very organized supercell.
And by the way, ADT estimates, Justin and Ethan, are up to 125 knots.
Wow.
Oh my gosh.
So
What is that?
Advanced Doverick technique.
Ah.
It's a satellite intensity estimate.
We do have a new tornado warning.
Yep. I see it.
I did see that, yeah.
Look at the rotation on that. Look at the couplet.
This one
Absolutely.
just,
And it's in the same spot, like Justin was saying.
yeah,
It
they're
is
just right in that one area.
it is literally, yeah, two areas of strong rotation, not just one, and then there's a third one nearby.
These two supercells, one near TMIA and one near KAMX, are very worrying, especially the AMX one, because that one is in populated areas and looks a lot more organized for where it is compared to the last few.
So where is this at? This is near Andytown, Florida. Just to the west of Coral Springs. If you're Pembroke Pines to the west of there, we're seeing a lot of these spin-ups riding this whole feeder band, this whole rain band. We're also seeing tighter rotation to the southwest of those, literally in the middle of nowhere. There's not a lot over here. Trail City, Pinecrest, Trail Center. There's some very weak, somewhat intense rotation with those two. Okay, Elisa
Yeah,
Pirki,
so
yes. Yeah, the entire island of Cuba is without electricity.
man, that's crazy.
Yeah, the entire island, Ethan.
That's a bad situation for them. And it shows that was a powerful storm at that point, and it is still a powerful storm.
I got some unfortunate news. The wind field is contracting a little bit.
Oh,
This eye is really taking shape right now. Looks like we got mesovortices going on in the eye. And does that mean it's intensifying, Ethan, right? I think it means that it is strengthening.
yeah, we've seen some potential signatures of that intensification already, mainly based on the cloud tops getting colder, because that means the storm cells are getting deeper. The convection is getting deeper. Um, but you could get some of those mesovortices develop within it as well as it strengthens. Um, but mainly, I'd be looking for the cloud tops and how clear that circle is in the eye, because that's going to tell too just how organized it is.
So the circular the eye is, the more intense it truly isn't.
Well, typically, if you do have a stronger hurricane, then you're going to be seeing a cleaner, more clear-cut eye to it.
Okay. Wow, the cloud region temp on the advanced over technique is around negative 73 Celsius on average.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, look at that eye, folks. Look at that eye. Wow. My house is gonna flood. Well, I hope you have evacuated. Is it moving more north than forecasted? Well, it is moving almost directly north right now.
Yeah, and that is something we'll have to watch too. I mean, obviously, we're going to watch the pressure.
Hello? Hello? Ethan?
Track.
You went out. Your audio just went out.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, now I could hear you.
Okay, what I was saying was we're going to be monitoring the pressure trends, the wind trends coming up in the next couple hours, because we are getting these hourly updates. But at the same time, we're also going to see the track updates, the direction, because that's going to tell us where exactly this thing might make landfall.
Solid orange and red in the eye, Ethan, on Doppler radar.
Yeah, very strong convection we're dealing with around the eye.
And to make this pretty clear, there is a solid... I'm not lying you all. You guys can look it up yourself. A solid area of 135 to almost 140 mile an hour winds on the southern Eyewall. Yeah, we have 142, a couple of 142 mile an hour pixels. And we have winds at 141 still on the northern side of this. I mean, I don't know. This is probably going to get upgraded to 125, I believe. At least 125. By the way, if you guys want to follow me on Twitter, I do have a Twitter page. Oh, we have debris on that tornado, Ethan.
Okay, hold on.
Maybe not. Maybe it's gone, but that was earlier, I guess. There was a little bit of a TDS.
Are you talking about the one that's to the west of Weston?
Near Andytown to the west of there. Hey, Keith Evans, welcome back. What do you think, Ethan? Do you think this is stronger, this hurricane? What are your thoughts?
Stronger than what it was earlier?
I'm sure, well, I want to hear Keith Evans, because he does a lot with space stuff.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah, this is really, really, really intense. Oh, you can just see it. The wind maximum is just phenomenal. Very phenomenal. Check Twitter. Oh. Floridians only feel slightly apprehensive of Hurricane Ian if it goes from a Cat 4 to a Cat where Waffle House plus Publix closes down. Oh my gosh. Do you get that, Ethan?
Uh-huh.
Wow. That's crazy. That's all I gotta say. Hopefully, if they close down, it's for a good reason. Wow, this wall is intensifying. Jeez Louise. Oh, I cannot wait to see Recon fly back in there and see what they're going to find. Twitter again. People want me to... Every time... Weather United. It says, okay. Oh, what the heck? This is old information. 11 a.m. advisory has 45 mile an hour winds. That's not the latest advisory. Oh,
No.
why in the heck is the 0Z hurricane models not rendering? Oh, 0Z. Oh, we got it. We got it. 0Z is beginning to render, folks. 0Z is beginning to render. Finally. Let's see what this shows. The wind field is not as strong as it was, but again, because we had that ERC that took place. Oh, NHC just did an update. No, maybe not.
What did they update?
Well, they said 12:30 there would be an update, right? Oh, yep,
I
there it
see
is.
the update, yeah.
Yep, 12:30. Okay. 120 mile an hour winds, but they said they were not going to do an upgrade on that. Probably not until 1 o'clock in the morning. Oh, yeah, 12:30. This is a whole new discussion. Yep, whole new discussion. Okay, the special advisory has been released to issue a special storm warning. Okay, yep. New package came out on that. All right, yep. Key West under storm surge warning now. Storm surge warning in that area. Ethan.
Yeah. And I don't know if a lot of people have heard of these, because these storm surge warnings are something actually that came out a couple years ago. So they're fairly, or several years ago, they're fairly new. But what they do indicate, if you're under a storm surge warning, is that coastal areas are expected to see life-threatening and damaging storm surge inundation. And as we see, some of these maximum values here might increase, storm surge might increase up to 8 to 12 feet in the highest areas.
Yeah. Wow, look at these waves, Ethan. Hitting Key West, Florida.
Oh, yes.
It's moving north-northeast still. Well, they're not going to update the positioning on it yet. Nickel. They're not going to update that just yet. That probably will be updated. They're probably not going to adjust the movement yet. They're not going to adjust it. Might made a little northerly wobble. Yeah, it's still moving in the same direction. Yeah, see, even someone agrees with me. It's moving north again. People on my Twitter, let's see what we got. Thank you so much, California Human. I do appreciate it, bud. I do appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Let's see if that tornado warning is still there, and it still is. See if there's any significant rotation. Oh, wow. Yes, there is. That could be a tornado almost on the ground, Ethan, on Doppler radar.
It very well could be. We do have that is very prominent right in the middle of that tornado warning. That is to the northwest of the western Florida area. Thankfully out in a very rural part of the state.
Yes. But getting close to a Holy Land wildlife management area, South Florida water management area. That storm, Ethan, by the way, the rotation on this is quite strong. 87 mile an hour velocities, touching 4.
Yeah, that is a tight area of rotation right there.
Yeah, really tight. Let's keep an eye on satellite. This is trying to clear out an eye a little bit more. It's going to be hard to do that. What in the heck? Why are they flying back? Why did the recon just fly back?
I'm not sure.
Oh, great. Don't you dare tell me they're canceling their mission. Wow, this thing has slowed down considerably. Went too far east. Severe weather center. So is that they didn't cancel their mission? I hope not.
I am not sure what they're doing.
All right, we got new model data. Let's take a look at this here. Oh my gosh, Ethan.
What?
This is at 931 millibars by about 1 or 2 in the morning my time. This could still rapidly intensify. Look at this. 127 knot winds on the H wharf.
Oh.
This is actually quite intense. It is... Hold on. Yeah, it's stronger than the last model run by 2 knots. 2 knots stronger.
Yeah, it is possible. We're going to have to see.
And it looks like it is going to hit maybe Tampa, Florida on the H wharf. Yeah, this has slowed down and it's a little further to the west. Yeah, I don't think it's going to be 931 millibars. But, I mean... It's going to strengthen, though. It's supposed to. According to all the models, boy, this is bad. I can see that happening. It's going to come down to 915 on landfall. I don't see that. If that happens, boy, that would be really bad. That is a very intense eyewall, though, Ethan. Very intense eyewall.
Yes, it certainly is. You can see the cloud tops getting colder, that convection getting deeper. So there's a tremendous amount of energy being released in the core of that storm right now.
Twitter when you get time, David. All right, let me see Twitter. All right. Oh, thank you so much. Oh, I appreciate this. This guy, Lil Slurricane. Weather United 1. Honestly, brother, you have covered Hurricane Ian better than any mainstream news. No fear-mongering, no whatever that is. Just facts. Keep covering it, even if you're tired. We trust you. How you're not working for the National Weather Service, I don't know, but thank you anyways. That means a lot.
That is very nice of you.
I appreciate that. All off of Twitter.
Absolutely.
I'm gonna send something in the group chat. Look at all the tornado warnings that there have been today, and look how they're just covering the same area over and over again.
Oh boy. You know what?
Oh my gosh.
Let me tweet that out. My Twitter is so busy tonight. I've never tweeted so much. Look how many tornado warnings there have been tonight. Got this from my hurricane severe weather expert Justin. I'm gonna mention you.
Actually, don't mention me. I got it from somebody else, so yeah, just
Okay.
because I don't get credit from them.
All right. I'll just take you out of it then. Okay. This is very wild. As Ian inches closer to the Florida coast. Today I should put, actually, two. So I just posted that if you all want to check that out. Sorry for all the Twitter stuff. This is what happens. I'm busy all over the place. Nope, they are going back.
Absolutely. It's a busy situation.
They are actually going back from where they came from. Let me actually see if they have, if it's on Flight Radar 24, where that plane is. Man, Flight Radar 24 is running slow.
Also should say, unsurprisingly, the interior portion of Broward County has been placed under another tornado warning, which is not very surprising. A new circulation in the southern part of that warning, again to the west of western Florida, and once again headed into very rural parts of Broward County.
I'm surprised they canceled that tornado warning right here to the north. Look at that couplet.
Oh, I know. It's still going.
Jeez. Gosh. In the same area, that feeder band is really just sticking around.
Oh. No, it's up. We have a confirmed tornado warning now, actually.
Uh-oh. Where? I don't see it yet.
Northern Broward, southwest Palm Beach. That's the northern circulation.
I called it then. I called it. Yep, that is really tight couplet. Yep, that is now an observed tornado. Observed tornado, folks. Yep, there's a debris ball on this. There's a CC drop. Yep, we got a CC drop. So if you are in... Yeah, you are under a tornado warning. So let's read this. Tornado warning for northern Broward County in southeastern Florida. Southwestern Palm Beach County in southeastern Florida until 1:15 a.m. At 12:44 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time, a tornado-producing storm was located 9 miles southeast of Holy Land Wildlife Refuge, or 23 miles west of Coral Springs, moving northwest at 35 miles an hour. So radar did confirm tornado, so there is a CT drop. So if you're in the Holy Land Wildlife Management area, very rural, but yeah, that's a tornado warning. Wow, this area is just seeing many, one of too many.
Yeah, and again, remember everyone, this is a nighttime tornado, unfortunately, that we're dealing with. So it is going to be almost impossible for you to see if you're in this warned area.
This is very serious. Nighttime tornado with a hurricane getting closer, and we have training tornadoes basically in the same area. One tornado after the next. Also, Ethan, the tornado or the area of rotation in the northwestern box of that tornado warning, there could be another tornado warning issued in that area.
There could be. That CC drop area has expanded. It's not as deep, but it has expanded. And this is moving to the northwest, paralleling Highway 27 at this point.
Okay, yes, that CC drop has expanded, which is a correlation coefficient, or TDS, or tornado debris signature. So we have a CC drop. That's where we do have a debris ball. That couplet is really, really tight, Ethan.
It definitely is.
Christopher Campfield, Weather United, asks me, or Christopher asks me, do you guys think it's currently rapidly intensifying right now? That is Hurricane Ian.
We could be seeing some intensification. I am not sure if it's rapid at this point, but we could be seeing intensification based on the deepening convection around this.
Wow, that couplet. How wide is the eye? I'll look at the eye in just a little bit. -17, Ethan, touching at 76.
Oh, yes. Wow.
Let me look at how wide the eye is. Oh my gosh, Ethan. This eye is very, very circular right now. I'm very circular. Really circular.
That might be a sign that it's becoming more organized. That is a possibility.
I was about to say that it is rapidly clearing now too, so.
And also, Ethan, there has been over 90 lightning strikes in the last 10 minutes in the Eyewall. 90 lightning strikes.
Oh, wow.
That vertical hot tower in the southwest quadrant might cloud over the eye briefly, but overall intensification's probably about to begin if it's not already ongoing.
And the eye is 20 miles in diameter. 20 miles in diameter. Oh my gosh, this eye is very, 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 very intense. That is solid. That is a solid eye wall right there. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we have 145 mile an hour winds on the southern eye wall. A lot of black pixels because the winds are so strong. We have 145 plus mile an hour velocities on the southern eye wall. And not only that, we have a lot of range folding with 140 mile an hour winds on the northeastern quadrant. There is no way this is a Category 3 anymore.
Yeah, I would say the last time I saw a velocity signature quite this organized, in the Atlantic, I can't really remember, but in the eastern, or in anywhere, it was Hinnom-Nor, and that was quite the storm, so very impressive velocity signature coming out of this right now.
All right, I got breaking news. Recon mission just got canceled from investigating Ian because of so much lightning activity.
Where'd you hear this?
It's ascending. It's going up on flight radar. It's at like 15,000 feet right now.
Oh yeah, I do see that. Yeah, we'll see if it's I think it is avoiding that lightning for sure, but we'll see if it decides to do a pass.
Oh, wow. This is so intense. We got a radar spike. Look at this. Look at the spike on this. You can see it right there. This is.
Are you talking about
Mark Missenbaum on the Key West
the hurricane?
radars. Yes. There's a spike right here.
Oh boy.
See that spike?
Oh, that. Yeah, that might be a radar error.
Oh, okay. I thought it had to do something like with the winds being so strong or something. Wow, that eastern Eyewall is filling in. Yeah, that eye is starting to warm up. Let me see with what we have on Doverick Technique. The Doverick Technique has intensified a little further, now at 127 knots.
Yeah, we are soon to get a new position update, I believe.
All right, got some bad news.
What?
We are at about 130 knot winds at landfall on this. And it's going to come awfully close to Tampa Bay with winds at about 110 knots over the Tampa Bay area, according to the latest H-Wharf model.
Oh man.
Let's see what the HMON shows. Oh, wow. HMON brings us down to 936 millibars. 935 millibars. By 12Z Wednesday. And it has also moved a little bit to the north. So this looks pretty bad. That is exceptionally bad. Low-level winds, by the way, too, Ethan, at 150 to 160 knots.
Oh, yeah, that is strong. And we're probably seeing some intensification take place now, as what David and Justin have been saying. And so that really keeps in the key points in this latest discussion from the NHC. Ian is expected to cause life-threatening storm surge, catastrophic winds, and flooding in the Florida Peninsula. That's catastrophic winds.
Wow, that is not good. So, yeah, the recon mission into the system has been canceled. And I don't think they're going to send any aircraft out there because there's so much lightning going on. Oh, yes. Ethan, 100 lightning strikes in the Eyewall right now.
Oh my gosh, it has increased.
Wow. Wow. That is very solid right now. That is a solid Eyewall. Oh, we got 3 tornado warnings. So get a quick update on the tornado warnings right now. If you are in Rockland, tornado warning, Miles City, Florida Panther National Wildlife Refuge under a tornado warning. Jerome, Deep Lake, Rock Island under a tornado warning at this time. That expires in 32 minutes. Just a quick update on our tornado warnings. Here to the north, 2 tornado warnings that are currently issued. These are going to expire, one in 2 minutes and the other in 17 minutes. Still, by the way, it is observed. So we still have an observed tornado warning right now in the South Florida Water Management, Holy Land Wildlife Management area at this time. 2 tornado warnings. Alien Storm says no longer a Category 3 storm on the NHC. Did they update it? Oh, nope. They still have it at nope, still 120. Still 120. Why aren't they put... It's still a Category 3.
I do want to say, too, in relation, kind of adding on to what you were saying earlier, David, yeah, that is still an observed tornado. We do still have a lowered CC drop that is still paralleling Highway 27, leading into Okilanta. So if you are in the Okilanta area, or especially south or west of there, be sure to monitor the storm, as it does still have an observed tornado.
Yes, we still have an observed tornado on this right now. See, look at the high-res correlation. Wow, that debris ball is really deep, Ethan, right now. That's a deep debris signature.
Yeah, and surprisingly persistent, too. This is persistent across the warning area. I didn't think it'd make it all that way.
Yeah. This is a little long tracker, is what it is. Let me see where we're at as far as our Twitter. Anyone has posted anything yet? Oh, wow. Even, look at this. Even NYCWX is even saying something about this. Look at the huge lightning now.
Oh, yes.
Over... Man, living. This is not good. You know what? I'm going to make another tweet post on that. I need to update the plot first. Oh, it's... David, to the update button again. I'm updating this.
Well, it's really hard to tell if that actually is tornado debris at that point.
Sorry, I'm not talking.
It's Jeffrey, yes. Within 30 to 50 miles of the storm, there will be some strong winds. You will need to look for the latest warnings issued, or watches, depending on the case, by the National Weather Service. There will be tropical storm warnings or hurricane warnings in the vicinity of that storm. And also, hello, Megan. Welcome back to David's new channel. Yes.
What's up, Megan? How are you doing? We got a rapidly intensifying hurricane right now. Explosively intensifying. Okay, the eastern Eyewall, Ethan, is beginning to intensify quickly. The entire eye now is surrounded by a ring of yellow, orange, and red radar reflectivities.
Yes, absolutely. That is very evident.
Wow, Ethan, this tornado warning right here, two of them on top of one of another, but this southernmost area of rotation, that is getting tighter. Back and forth on tornado warnings to current evolution of the eye of Ian. As I am very sure right now, it is up in the category of a 4. Because that is very solid. Man.
Yeah, also something I'd like to mention in that latest tornado warning, which encompasses southeastern Hendry, northern Broward, and southwestern Palm Beach counties, this is now moving at 50 miles per hour. So we're not dealing with the 30 mile per hour ones anymore. This is now moving 50 miles per hour. So
wow,
it's moving very quickly.
Jeez. Is there a way it changes its path towards Tampa? Most of the models, Megan, so if we look at the latest H-Wharf model, you all that are tuning in here, we see this intensifying for sure. I think it's going to be close to a Category 4 at landfall. We just don't know yet. I don't want to say a Category 4 and it not reaching Category 4 intensity ever. We're going to just keep this at 120 to 125 before landfall. But 939 millibars at landfall right around 5 p.m. tomorrow in Eastern time. 2 p.m. my time. But if we go back, look at the pressure. 930 millibars. To be specific, 920 millibars at about 11 in the morning. Really close when this makes landfall. Very close. And yes, these are hurricane force winds onshore. Possibly 100-mile-an-hour winds at the surface with this. I mean, look at this, Ethan. Hurricane force winds on land. Actually on land, Ethan. Not over the water, on land.
Yeah, definitely. That's part of why we've seen these hurricane warnings extend into the interior part of the Florida Peninsula, including the Orlando area.
I mean, look at this. Yeah, Brandon's mom lives in Tampa. Yeah, that's what I got told. Wendy lives in Tampa. This is bad. We're talking a 930 millibar, 125 knot system potentially at landfall, Ethan.
I'm also noticing that its central dense overcast is now symmetrically cooling in every quadrant. So intensification's definitely ongoing. There's no chance that its Eyewall replacement cycle has not completed.
Wait, you're saying the Eyewall replacement cycle has completed, correct?
I'm saying it has definitely completed, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, this is bad. This is very bad right now. This is going to be making landfall between Tampa, possibly Port Charlotte in Florida. Between these two locations, it won't matter exactly where this makes landfall, because I'll tell you what right now, folks. I will tell you what right now. Winds will be screaming to the point where there will be substantial catastrophic wind damage. You can really think about this. Even so, you get surface winds here, like say right all in here to the east of the hurricane force winds at about 46 to 52 knots. You're going to have wind gusts probably approaching 135 to 140 plus miles an hour because of the low-level winds that are going to be screaming. In fact, if we go to the windy.com, unfortunately, if we look at the... Yeah, let's use the HRRR. This is pretty good as far as winds go. Yeah, this is going to show us quite a bit of detail. Yeah, this is going to make landfall. Let's see if this is... You know what? No, let me use... Hold on. Yeah, so if this makes landfall, well, it will make landfall. You're going to have hurricane force winds here. I can tell you that right now. Hurricane force winds. But if you go a little higher up, I know I shouldn't be using the NAM, of course, but there's no hurricane model on windy.com. So we have to kind of substitute that. But look at these low-level winds at 2,000 feet, Ethan. They're going to be screaming at over 150 miles an hour. And then at 2,500 feet, there could be winds even at 145 to 160 miles an hour. And then you go up a little bit to 5,000 feet. There could be winds over the Tampa area at 170 miles an hour, getting close to 200 miles an hour on the western side of the eye. I mean, this is big time. Wow, this eye... This is a very, very circular eye right now.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, the whole quadrant is cooling with cloud tops. Yeah, this is really changing rapidly. Also, the outflow has expanded a little bit too, Justin and Ethan.
Oh, yeah. And you're absolutely right. That eye has gotten more organized than what it was when I joined on the stream.
Oh, yeah, for sure. No low-level winds, Don Bean. Low-level winds. Low-level winds at 25, about 5,000 feet, nearing 200. I did not say surface winds would be 200. So if you have any questions, anybody? Yes, I am, Megan. So, if you guys have any questions, I'm probably going to end up live streaming all night. Since we have like a huge crowd here, a huge audience, I'm probably going to work something out, and I'm probably going to end up streaming this. Or if I do stream, I'm going to stream until midnight. And then
I will likely stay till around 11, and then I'm going to head off.
All right, I'll probably stay up until midnight then. So I'm not going to do this all night. I need to get to bed myself. But I will probably start this back up in the morning before I leave the house. So there's extended live coverage. I will make sure you all are up to date tomorrow too. But in the meantime, we're going to track this for another couple of hours. Live Hurricane Ian, urgent live coverage, tornadoes, substantial winds, and everything. We're going to give another update on the conditions on the advisory at 11 o'clock tonight, my time. So in about another 45 minutes. But again, we are tracking this live.
Also want to say... Oh, I'm sorry. I just want to say that TVS has strengthened in that tornado warning.
Yup, I see it. We have 2 tornadoes potentially. Could this be at 140 right now? I don't know if it's at 140. It could be. I don't think it is. There's not enough evidence to prove that. But this, I will tell you what right now, has a solid white area over here. See this white, these white pixels, everybody? That is outbound winds at over 142 miles an hour. Just to let you know, Ethan, 142 mile an hour winds going outbound on the hurricane, with inbound winds at 142 as well.
Oh boy. Yeah, that is serious wind.
Lightning activity is about the same. It has not increased anymore. But it won't matter very much because this is serious business. Very serious business. Now this is headed north right now. This is headed north. Wow, it is riding up that 30 degree, 31 degree isotherm of sea surface temperatures. Wow, these cloud tops. All right, raw T numbers, Ethan, on the Doverick technique are at 6.6, which supports a possible intensity of 130 knots.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting. We're going to be seeing another big update in 45 minutes. That's going to be the 2 a.m. Eastern Time update released by the NHC.
And I will be here for that update, which means we will do you a full breakdown, detailed, intermediate advisory update. Okay? So make sure you all are here for that. But if you're new, you like the coverage that we have been presenting to you tonight, consider subscribing, sharing this with your friends and family. Oops, I hit my mic. Sorry, Mike. Sorry. Sharing this with your family and friends. You've been doing good at that. And everything. And also liking the stream. But also, I do winter updates. I do a lot of other weather content for Weather United. Hence its name. Weather. And it's United. In the United States. Yeah. I cover the entire United States. Including maybe Canada. Southern Canada. What's up, John? I wonder what 3D looks like on GR2 Analyst. Shoot, do I have... Oh, I do have GR2 Analyst 3. I'm wondering. I have not seen this on GR2 Analyst. Or GR3 Analyst. Or level 3. It's the John 54-2EI. Or it's the John 54-2E Hurricane. Alright, downloading data. Come on, upload, update. Wow, yeah, these winds are very strong. Yeah, here is the latest. Let's do a 3D scan on this. Wow, Ethan, look at this eye. Look at this eye on 3D. Man.
Oh, wow. That's a pretty interesting view.
Wow, look at that eye, folks. That is a really intense eye. Let me make this a little closer so we're able to get a good scope of this. Wow, you could see this, Ethan. It's like a stadium effect. It's literally a stadium effect.
Yeah, that is really amazing to see on this. That stadium effect is something you see in these really organized hurricanes, and it is spectacular to be able to see on GR2 Analyst right here.
Wow. This is absolutely intense. Dang. That is. Also, if we bring up Doppler Radar on here, we could also view this too on the reflectivity on 3D. Look at this too, folks. Wait until it loads so you can see this. Look at that. What's the width of the eye?
I do want to say here, I'm sorry.
What's the width? Yeah, hold on. Hold that question. The width of the eye, by the way, folks, is about 20 miles in diameter. It's about 20 miles in diameter. All right, go ahead, Ethan.
Yeah, we did have a question. The counties in Florida, and this is important for people to know as well. If they are in Florida or they know people in these areas, what counties are under evacuation orders? And we have several right now under mandatory evacuation orders, and I'm going to list them. Charlotte County, Citrus County, Collier County, Hernando County, Hillsborough County, Lee County, Levi County, Pasco County, Pinellas County, and Sarasota County. All of those are currently under mandatory evacuation alerts. We do have several more that have voluntary evacuation orders, but those that I just mentioned, those are the mandatory areas that are under evacuation alerts right now.
Okay, thank you for that, Ethan. By the way, we have several vortices rotating around inside the eye right now. Several vortices, Ethan. Several vortices.
Oh, wow.
This might be... What does that mean if there's vortices going around in the eye? Does that mean it's strengthening? Or
It
what?
could be. I'm not specifically sure, but that is something that we do see in these intense eye walls.
Oh my gosh. No. No. And that eye is huge right now. If we take a look at the diameter...
I do want to also just clarify too, to those wondering, No, I don't mean the entire county necessarily under these mandatory evacuations. It's specific zones in these, but portions of these counties are under the evacuation orders. At least.
All right, so how big is the ice? Someone was asking. About 18 to 20 miles in diameter. 18 to 20 miles in diameter is the size of the eye. Actually, to be specific, it's probably a little smaller than that. Probably like 18 miles or less. What are vortices? They're areas of rotation inside the eye itself. And actually, Ethan, you could probably explain this pretty good.
Yeah, in a simple term, what a vortice is just an area of spin. And so we talk about vortices in meteorology on various scales. They can be tornadoes, mesocyclones. In this case, an eye wall. And within the eye wall, we have smaller vortices, and these are the ones that David is referring to in the center of that eye. And I'm not specifically sure how they relate to the intensity of it in particular, but I have seen them before.
Yes. And so they rotate like this. They kind of spin, and you get several of these. You can kind of think of it like this. So I'm going to use two of my hands. They rotate like this. You get two microscopic low pressures that go and they rotate like this. Like that. They rotate. And that's what we have right now. That is an intense eye. John is intensifying. John 54 2E. No, I'm just kidding, John. Looks like the southern eye wall, Ethan, is becoming more thicker and intense than what it was like earlier.
Yeah.
Tampa Bay will be slammed. Oh, yeah. Man, this is really strong. Gosh. Those are some serious cloud tops. Yeah, lightning activity has decreased a little bit. How bad will it affect the southeast? So, that relates to the models. Let's take a look at those. So as far as this goes, this looks to weaken even if it goes over the Atlantic for a little bit here. So when it gets into Georgia in about 60 hours, latest models indicate that it's going to be weakening, but you're still going to definitely be seeing some heavy rainfall and gusty winds with near tropical storm force winds. The HMON model, going forward with that, we can see that it takes it a little further offshore, but it does not intensify the system anymore. The system's really weak. It's going to be broader and weaker, but still may generate tropical storm force winds with, again, moderate to heavy rainfall. Really intense rainfall on the northern side of this. I will be doing my update here in 30 minutes, folks. 30 minutes when the next intermediate advisory comes out. Is it going to hit Sarasota? Oh, yes. Sarasota is going to get hit pretty hard by this. Based on the latest model guidance. Oh, yeah. This is going to be pretty devastating. I mean, look at that. You do got hurricane force winds in that area. Frosty.
Absolutely, and we're going by the words of the National Hurricane Center here when we're talking about the potential near the core of this storm for catastrophic winds. That is what the National Hurricane Center is saying in their latest discussion. That is possible.
Yeah. Catastrophic wind damage. Substantial flooding. And you could see, look at these winds over Tampa. The forecast from these two models has winds at major hurricane intensity blowing water out of Tampa Bay, by the way, Ethan.
Oh, wow.
Unfilled. Hey, I'll be going to Tampa on October 10th from Hungary. On October 10th? Oh, nice. So, yeah, October 10th, you should be fine as far as any tropical storms or hurricanes go. And by the way, we do got a celebrity, I think, in the YouTube chat. Unfield is a celebrity because he has the verification check mark. I actually want to look him up. I think he is... Yes, he does. He has 300... Oh, wait, no. Yeah, he has 635,000 subscribers. So big welcome. Welcome, Unfield, everyone. He is a celebrity. Big time celebrity. I'm a celebrity on Twitch. How many followers do you have, Megan, on Twitch? All right, looks like the western eyewall is slowly weakening a little bit. We'll see if that leads to anything. Still...
Oh, we do have a new tornado warning. This is including Weston, Florida. This is in the western suburbs of Fort Lauderdale.
Yep. New tornado warning expires in 15 minutes.
Yeah, so that's central Broward County and south central Palm Beach County in Florida. This is located over the intersection of I-75 and Griffin Road, or near Davie, moving north at 40 miles per hour. So we're talking about some more populated areas now. Pembroke Pines, Coral Springs, Davie, Plantation, and Sunrise. That is a tornado warning that is now in effect.
There's a pretty impressive hook on that.
It is.
David is a massive... Oh, wait. Weather United, I should say, is a massive celebrity. The hurricane cone is updated. Oh, did they update it again? Yeah, 12 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. That was 9 a.m. Or not 9 a.m. 9 p.m. my time. It's 10:31 p.m. here. It is 1:31 a.m. back east. Still a major hurricane. We're going to get our live cameras involved to see where we're at. Yeah, look at the waves crashing into Key West, everyone. Twitter. Yeah, let me check Twitter. Wow, 12 notifications. Yeah, thank you all for sharing this, retweeting that tweet. It means a lot to me. Me, when Hurricane Ian finally makes up its mind and shows up. Oh, I gotta show this. This is kind of hilarious. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh my gosh. Look at this, Ethan. Wow. Yeah, I know camera's blurry.
Oh, yeah.
Me, when Hurricane Ian finally makes up its mind and shows up. That's hilarious. I'm retweeting that. That earns a retweet. Wow. Yep, you could follow me on Weather United 1, folks. I am on social media. Man, now those waves are just huge. Here comes a big one right out there. That's going to crash in. Wow, big wave. Dang. The flags are not blowing. Well, I don't think there's flags there. Let's take a look at our latest cameras. It's been a little while. See what we have on Sebel Island in Florida. Winds picking up a little bit. Not raining anymore like it was. Massive blow up of deep convection on the east side. Uh-oh. I'll have to look at that in just a second. Naples. Winds are slowly trying to pick up. And here is Marco Island. Marco.
You know, I would love you guys to confirm this. That tornado warning for FLL looks like there could be a debris ball on that. A deep one too.
Ooh.
It's very thin, but if you line it up with reflectivity, it lines up perfectly. There was also, if you look at the FLL terminal radar, which it's right next to a few frames ago, there was actually higher reflectivity values in the like tip of the hook echo, and that could signal even a debris ball and reflectivity. Not sure though.
Let me see.
Yeah,
You gotta
I am
really
seeing
line
some
it up.
lowered correlation coefficient values there. So that could be a tornado. Possibly.
Very hard to line up because there's so much inflow in there, but it seems to line up. Not sure. It's hard to tell.
So we may have a tornado on the ground. We may have another tornado on the ground in the middle of the night. So this makes it absolutely dangerous. What's up, Caden? Nice to see you here again. All right. By the way, Severe Weather Center, by the way, Justin said that there's huge deep convection blowing up around the eastern side.
Yeah, that lines up. I would say that that's a tornado on the ground.
It is certainly possible.
Oh, yeah, we're starting to see convection blowing up.
It's more easy to tell on the regular correlation coefficient as opposed to super res. For some reason, it blends it a little bit more since it's such a thin storm.
Oh, I see what you're talking about. Yeah. I think that's inflow. That
It
might...
lines up almost perfectly with it's still really hard to tell, but it lines up almost perfectly.
Oh, wow, that just got tighter, that couplet. Okay. That might be... You know what? That might be a little TDS. Thank you so much, Athena.
Yeah, so we are
I
still
do
dealing with that threat. That
appreciate
is
it.
now going to be... That's going to be north of Weston, Florida, moving off to the west of Coral Springs. And to the north and the northwest of there, it's not very populated, but this is very close to populated areas. So definitely residents in the Coral Springs, Weston areas, and Pine Island Ridge. If you're in that vicinity, please take take action just to be safe, as this storm is tornado warned and might have a tornado on the ground.
And we do have, again, these brighter yellows moving away from the radar, and we have darker reds moving toward. So we do have what appears to be tight rotation, maybe a tornado on the ground with that. But we cannot...
Yeah. The FLL radar has a very good look at the velocity, as it's almost right on top of the radar right now. It's just ahead of it.
The
So if you want to take a look at that one, yeah. The terminal radar, FLL.
Oh, yes. Yeah, that is definitely something. Yeah, that's rotation. That might be a tornado. Maybe trying to touch down. 76, by the way, Justin, touching 0.
Wow.
2 a.m. update now, an increase to 80% for 99L.
Really?
Yup. Let me see. Yup, it's up to 80% chance now.
Wow. That's shocking.
Yup, 80% chance now. But since that's in the middle of the Atlantic, I don't think anyone really cares about that for right now. Not saying we should not ever look at it. It's not anything that we should worry about just yet. How about DeSoto County, Weather United? Let's see to go to DeSoto County. I'm getting to that a little late. So DeSoto County is going to get significantly impacted by this potentially. You're right in the crosshairs of maybe seeing a powerful hurricane at landfall. You will see substantial catastrophic flooding, catastrophic wind, and might even see some storm surge in that area because you do got a riverbed right here. So some of the water might back up into that county. We got a 2 a.m. Hey, there's no 2 a.m. update for Ian yet. Good night, little brother. Don't call me little brother, Megan. I'll call you little sister then. Have fun streaming on Twitch. Let me know how your Twitch stream goes. I wonder what game you're gonna play. I know you're into Pokemon. Someone said hi to you, Ethan.
I see. Chase, Chase McLean. Hello and welcome. We're certainly glad to have you here.
And thank you for subscribing if you did, Chase. I'm sure you did, because you're awesome. Oh my gosh, look at the velocities on the Miami radar. They are off the charts. It is clipping the radar. 180 mile an hour winds on this. On the eye of Ian. Did you guys hear me?
I hear you.
Okay. Yeah, we got 130 mile an hour velocities on this. No doubt. Yeah, this has increased in intensity. Definitely. That's a weird YouTube channel name. Did you see that in the chat, Ethan? The Alkide Cyclone. Subscribe, don't unsubscribe. That's a long YouTube channel name. I've never known someone to have that long of a name.
Yeah, I saw that. Kind of weird.
Yeah. Not in a hurtful way, I promise. We're not trying to hurt your feelings. But that is a long YouTube channel name. Good luck. Yeah. Good luck growing your channel, because people will look at that and be like, okay, I'll unsubscribe. You gotta, It's up to you, though. It's your channel, your name. But how are you doing anyways? How's everybody doing tonight? 15 minutes until my update, my next update on this system. We should know in 15 minutes, yes. All the tornado warnings have been expired, Ethan. We have no tornado warnings in effect.
Okay. That is good.
But what we do have is cloud tops of negative 80 degrees Celsius surrounding almost the entire eye. This is moving north right now. This has turned north, not moving towards east or northeast anymore. But we will get a new update from the NHC here really soon about how strong this is. But I'm guessing it's about time they put this maybe up to 130, I think, or 125 at least. Yo, what's up, Alex Miller? Wow, David is still on. Yes, I am, Waterboy. The Waterboy, Alex Miller, the Waterboy. And there will be catastrophic Alex Miller. The Alex Miller will be catastrophic and potentially unsurvivable.
David?
Yes.
As I did say earlier, the SPC has upgraded to an enhanced risk for tornadoes today. I'm going to see if that is driven by a significant risk of tornadoes or just a temporary.
I will check for you. How about that?
Yeah, okay, I see it, but I'll let you show the viewers.
Oh, maybe not. It's not. Oh, yeah, there it is. Okay. No, it hasn't. The graphics haven't loaded on my end.
Yeah, I'm on a website that gets it early. You'll see it.
Is it 10 sig?
It is 10 non-sig for now.
Okay.
It basically encompasses Orlando. Just Orlando. It's pretty small.
Are you serious? Just that area?
It's like Orlando, Deltona, like just that area. It's really small, actually.
Okay. 150 mile an hour winds in the next update. No, no.
Definitely not.
Michael Guerrero, no, it's not going to be 140. Probably at least 130 at least. There's not quite enough radar velocity data to confirm a 140 mile an hour hurricane. Even so, the velocities do show 140. They'll have to look over the data, but it is very, very intense. Still, I mean, look at this, Ethan and Justin. Look at my live stream. There is literally a solid area of 140 mile an hour winds on the eastern and northeastern side, and there is a solid area of 145 mile an hour winds on the southern Eyewall. Based on the velocities. Look at these velocities. I mean, I don't think it's going to be 140, but it will certainly, I'm sure, be 130. Or maybe at least 125. Oh yeah, for sure, Michael.
SPC does have some pretty strong wording, by the way, for tomorrow's tornado risk. They said in their summary that several tornadoes will be possible across Florida Peninsula today in association with Hurricane Ian. And then they said later in the outlook that, let's see here, something about, okay, here it is, ahead of developing spiral bands containing semi-discrete convection and numerous embedded mesocyclones. So several tornadoes and numerous embedded mesocyclones is what the SPC is saying for today.
Yeah. All right, got a new update. This is from Lil. Oh my gosh, look at the velocities on. Oh, I heard myself. Oh my goodness.
Hello and welcome. We're certainly glad to have you here. Huh?
Your voice was, someone posted.
You're awesome.
My stream, I guess, is in the background.
Oh my gosh, look at the velocity.
And me and your voices were detected. I actually like that. I actually like that. Thank you so much, Lil Slurricane. I thought it was like, oh my gosh, you're trolling me. But no, I realized that it's in the background.
David,
What?
the advisory's out and it has stayed at 120 miles per hour.
Oh my gosh. Are they not going to push it to a Category 4? It is not out.
It is out for me.
Okay, yep.
21A.
Why do you think they're not pushing it up, Ethan and Justin? Based
I'll
like
let Ethan go first.
Yeah, I'm not particularly sure. We have seen the eye organize some recently, but I suppose they're monitoring the pressure trends as well, and we have seen that go up a little bit recently, so that might be kind of balancing it out a bit. I don't know what the new pressure is because I still don't have the update.
it's
It
at
has gone up. Yeah, you can tell it.
953 millibars. No, it's still the same, I believe, right?
That's the same as the last update, yes.
The
Okay.
pressure has not gone up. See, they don't have recon. They do not have recon. And I don't
Yeah,
know.
I was gonna say that I think the reason why they didn't upgrade it is probably the lack of recon support. They've only gotten a few passes in the last few hours because recon has had issue after issue after issue today. kind of is reminiscent of Ada, where it's such an important recon mission and they just keep failing over and over again. I think if we get recon data into it, we'll probably get an upgrade to at least 125 miles per hour at the 2 a.m. Pacific, that is.
I don't think they're going to go out there. I don't see... Oh, there's a new Air Force mission that leaves in 22 minutes. That's going all the way from Biloxi, though. That's going to be a little bit of a flight. Actually, it shouldn't be that long. Shouldn't be that long, I'm hoping. I guess I'm going to stay up for that. Who wants me to stay and watch the next recon mission? Actually, let me put a vote. Should I? Because I will be tired. And this will compensate for me to not make an early morning video. Because I will be just too tired. Wow, the eye structure has changed. Ooh, everyone wants me to do it. Oh, we got 200 votes already. 200 votes. Say yes, nearly. So,
Oh, wow.
if you haven't voted already, I'll do this for you all. I will do this for you all. If you want me to, I'll stay up. Because it shouldn't be much longer. They'll depart here by 11:30. They should be in the storm by like 1 in the morning. Let me see what their outlook is. Let's see. The 27th, right? So we want the 28th. Tail Doppler radar, no, that's... Okay, no, that's past. So I'm just looking at their fixes. Okay, so they're going to be out there at... Oh, shoot. That's 1 in the morning. That is 1 in the morning. They're going to be out there investigating this. That's their station time. 8, so 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. If this fails, I swear I'm going to be mad. I swear. Live stream until landfall? That's what I'm probably going to end up doing. I will have to sleep, though. And I don't know if I should keep the stream running. Sometimes it doesn't go very well if I keep the stream running. That's my fear. Yeah, I can't stay up all night because I have class tomorrow. And I have to be there at like 9 in the morning, so I have to get up early. Yes, leave it running. The stream is super. I think what I'm going to do is, this stream is 6 hours in. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new stream, I think. Yeah. I think that's no sleep stream. Caden, I gotta sleep. I gotta sleep, bud. But I will have to start a new stream because I want to capture all the data. Because if I stream for over 12 hours, they will crop my stream out. YouTube will not. It will be cropped out. because they only allow up to 12 hours of a DVR kind of recording kind of thing. So what I'm going to have to do is in the stream at like 1 in the morning and get one going really quickly. And then stream it. Then that way I can get some shut-eye and just keep it running. I will get some sleep, but I want to get this. I want to see this new recon mission. I've got to see this new recon mission. It's literally prime time for me because I'm sure this is a category 4. They're just not safe to call it. What's up, Athena? Hello from Dallas. Yeah, I'm gonna stay up until at least 2 in the morning, maybe 1:30, so I can get recon data. Actually, I want to make sure I am right on my time here. Let's see. Yeah, that's 1 in the morning. They're going to be in the storm at 1 in the morning. So they're going to fly out of here really soon. Oh my gosh. Ethan, Justin, are you here?
I am here, yeah.
Ethan, you there?
Yes, I am.
We have 130 knots according to the advanced Doverick technique. 130 knots.
Wow.
That is substantial.
All right, we got new explosion of deep convection on the western side again. Negative 92 Celsius cloud tops.
Oh, wow. Those have gotten deeper.
There is no chance about this. This has got to be a category 4. I am not trying to hype this up or anything, but everything lends that factor.
Yeah, and I'm looking at this thing. It is huge. This is not good for Florida, because even if it doesn't get to official Category 4 intensity, it can be a Category 3 and be this size at landfall, and it'll be more devastating than a small Category 4. This thing is huge.
Oh, yeah. Big time. All right, so 200 votes say me to stream the next recon. All right, I will stream the next recon because I love you guys. And I will do it for you all. Because people do need the latest info, and that's what I'm here for. Me see the new pass bridge camera. That's dark. That doesn't help.
Oh, David, people want to know what the Doverick intensity forecast and guidance means. Could you explain that to them?
Yeah, sure. So what the Doverick estimate is, because you guys are awesome, is it basically uses a tropical cyclone intensity algorithm. It's basically on it's computer model based. It's an image. So if we click on this, this is the Doverick image that you see here, and it's the colors of the cloud tops or something that it uses to estimate how strong it is. So the Doverick estimate uses satellite intensity estimates based on deep convection, how fast the cloud motions are in the eye are going, and other factors, and how warm the eye is and stuff. There's a lot of algorithmic based intensity estimates that take this into consideration. So right now it's at 130 knots at 928 millibars, which doesn't surprise me in some degree of sense because of what we're seeing on the forecast HWRF and HMON. It could be that intense. I mean, 130 knots, that is quite close to radar estimates. I mean, the radar estimates have this right now at about 145 miles an hour. So that is not far off. That is very strong. I don't think it's 928 millibars, but I will tell you what, it is strong. It is very strong. And it won't matter how strong it is, because it's devastating already. End of discussion. But welcome. Got 300 votes and a lot of people, 90% say yes. So I am streaming this, the next recon mission, which departs in 11 minutes. Ooh, wait. Oh, watch it here. Oh, wait, no. Okay. So, we got 3 missions coming up in the next hour. 3 missions. So, in 11 minutes or so, in 10 minutes, in fact, we will get recon departing. So that is fun to know. 11 minutes, everyone. We will get recon into this storm, and hopefully, pray, everybody. Just pray that the recon mission is successful and it doesn't turn around. Maybe they had to turn around because of that lightning activity earlier. This is very intense right now. I'm keeping an eye on everything. No tornado warnings at this time. Nothing. Okay, there is the enhanced risk with a 10% chance of tornadoes, 5% chance for wind, and nothing for hail. Gosh. And by the way, Ethan, there is almost 3 million people under that enhanced risk, let alone.
Yeah, that enhanced risk, it might cover a small area, but we've got a bunch of population centers in that enhanced tornado risk area. That does include Orlando, Deltona, Melbourne, Daytona Beach, and Kissimmee. So those are locations where you do have enhanced potential later today for a couple of tornadoes, perhaps even several tornadoes.
Jeez. By the way, we have 30 lightning strikes in the last 10 minutes inside the eye right now. Lightning activity has been bumped up a little bit. All right, I'm going to end the poll since a lot of people probably voted. All right, 248 votes. Most of those say yes, I will stream. 9 minutes, and they are departing. Can't wait. Man, this is really spinning up fast. We change satellite regions here. Okay, there we go. That's a little bit better, so we can view this. And there's the eye. So that way we can look further north. Thank you so much, Mary Beth. What's up, Vegas Aviation? How are you? I'm glad you found the YouTube channel. I was wondering, man, hopefully my loyals find me, because you guys are awesome. By the way, if you haven't liked the stream yet, please consider doing so, because it's about to get a lot of fun with recon data on this beast. Okay, winds, Ethan, here's the latest estimates. Winds on the southern side, because of how many black pixels we have, could be on the estimate of about 150 miles an hour on the southern eyewall. The northern eyewall, we have winds at about 145. The velocities.
Oh, wow.
Because there is black pixels.
That is very strong.
Black pixels, not pink pixels. This is off the charts. So, this is really serious. Thank you, Mary Beth. I love you. Thank you for subscribing, hun. Look on IR right now. Big eye forming. Oh, shoot. That worries me. Someone said big eye forming. Yeah, I see that. Big eye forming. Look at this eye, Ethan. Again, doing it again. Negative 80, 95 Celsius cloud tops spreading about halfway around the eye. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that's convection. That's deep convection that is being involved in this core of the hurricane. And that does signal we've got intensifying updrafts within that. And it could still, again, it could still intensify. We haven't seen that in the 2 a.m. update, but it could still intensify further as it approaches the shore.
Oh, I think it has really intensified, Ethan. They're not going to do it until Recon gets out there. They are not going to do it until Recon gets out there. We only have a super prestigious, aggressive ADT or advanced overrick technique estimate. But we will get data in 4 minutes. The recon mission aircraft will take off. When is the next recon? In 4 minutes. They're taking off. What's up, the Amber Life? I just found you. Hey, hey. When is the next recon? I just said in about 4 minutes. 4 minutes. Where will it fly from? Probably out of Biloxi. Yeah, this is moving north right now. This has not moved at all towards the north-northeast. Recon mission. It's a plane. It's a prop plane. What's the significance of cold cloud tops? Ethan, you could better explain this because you know a lot about convection and stuff. I know a lot, but you know a lot more than me.
Yeah, what we're talking about here is specifically in reference to this. Colder cloud tops means that the convection, the updraft of the storm, is getting deeper. So the storms are getting stronger, they're getting taller, extending further into the atmosphere, and that means the storms around the eye wall or within the eye wall of this hurricane are intensifying. And so that's why we say when the cloud tops are getting colder, the thunderstorms that are within the eye wall are getting deeper, they're getting stronger because they're extending further into the atmosphere.
Yes, exactly. Thank you so much, Zen Vibe. David, brother, can you make me mod for your new channel? Sure. Because I know you. Kessler Air Force Base. So I guess they're taking off closer? Or... I could do a recon mission. It's called Flight Simulator. But that'll probably be too boring. I don't know if I should. Thank you so much, Raphaelia. I do appreciate that. I'm glad we are awesome. So, yeah, we're gonna watch this. Oh my gosh, Ethan. We're now a pixel. We're at a pixel of negative 93 Celsius.
Oh yeah, they are still getting deep. They're still very deep.
This looks like the ice stalled slightly.
That would be interesting. Also to address some questions I had seen, there are no active tornado warnings at this point, so regarding a severe weather update, we don't have any tornado warnings going at the moment. But that's not to say that we won't see more, because we've seen several tonight, and the environment does still remain conditionally favorable for some of these storms to begin rotating as we continue into the overnight hours. A tornado watch does remain in effect, and it does look like to the west of Palm Beach, we've got a storm that might be trying to rotate. It's not warned or anything yet, but something to watch, and storms further to the south as well, down toward the Fort Lauderdale area, need to be alert in these locations. A tornado watch does remain in effect, and that potential does still remain.
Yeah, and on a segue of what Ethan just said, in terms of severe weather, we are not done tonight. In fact, tomorrow will be an even bigger day of severe weather, potentially, with the Storm Prediction Center upgrading their risk to a enhanced risk, which is a level 3 out of 5. It's not too often you see that for tropical cyclones, but given what happened today, and given the fact that you're going to have a lot of instability along with insane amounts of shear, low-level helicity, and things like that, you're going to have the potential for several tornadoes throughout almost the whole state of Florida tomorrow and the next day.
Yes. All right, I'm gonna do my tropical update again. This will be the last one of the night, so make sure you all are tuning in. This is the time that you need to share this with your family and friends, because we are going to do a tropical update for you right now. Very detailed, very essential, and everything. All right, so make sure you are listening in closely, because I'm going to give out some information that is very important, and you may not even like to hear the information because it is pretty concerning. We're talking about serious storm surge and stuff. All right, so first things first, we're looking at the infrared satellite imagery once again. Cold cloud tops, negative 80, negative 90 degrees Celsius. Numerous lightning strikes, I'm sure, that are going on within the Eyewall to the west with all of this newly expanding deep convection. Also, the cloud tops surrounding the entire eye are negative 75 Celsius or colder. In fact, possibly getting in the upper end of the negative 70 Celsius range. Here's a look at the Key West, Florida radar, and we can see a very intense, powerful eyewall moving north, kind of north-northeast, but also kind of north at the same time, kind of right on that latitude of about 84.2 degrees north in latitude or so, if I'm correct. Okay. So it's going north on that line, and you can see Naples if you're in Fort Myers, if you're in Port Charlotte, Sarasota. We're starting to get really intense rain bands moving into that area. It's been going on all day there. It's going to get worse before it gets better. Sea surface temperatures are really warm, so this is moving into a pocket of 30 Celsius waters, and that is why this is going to allow this to be supportive for further intensification. I'm afraid of. We could still see a Category 4 right at landfall or right before it, but it won't matter because 10 miles an hour doesn't make a difference because this is a catastrophic hurricane. As of the 2 a.m. advisory, the system is moving towards the north-northeast at this time at 10 miles an hour, winds at 120 miles an hour, and it will be a major hurricane, even on shore. You can see the letter M on your screen. That's 125 mile an hour winds when this thing makes its way on shore. So we're talking about catastrophic damage, wind damage, storm surge. I've said it too many times, and I will be happy to say it again. Catastrophic impacts are expected. The most likely arrival time of tropical storm force winds, as follows, is still set for 2 in the morning. That's literally occurring right now on the port. I got just mixed up there. Hold on. So we got Cape Coral in the path of this with 100% chance of tropical storm force winds. You have a 70 to 90% surrounding these areas all the way up until 2 p.m. Wednesday, going into Orlando, then 8 p.m. on Wednesday for the rest of Florida into the northeast like Jacksonville at 8 in the morning on Thursday. So again, this is really serious. I mean, you're right in the crosshairs of all of that purple. Hurricane force winds are also really intense. We're talking about an 80 to 90% chance of intense catastrophic hurricane force winds over the Cape Coral area, port, the port here. I forgot the name. Dagnabbit. It's a brain fart for me. So Cape Coral, Fort Myers, as well as Port Charlotte. That's the name that I was looking for. So Port Charlotte at a 90 to 100% chance with hurricane force winds there. So there's that chance. That's pretty high. Key messages for Hurricane Ian: life-threatening storm surge is expected along the Florida West Coast, where a storm surge warning is in effect with the highest risk from Naples to the Sarasota region. Residents in these areas should listen to advice given by local officials and follow any evacuation orders for your area. Hurricane force winds are expected in the hurricane warning area in southwest and west central Florida beginning Wednesday morning with tropical storm conditions expected overnight. Devastating wind damage is expected near the core of Ian. See, I said Ian. Dagnabbit. Ian. Residents should rush all preparations to completion. You should have done that already. All right, so number 3, heavy rainfall will spread across the Florida peninsula through Thursday and reach portions of the southeast later this week and the weekend. Catastrophic flooding and storm surge are all expected across this region. And again, I will say it again, we're talking about a prolonged period of moderate to major river flooding, storm surge, damaging winds that are catastrophic. We're also talking about, again, tornadoes and severe weather that we just talked about, and you heard it from Justin. There's a 10% chance for tornadoes. We'll talk a little bit about that in just a second. But here's the rainfall totals as of, let me make sure this is the latest. We're looking at a 10 to 15%. All right. Did I freaking say percent? Sorry. 10 to 15 inches of rainfall from Tampa Bay into Orlando, Jacksonville, Tallahassee, 1 to 2 inches of rainfall, Augusta, 4 to almost 6 inches of rainfall, Savannah, Charleston, Wilmington, Cape Hatteras, 6 inches of rainfall, Charlotte, Raleigh, Chattanooga, the Knoxville, about 1 to 2.5 to 3 inches of rainfall. So there is going to be a lot of flooding. We know the winds are going to be bad. It's going to be the rain. Water, water, danger, danger. It's going to be bad. Okay? That's why the National Hurricane Center has issued a high risk for substantial flash flood potential here, all the way from Jacksonville into Orlando, Tampa Bay, under the threat. So, like Disney World could certainly or will certainly be devastated by this, unfortunately. Tallahassee, you have a marginal risk for flash flooding, and some of the surrounding cities in that area, a slight risk for flash flooding. Savannah, you're under a marginal to slight risk for flash flooding. Charleston, a marginal risk for flash flooding. Fortunately, I said, again, these areas up here will not get impacted as bad, but right over here still, you have the impacts of serious flood potential. As far as storm surge, this has not updated yet, but I'm sure the storm surge threats will be, I believe they just updated it. Okay, they did. So storm surge right now still holding on to 8 to 12 feet. That did get upgraded. I think that did. 8 to 12 feet right now in this area. So Bonita Beach, catastrophic to maybe unsurvivable. Storm surge is anticipated if you're down here near East Cape Stable. They're right around 4 to 10 feet of storm surge. And then over here in the Key West area, you're expected to see up to 6 feet of storm surge. And then right along the coast here of the Carolinas, especially South Carolina, the northeastern Florida, as well as eastern Georgia, you are expecting to see up to 6 feet of storm surge, specifically maybe in that ballpark of 4 to 5 feet. But some areas like here, the mouth of the St. Mary's River, could see up to 6 feet. All right. We all know storm surge warnings are issued. The 1230 advisory was issued earlier from the National Hurricane Center and does highlight this whole area under a storm surge warning. We have said this we've said this more than 15 times tonight. There is storm surge warnings and watches already issued for the western coast of Florida. If you're on the northeastern coast of Florida, as well as the eastern coast of Georgia and the South Carolina region, you're under a storm surge warning and a storm surge watch, which means a storm surge watch means that storm surge conditions are possible in the next 36 hours, I believe that is, and a storm surge warning is issued when storm surge that could be catastrophic or unsurvivable or could be significant enough to warrant that is expected in the next 36 hours. Likely in the warning, and a watch is possible. Watch means it is possible to see that. As of the 2 in the morning advisory, winds are at 120 miles an hour, but again, this is probably generous given the data that we have collected. And the minimum central pressure is at 953 millibars. Based on this data, personally, again, you don't have to listen to me if you don't want to on this part of the discussion. But based on this data, the improved Eyewall structure and the satellite data, my intensity is being bumped up to 130 miles an hour, and central pressure is down to 945 millibars. So we are talking, in my own sense, in my personal opinion, you don't need to listen to me. Please listen to the National Hurricane Center. I need you all to listen to them still, because my opinion is a little bit different than theirs. So my opinion is saying to me that this is a Category 4 hurricane based on what I see with 130 mile an hour winds. So latest models do indicate that this is going to continue strengthening up until landfall. We know that for sure. Look at Tampa Bay, winds coming offshore, screaming at over 96 knots. This is very dangerous and potentially life-threatening with catastrophic winds, flooding, storm surge, pressure down to 939 millibars when this makes landfall. That is very, very low, very extremely low. And this will make landfall and weaken as it moves over Florida. But still, we're talking about tropical storm force winds on this in the middle of Florida. in 33 hours by early Thursday morning, and then it will fall apart in weekend as it moves off of Florida into the Carolinas and Georgia. The H-WRF or the H-MON model has a different scenario, and they're still a little different here, but it's in the same ballpark. We're talking about Category 3 to 4 force winds as this moves on shore. Now, even so, that, let me go back here. I want to make something clear. Just because if you live right here, okay, I want to make this clear. Just because you don't see 64 knot winds here does not mean you will not see hurricane force winds. You will see them in gusts that could reach 135, 150 miles an hour perhaps as this moves on shore, okay? But you may not necessarily get hurricane force wind sustained winds, but you can get those wind gusts. But look at this, still hurricane force winds here on shore by Wednesday night, by Wednesday evening, okay? So that follows the same rule with the H-MON, showing this hitting the South Carolina area by Friday early morning. Latest recon data does not indicate anything because they are just flying out of Biloxi, Mississippi. So they are en route. They are on their way out. And I'm hoping they have fixed their aircraft because there has been a lot of issues today. Unfortunately, we were not able to get several passes, like 4 or 5 passes into the system because recon data is very important as it tells us how strong the hurricane is, how low the pressure is, are we seeing any intensification since their first pass? And you'll see that, how that comes through over the next couple of updates here when we give you recon data. All right. So as it stands right now, 120 on the NHC. My intensity forecast, or my intensity right now, is 130. Fortunately, my intensity forecast is not going any higher than 130, and the max winds at landfall will be at about 125 to 130 miles an hour, plus or minus 5 or so. Looking at the latest infrared satellite imagery, we have very exploding thunderstorms with numerous lightning strikes. We have over roughly 50 or 60 lightning strikes going on in the Eyewall again. This did kind of take a little break of about an hour ago, but since then things have turned for the worse. Based on the latest ADT estimates, the Advanced Dover Technique intensity algorithm based at 130 knots or about 150 miles an hour. I disagree with this, but it does have a ceiling and it does show on how strong this actually looks like based on the satellite presentation. All right, I did forget to tell you all about the Storm Prediction Center. My mouth is getting dry. So let's go to that. There is an enhanced risk for severe weather. This is due to Hurricane Ian that is moving ashore today. And there is an enhanced risk, a level 3 out of 5 on the Severity Weather Index. This is driven by a 10% chance of tornadoes, a 5% chance of damaging winds, and a 0% chance of large hail. And you might be asking, why are they not putting this up to 60 mile an hour damaging winds when in reality we have a hurricane going? Because damaging winds in this sense are only related to supercells or any strong thunderstorms that are not related directly to the hurricane. Okay, so I want you all to understand that. There is a 5% chance, though, of damaging thunderstorm winds, if that makes sense, with a 10% chance of tornadic thunderstorms today. And I believe Justin said earlier that there would be several or numerous tornadoes today in this area. So a big tornado day, unfortunately, for the central Florida region, including for Orlando. Okay? So, again, a very serious situation, everybody. I don't like hyping things up. I'm not trying to make this a Category 4. I'm not trying to say this is a Category 4. But based, and Ethan will agree with me on this, based on my extrapolated data, okay, based on that, and Ethan, you could reiterate this after I do. Based on that, that's why I think this is a Category 4. People can disagree with me if they want. They could agree with me if they want. I really don't mind at all. All right? Just as long as people don't call me out for it, because at the end of the day, this does not look like a Category 3. We have an eye with a very intense, deep convection core that is going on, which lets me know that the storm is very intense, and we have explosive convection over the western circle of the system. All right, you can reiterate if you want, Ethan, on this. I think it would be a good idea.
Oh, yeah. And really, David is right in saying that, is that we could see this strengthen even further up toward Category 4 strength, because we're only 10 miles per hour away from that anyway. So we don't have to intensify a whole lot more before it would start to get into Category 4 category, so that is quite possible. We've got very warm ocean waters still in this area, so it's still going to be using those. We've seen the convection get deeper around the core of the storm, so we've got that going, that signal for intensification. We're going to have to see if this trend holds, and in the intensity updates that come out in the next several hours, see how that pressure trends. But overall, we are looking at this very intense storm that does still have some time to intensify, so that's why David says there is the possibility that this could be a Category 4 at landfall. And as we've been saying through the night, really, when you break it down to specific wind values, at this point it doesn't matter a whole lot if it's a high-end Category 3 or a low-end Category 4, it's still going to bring widespread destructive impacts, including possibly catastrophic winds along the coast. That is what the National Hurricane Center has been saying, and that's what we might be seeing with this particular storm.
Yeah. And again, based on my estimates, that's what I see. We'll see what the recon finds, but I'll tell you, it ain't looking good. I'll tell you that right now. They're gonna find Category 4 force winds. This is a very intense eyewall right now. Very intense eyewall. I mean, we got reds on the Mark Missenbaum radar site right now. Red colors. Oh my gosh, Ethan. You do not want to look at velocity. You do not want to look at velocity.
What? Why?
There is a solid area of no velocity values coming back to the radar site, because the winds are over 150 miles an hour potentially in this swath. 150, maybe 155 on the southern eyewall. Southern eyewall.
Wow. Yeah, that is extreme.
And even on the northeastern eyewall, we have 140 to near 145 miles an hour.
Absolutely. It is extremely and that's a possibility here. That's radar evidence to suggest we are quite possibly dealing with some stronger winds embedded within the storm than what is being officially stated right now. So that is a possibility also.
I mean, if we look back at this, let's see if I can bring up a radar history. Come on. I mean, earlier it was not that intense. I mean, there was still dark pixels, but not widespread. Like, look at this. I mean, this thing is definitely more stronger. I mean, you can compare the differences. Again, I'm not trying to hype this up. I'm not trying to scare you all, but there's radar evidence. If you want to go to RadarScope and go to the Key West radar site in Florida, you can look at the velocities. These are velocities, rainfall movements. The rain is moving at almost 150 miles an hour. That's correct, right, Ethan? That's what the velocities measure.
I'm sorry, did you say something to me? My audio completely cut out again.
Yeah. So this is what the velocities are, right, Ethan? That the radar picks up water droplets and it measures how fast they're moving.
Right. Yep.
All right, we have a lot more huge, substantial increase in lightning activity, Ethan. Substantial lightning activity just started. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. We have about 70 to 100 lightning strikes in the eye again.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that is significant. And what we've said, some people have asked this evening as well. What we have been saying is that it is unusual to get this much lightning activity in the center of a tropical cyclone. And usually that means you're dealing with a pretty intense and organized system.
I mean, look at the western fringe of this hurricane, Ethan. There are cloud tops off the charts. Hello, Ethan? Hello, Ethan? So, wow, I am really concerned about this. I sure hope that lightning activity stops so the recon mission can actually go out there and investigate. Oh my gosh.
Absolutely.
I swear if the recon plane turns around, I am going to be so upset. Because there is so much lightning activity in that eye right now. It is out of control. Yeah, look at this, Ethan. 90 lightning strikes in the eye right now.
Oh, yes.
How's everyone doing, by the way? Lightning already spotted on land. Yes. Alright, guess what, Ethan? According to Severe Weather Center, he is estimating echo tops could be close to 70,000 feet in the southwestern and western Eyewall.
That's pretty incredible. That is really impressive even for the deep mesocyclones in these supercells that we see in the Central Plains with these tornado outbreaks. To have that in a hurricane, that is also very impressive.
By the way, if you guys want to follow me on Twitter, send me your images. I will be showing them on the air as we get recon data and everything like this. Boy, I have not been this active on Twitter in a while. I have posted a lot of things. In 23 hours, I've posted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 14 things I have tweeted. So if you want to follow me on Weather United, it's Weather United 1 on Twitter. Again, sharing your things on Twitter, I will be happy to show them on the air as long as they're hurricane or weather related of what we're talking about. By the way, Ethan, we have reflectivity values. We have reflectivity values in the northwestern and western eyewall of 60 decibels.
Oh, yes. And that's very dense.
So, we have a tornado warning that expires in 3 minutes near South Bay, Bean City, Mott, South Clewiston in Florida.
Oh, that came up quickly.
And it expires in 3 minutes.
Huh.
Man, these rain bands just keep on popping up out of nowhere.
Yeah, this is the area that's really favored at this point for anything tornadic. This region from about Miami to the north, to the northwest actually, up toward the Clewiston area. Also, maybe Moore Haven could get in on some of this as well, but that's the zone where we've seen a lot of this happening in the last couple hours.
Oh, yeah. We're still getting near hurricane force wind gusts over Key West right now from the south. Man, that wind is strong. Marco Island, let's see what we have there. No. Let's go to here. Wow, look at the waves, Ethan, and look at the rain. This is in Matalacha, Florida, something like that. Look at the white caps on there. Really stormy. Thank you so much, Weather Watcher. What time is it for everyone? Well, it's 2:44 back east. It is 11:44 here. What time is it for you, Weather Watcher? Is 64,000 foot high echo tops in the Eyewall really big? Let's let Ethan answer that. What do you think about that? Is that pretty high for an eyewall structure, Ethan? Or is that common? Or is that abnormally tall convection? What are your thoughts on that?
That is deep convection that you would see in a particularly organized system with very vigorous thunderstorm development in the eyewall. That is something that that is what I would say about this. That's something that we see with these more intense storms, along with that lightning activity.
Yes. I'm just now waking up. 7:44 a.m. for me. Oh, wow. You live on the other side of the world. I thought you lived in the United States. Shoot. It's 11:45 here. So that rain and wind is so strong right now. We'll watch that storm surge. That is right here, I believe. Yeah, there's a camera right here somewhere. Yeah, that is aiming right here. That's the camera. The camera's right here somewhere. Yeah, this is going to be something else. See what the winds are like. Yeah, we're getting gusts up to 15 on that station. Wow. Really strong winds. So we're going to have to watch this.
Absolutely.
We're getting gusts up to 24 on the New Pass Bridge station. Wow. What website is this? This is Radar Omega. It is Radar Omega. So, Ethan, what does that mean if there is some cloud or some rain inside the eye? I think that means it's weakening, isn't it? Or there's instability. Does that mean the substance in the eye is not strong? What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, typically I would assume that would be a factor there, because if you've got this really organized, really strong eye, then you've got defined upward lifting and downward sinking areas. That subsidence, like David mentioned, that's the sinking motion in the center of the eye. If you've got something developing in that, it might not be as strong and defined as it had been before, and it might be starting to kind of lose some of its stability as a vortex. And what that would mean is that it would start to kind of lose its definition a little bit. It might get interference from the storm, or it might just be weakening by itself.
Okay, that's what that is. There's still a lot of lightning going on in that eye. That is a very well-pronounced eye right now.
It is, and I do have to say, convection or reflectivity was so high in the eye wall earlier that a small hail marker actually showed up in it.
Are you serious?
Yeah, it's unlikely that that actually was hail. Hail is very unlikely in hurricanes or storms around them because of the tropical air mass. It's just not as favorable for hail as what you see in, say, Iowa with some of these springtime setups, for example. But the reflectivity was high enough in the eye wall earlier that we did have a small hail marker show up.
Oh, okay. There is definitely shear on this. Definitely shear coming out of the west underneath that cyclone. This cyclone's doing really good for what it's worth inside that shear.
Yes, it is.
Oh, come on, Recon. We gotta get you, Recon. We gotta get you out there. Please. 34, 44. We should get an update here soon on Recon. Come on, Recon. You got this. You got this. Okay, they are headed out, that's for sure. They are on their way out. So storm is right there. It should not take them that long to get there.
To the question when this will be making landfall, based on the latest National Hurricane Center estimates, I would say sometime between 2 and 6 p.m., but I'm not sure of an exact time. Where it's probably better to just kind of give a time frame in which it might happen. That can bring into account the variability in speed.
Yeah. What's up, PS? Watching from Naples, Florida. How are you doing? Yeah, Naples is getting hit. And When I hear that word from you, PS, watching from Naples, Florida, that means you did not evacuate. That concerns me. You did not evacuate. I don't know why people just... I understand why you have to stay home, but, like, you should be evacuating, honestly.
Yeah, we do have a band that is not associated with the Eyewall, but it is a thicker band of precipitation that is moving up toward Naples and Cape Coral. So within the next 1 to 3 hours, you will start to see those conditions really start to deteriorate in those areas. Naples, it'll be there sooner, and then soon thereafter, it will reach Cape Coral.
I am back, by the way, and I just wanted to give you an update on what I'm noticing on infrared imagery, and it looks like a strong burst of convection is rotating first around the western eyewall and now is moving into the eastern periphery of the system. It should increase subsidence in the eye, and it could clear out that eye rather quickly.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Oh boy.
Oh, no.
Thank you for that, and welcome back also, Justin.
Yeah, we haven't heard a lot of you tonight. I hope you're doing okay.
Just working on some work in the background, but you're doing great, Ethan, and of course, David.
Thank you. Everyone here
Thank you very much.
Everyone is doing really good here, and we have 1,100 people watching still, Ethan, so this is great to hear because we are going to be providing you recon data. We are. Recon data is our best friend. I cannot wait. It is going to be... It's prime time for me. It is literally prime time.
Coca-Cola Mommy. It's a lovely name. Basically what that means, what I said was if you get that strong vertical hot tower or burst of convection to rotate around the eye, it's likely going to increase subsidence or sinking air slash like drier air in the eye, and that'll get the eye to clear faster, as long as that vertical hot tower does not actually impede the eye and close it more, because that is a possibility, and we have seen that very often with many hurricanes, including Fiona and even earlier today with this one.
I'm letting you know the webcam at Key West is completely out. There's no camera operating there right now. So the power might be out there. So there's the eye, everybody. Look at that. Look at that. Very strong eye. Thank you so much, PS. I appreciate you all being here still this late at night.
Thank you, Cody from Michigan.
Oh, thank you. Oh,
Yes,
yeah.
Cody.
Hey, Ethan, can you tell David that Cody from Michigan is watching from and sending out multiple words through other YouTube followers and watchers? Thank you so much, Cody. You're awesome. Yeah, this eye is huge. I agree. But is it bigger in intensity is the question. We will find out from recon data. The eye maintains 18 miles in diameter. 18 miles in diameter. So that is a pretty big eye. So it's still hanging in there. The eye is still 18 miles in diameter. Are you seeing another secondary band trying to form on this too, Justin?
Let me take a look. Where are you seeing that? Are you seeing that on...
I just started to notice it.
radar?
Like, yeah, on radar. It looks...
I do see that. Yeah, I definitely see that. If it did undergo an eyewall replacement cycle, it would probably keep it from getting to Cat 4 intensity, but it would be an even bigger deal for Florida because that eye would be giant. Not sure if that outer eyewall is going to be successful considering how intense the inner eyewall is right now. But I definitely see that, yeah. Also, new tornado warning for heavily populated areas of West Palm Beach, Florida.
Yes, absolutely. This is a tornado warning. Storm capable of producing the tornado located over downtown West Palm Beach, moving northwest at 20 miles per hour. The Palm Beach Gardens, Riviera Beach, you are in the path of this. Jupiter as well. You need to be taking shelter. This is capable of producing the tornado at any minute.
Okay, why did my radar program just shut down? Okay, there it is. Okay, yes, we got a tornado warning now, issued again. Radar indicated rotation. Lake Park, Monette. If you're in North Palm Beach Heights, that is definitely rotation. Juno Beach, Juno Isles, Juno Ridge, Paradise Port. Tornado warning now issued for that area. Let me get an intensity estimate on the super res velocity. Okay, super res velocity has come down a little bit with the intensity, just by a little bit. Let's see though if this is...
David, do you mind if I quickly answer the tenacity for the truth question?
I guess so, yeah.
The eye clearing usually does indicate a more organized system, and a more organized system would usually indicate a stronger system. The eye clearing, that really only happens when you have a centralized area of a circulation within a tropical cyclone. So you also have to have organized deep convection, because if it's just bursting everywhere in a CCC pattern instead of a CDO pattern, say, it's going to cover that eye, and that eye is not going to be able to basically open. So an open eye usually indicates a much more organized system than a closed eye would.
Yeah. This thing on infrared looks really messy, like it's not ever going to clear out its eye. That's the thing. It looks so messy. Man, this is really strong. Wow. Will it hit category 4? We don't, I'm very sure it's a category 4 right now, but we need recon in there. And they are getting closer and closer. And hopefully this is a very successful mission. Geez, they are not flying very high, Justin.
How far out are they?
They should be at least 24,000 feet right now, but they have actually leveled off with their height. They're only 14,000 feet. They have not ascended anymore.
Wow.
That's
I don't know if
odd.
you're seeing this, but cloud tops in that western quadrant are like nearing negative 100, which is very intense. Very intense convection.
Oh my gosh, Ethan, did you hear that? Negative 100?
Yes, that is significant. That is really deep. That's really strong that we're dealing with.
No, we are at negative 100. We are at negative 100, Justin, and we have 100 lightning strikes in the eye right now.
Also, in the updated statement for the Palm Beach County, Florida tornado warning, this storm is located over Port of Palm Beach or over Riviera Beach. That's again moving northwest at 20 miles per hour, so that's just an update on that one. It is still the same in other regards.
Thank you for that. What does negative 100 Celsius mean? Well, let's just say this. It means cloud tops are so intense that the cloud tops are very cold. And let's actually do this. Celsius to Fahrenheit. So negative 100 Celsius is negative 148 degrees Fahrenheit. That's cold, Ethan. Negative 148 Fahrenheit.
Absolutely.
T numbers are almost up to a 7 on this. And if that gets up to a 7, that would be 145 knot winds. That would be a Category 5. On the Dobrik estimate. Let's hope that's wrong, because yikes. That is not good.
Absolutely.
That is... Okay, rainfall inside the eye. You know the percolating debris, I call it eye debris? Ethan is evaporating.
Oh, okay, yeah. Also, the 3 a.m. position update is out. It's still 120 miles an hour, obviously. It is moving north-northeast, so that does confirm the earlier estimates that we had that it is taking that north-northeasterly direction.
We'll wait until the plane comes out. I do not agree that it's 120.
Yeah,
They're going to see, notice how the pressure has not been updating. The fact is, we know for a fact that the system is a lot deeper. I bet you when recon gets in there, it's going to be at least 940 millibars, and then you will notice that, oh wow, it's down at 940 millibars and 130 mile an hour wind suddenly. It could be at a Category 4 right now. We just can't confirm it because we don't have recon out there, and they are on their way out there.
Yeah.
They should be there. So let me see how long ago they took off. Let me see how long ago they did. Yeah, they took off 50 minutes ago. So it's going to be another hour before they get in there. So it's going to be about 1 o'clock when they enter inside the eye. But I'm willing to stay up because I care about every one of you. And I care about getting my data. I care about getting how strong this is.
Also, David, there was someone in the chat, the J3T Whisper, is asking how can I donate to the stream?
I do not have Super Chat. I need to get monetized on this channel. As soon as I get monetized, Super Chat, memberships, and everything will be restored, and you will be able to support the channel, everyone. I cannot do that now because I have to be eligible by now. I met the requirements for subscribers. I need to meet the requirements for watch time. But that's not what matters most. What matters most is keeping you guys safe. Yeah, so I met one of the requirements. I'm at 1,500 subscribers right now. I just need the watch time, which I will get the watch time. I'm going to get that by tonight. But we are watching this closely. We're watching the tornado warnings right now. We have 2 of them. Man, this isn't a bad radar site, Ethan. You can't even get... Well, let me see here. Okay, there it is. Just the velocity was cut off there by range folding. But yeah, these 2 tornado warnings do expire in 23 minutes. You're very welcome, Shelly Smith. I do appreciate it. I'm glad you really love the content, everybody. You guys are very awesome, very supportive. And I'm enjoying myself at keeping you all updated. Because I would be sitting here anyway, doing nothing but watching recon. Because I'll tell you right now, I'm not sleeping tonight probably. I won't be sleeping tonight because I'll be worrying about this.
You guys are truly an amazing chat. Thank you for keeping us company. And all your questions are really great, and we do enjoy answering them.
Yep. You guys are the team. We're not the team here. You guys are the team. You in chat are the team at what keeps this stream alive, entertaining, and fun. Oh, Recon, I think, is turning around. What in the heck?
Why do you say that?
They're turning. They're actually turning right now.
Let me check flight radar.
Yup, they're turning. Oh, why are they doing this?
Too early to say. It's just a slight eastern turn. They could just be trying to get into it through a northeast angle. Or, sorry, northwest angle.
Okay. Okay, no, they're not turning anymore. Good. Okay, good. So they're going to penetrate the eye. The eye is not by Marco Island, though. They're going to have to continue straight to penetrate the eye. Oh, you know what? I think they're going to catch the northeastern side of this first.
Also, to update the tornado warning, there has been an extension warning issued for northeastern Palm Beach County. This is located over Juno Ridge or Juno Beach, moving north at 35 miles per hour now, so that has picked up in speed. If you're in Palm Beach County still, we are dealing with this storm that does continue to pose a tornado risk.
Yes. Absolutely. We have tornado coverage on this channel. We have hurricane coverage on Ian. Ian's terrible, evil, hellish mess is coming on shore right now. With the first real juicy rain band that's coming on to Marco Island right now. That is probably kicking up the winds. And we are already starting to...
Yeah, I will...
Oh, yes, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, I will say we are doing fairly good on the power outages so far. Miami-Dade County does have almost 9,000 customers without power, so that's climbing up there. But overall, most of the counties are doing okay for power outages thus far.
What's up, Claire? Claire Bryant. What's up, Claire? Welcome, welcome. I see that you're new. How are you? We're going to be live for a while. This is urgent breaking news coverage on monstrous Hurricane Ian. Looks like that eye is losing some definition, Ethan, a little bit.
Let me see. I've got to adjust my radar again.
It's still very intense, but it might be losing just a hint of that spice. It's still very intense, though, no matter what. This is still... has winds over 140, 150 miles an hour. It's a little more ragged than it was before.
Yeah, I do agree with you. It has lost a little bit of. It's become more oblong, I would say.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Not quite as perfectly circular.
Can you believe it? Just along with that radar data changes everything. You can just see the change in constant motion. Let's see what the
Yeah.
recon data is up to. Let's see what we got on tropical tidbits. Okay, that has updated, so that is good. I do not... Okay, I guess they are going to fly through the northeast. Or maybe they'll turn again. I don't know. It's going to be interesting. They are almost there, folks. They're getting close. They are getting close right now. Fresh new data that we're about to get. And you know what's so cool about this? And I want to tell you guys a background story about like data and everything. I remember the very first hurricane I would track, you know, when I was a lot younger, would be just simply looking at the NHC. I never knew about satellite intensity estimates. I never knew about this weather data on radar intensity estimates. The only thing I found out was simply NHC intensity updates. That was as simple as it is. And now I can predict, I can see when recon's going to take off, I can see with what I'm going to be seeing and expecting, and it just makes me happy. What a journey that it's been in the last 18 years when it comes to weather reporting. Well, not on YouTube, but all by myself. It is something. It is good.
It really is.
Technology has improved to the point where we got recon, we got all the bells and whistles. Sorry about that, Cameron Cotter. I like running the loop of the storm because I like to see its structure changes and see what we're at. But yes, tornado warning right now for Rivera Beach to the north. 2 tornado warnings due to some of the intense banding that's rolling over the area. But if you guys like the stream, consider liking it, sharing, and subscribing. Second Eyewall replacement cycle happening. I don't think so. I don't think there's a second Eyewall replacement cycle occurring. But the forecast was still wrong. Well, let's not say that yet, Nick H. Let's not say that yet, okay? It's not wrong. You can't get a forecast right all the time. A hurricane has a mind of its own. Oh my gosh, the lightning. In the eye, if you're referring to the eye, that is significant. The lightning is still going on. It's a little weaker. But that is the eye right now. And let's see how small this is. Yeah, it's a lot smaller, Ethan, at 16 miles wide now. No longer 18 or 19 miles wide. It's a lot smaller. It's a little smaller, I should say.
Oh,
Not a lot.
wow. Yeah.
Let's,
That is noticeably smaller than earlier.
yeah. Let's see if Recon will be able to get in there and get us some data, though. They should be in there soon. They're flying at 305 knots. Yeah, we're going to wait and see with what the plane finds. They are on their way out there right now live. See, you guys would never knew about Flight Radar unless I showed you, which I did. And that's the cool thing I like.
I also want to thank everyone who's been watching the stream this evening, who's in the chat right now, because the stream has now hit 1,000 likes. Thank you all
Along
very
with
much. This really helps
1,200
us.
current. Sorry. Along with 1,200 current viewers, which is a lot. So thank you guys for joining us.
Almost, actually, we just hit a record. We are almost up to 1,300. 1,300 people watching right now. So I want to thank you all because it's coming. It's coming. Recon data is coming your way. We should make a song on that. The recon is coming. The recon is flying in the storm. This is a very, very wide eye, though. Look how wide this eye is. I don't think it might be contracting a little bit. But this eye right now is about 9 miles in 9 miles wide, the Eyewall itself, on the southern side. And on the western side, the Eyewall, let's see, is about 20 miles wide. So that is really substantial. That's a big eye. How fast is Ian moving? I'd say about 9 miles an hour, maybe 8. How fast do you all think Ian is moving? I want to hear your guys' guess. Time for the interaction. I want to know your guys' answers. How fast do you think Ian is moving? Oh, come on. Why does my session have to end? It is not moving at 220 miles an hour. Nick H is 10. Dr. Axes is saying 8. 12. Rocket Man said 12. Maddie 88 11. 12. 8 to 10. 6 miles an hour. 7, 10, 93 kilometers an hour. Wow, that's a little fast. 13, I would say it's moving at about 9 or 10 miles an hour. It is not moving at 40 miles an hour flipped out. You guys have crazy answers. I love these. Someone said it's moving at 1,000 miles an hour. Justin.
Obviously, it's moving at 24.357 miles an hour. Great answer.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Someone said, John Perkins said 4.20 miles an hour. Also, that would be really bad if it was moving at that speed. It would be crawling.
Yes, it would.
That would not be just moving, it would be crawling. So there is satellite. Look at that pink Neapolitan colors. Well, this is... You know, though, Justin, the thing is it's asymmetrical, but the deepest convection and the strongest outflow is actually literally on the southern side of the system.
Yeah, I do see that. And again, for a system that is in 30 to 40 knots of shear right now, it is doing very, very well. Like, shockingly well. So that just goes to show that if this had no shear, we could be dealing with an insane system right now.
Oh, yes. Big time. Alright, so let's see. Recon is coming closer and closer. Yep. They are getting much closer. Oh, I cannot wait for this, folks. Oh, I cannot wait. Oh, I am excited. I am excited. Literally. Oh my gosh. We, just a little bit ago,
What?
Ethan. Maybe that was a glitch. But there was a velocity. You know what? That's a hail marker that you got. There was reflectivity as high as 70 decibels, according to Mark Missenbaum earlier.
In the Eyewall? Oh wow, I saw that. Whoa. No, that's not anything contaminated. That is true reflectivity.
Thank you so much, Athena. I'm glad you love the channel. But also, you're going to love my winter coverage, everyone. I do winter storm live streams. If it's like a nor'easter, if it's a big old fat massive snowstorm, like Keenan. Remember Keenan, everyone? That thing was strong when it went up the East Coast. I was live on that. I also do severe weather live coverage. If it's bad enough, I mean bad enough. And I do weather forecasts for the entire United States and Canada. Hence is why it's called Weather United. It's called Weather United because we are united. You know what? Let me see the models. That eye is breaking up to the east. I'm wondering if that has been modeled well. Hold on a second, folks. Okay, that has been modeled. Okay, that is really well modeled. Never mind. Okay, that could be... This could be a Category 4. Based on that. This is a broken looking eye on the eastern side, but that means it's really strong still.
So that double eyewall that we're seeing on radar, or what looks like it, I think Athena was referring to that when she said that there might be another eyewall replacement cycle.
Yeah.
I don't think that is a full-blown concentric eyewall yet. I think that is just banding surrounding the eyewall. Now, it of course will have the potential to become an outer eyewall in the next couple of hours if it can become more organized, but for now, it's just strong banding surrounding an inner eyewall. We'll see if it can become something that turns into an eyewall replacement cycle, but right now, it's not on the edge of one.
Yeah. All right, we should get a new update here on Recon and Justice. Oh my goodness, we look at these T numbers, Justin. Justin,
What
we're
are they
at
looking
almost
like?
at 7.5 on the raw T numbers, which would be almost a 155 knot system.
Wow.
And winds, however, on the VMAX, on the CIT is at 132 knots.
Wow.
I disagree with 132 knots. I don't think we're that strong, but wow.
Yeah, and on that note, I think now that it's 12:30, I am gonna head off for the night. Um, Thank you guys for. Oh, obviously David's still gonna be live, but thank you for all your nice comments, and I will see you tomorrow, hopefully.
Yes, I'm going to be live. I'm gonna start another live stream up. I'm gonna have to start one up before I go to bed and just see what I can do to make it possible. Because I need sleep. I'm not staying up all night. There's no way about it.
For sure, yeah. All right, thank you guys. Good night.
Good night, Justin. Thank you for tuning in, bud.
Of course.
Thanks for being here.
The eye has definitely gotten stronger. Yep, I'm still here though, Vegas, along to go with Ethan B. We're almost there,
Absolutely.
Oh.
I will be. I need to take a break for a few minutes. I will be back in a few minutes.
Awesome. We're getting closer, folks. The mission is getting closer. Approaching the eye. The well-awaited portion of this stream is finally coming to life. Did this radar just go out? Uh-oh. Okay, there we go. So we do got a tornado warning still issued for Jupiter Island, near Jupiter. Looks very weak by all standards. So that tornado warning will be expiring here in about 1 minute. It's not 132 knots, Blake. Nulb. It is not 132 knots. There is no way it's that strong. There is no way it's that strong. But that is the satellite intensity estimate. It is a satellite intensity estimate that thinks it's that strong. It thinks it is 132 knots, but no, it's not. I don't think it is. That is a little shooting it. That's a little too much. Because if it is that strong, we've got a massive, massive concern. And that's when recon data is getting involved. This eye is very strong, though. Very strong eye. 125 knots, maybe. Let's see. Come on, radar. Let's load. Wow, that is very solid. This could really... No, this could have 145 mile an hour winds based on velocities. But it's not, I don't think. Yeah, it's a mixed signal. Definitely at least more than 120 miles an hour. That's for sure. And if recon confirms this could be a big, big deal. Okay, let me check Twitter. Let me check Twitter really quickly. That is cool. Maybe that's on flight radar. Flight exchange. This is really cool. I've not heard of that actually. But thank you for showing me that. It came from Lil Slurry Kane. Thank you for that. But again, if you guys want to follow me, I am Weather United 1. Just a general reminder that I do have a Twitter page. You see what the other radar sites are showing as far as the intensity. If there's similarity, come on, let's load. And it crashed. F you, radar scope, for crashing on me. Yeah, this could certainly be a category 4 still. On both of the radars have 130 plus velocities. Let me look at this radar. Yeah, this is definitely, yeah, this has to be, yeah, this is definitely a category 4. On 3 different radar sites has 135, 140 winds. However, on the western side, winds are a little weaker. They are only at about 125 or 130, but still maybe enough to at least push it up. We'll see if that actually happens. That is a very, very strong eyewall, though. That's a very powerful eyewall. I cannot wait for a recon to fly into that and see what they can find. They are turning again. Why are they turning? Maybe they're going to get the northeastern side. I bet you they're going to get the northeastern side. The hurricane is moving north, has not turned onshore yet. That is very awkward to see that. The system has not turned back to the north-northeast, which worries me because if it goes north, wow, this is way different. This track difference. Man, that CDO is very strong, though. Wow. That is very intense. Is it possible it could hit Tampa directly? Again, we don't know. Because it's going north, it could turn back to the north-northeast. But it's been going north. The latitude has not been decreasing in... or longitude. The longitude hasn't decreased. The latitude is, of course, increasing. Sorry if I'm going back and forth with radar, folks. That's because I'm looking at direction and other factors. Riding up the coast is rough. Yeah, but it's a matter of will it make that turn to the north-northeast that the forecast calls for. Oh, they are descending. They are descending. Yup, here we go. They're descending, and we're going to get valuable, important flight data, flight winds and stuff. Oh, this is exciting. I'm excited. They're going to be in the storm earlier than I thought they would be. another recon mission took off. So we got 2 planes flying out now. Oh, this should be fun. This should be a lot of fun. Yep, there it is. There's our teal mission. So we got 2 teal missions on their way out there. Teal 74 and we got teal 73. So we got 2 important, critical, essential recon missions. Wow, they're actually going down to 5,000 feet maybe. Oh, they're making the turn. Yes! They're making the turn. Oh my gosh. Yes. Let's go. You got this, recon. You got this. Are you all ready for this? Are you ready to get the newest awaiting data live on the channel? Because I am excited. Subscribe if you like the content. Subscribe if you like the info that I am providing. Okay, they have leveled off at 10,000 feet. I don't think they're getting any lower. See how our other teal missions doing. They're actually going to 15,000 feet, maybe higher. So they are, yup, they are going to be penetrating that. Thank you so much, Dave. It's Weather United
Okay,
one.
I am back.
All right, the recon is on their way. They are inside the storm right now, Ethan.
Okay, good.
They did not turn back. So I'm going to take this off. Take that off. The happy time of the stream. I am excited for this. Because this is going to give us the info that we have been waiting for.
Yeah, it's obviously we're not, excited about how dangerous the storm is or anything. We don't want anyone to misinterpret it as being that, but we are always looking for more information, for the latest information that we can examine and then convey to you all on the stream. So this update is going to be a really good one because we're actually getting a better observation of it than what we have in the last couple hours.
Well, not in the last couple of hours, probably the last 8 hours.
Maybe.
Yeah, no active tornado warnings right now. But what we do have is a very active, violent, strong hurricane.
Definitely.
So here's a look. Wow, look at those winds at the Marco Island. Huge rain band coming in, Ethan, and look at those winds.
Oh, yes. Already.
Yeah, we got live cameras. We got everything. Yup, there they are. There they are. This other teal mission is not flying out. They're just flying straight. They have not followed the same path as the other. But I'm not going to complain about that. That's fine. Okay, they're at 10,000 feet and they are in the storm. They are probably in this portion of the storm right now. So this will update. Yeah, this is going to update. In a little bit. Yeah, so 34 we have. Yeah, in about 2 minutes or 3 minutes, it should update. And we got pressure data on this. So we're going to give you live data. Let me open this up and... There we go. We're going to say goodbye to Doverick Technique. Say goodbye to it, everybody. Because we're not going to need that anymore. We're not going to need that. We're not going to need that. We're going to still keep the Key West Doppler Radar thing there. Boy, that eye is really... See if the eye has gotten any more intense. So we got live wind data for y'all to see. Why are the SFMR winds at 0 miles or 0 knots? Because there's no wind, I guess. No, I'm just kidding. There's wind. Guess they don't have it activated yet. The one thing is, Ethan, there's already tropical storm force winds that extend... Gosh, probably about 150 miles out from the center.
Oh yeah. You're going to be feeling those in the Naples area, if not already, pretty soon. And that's going to lift up toward Cape Coral as well, because that banding feature is moving onshore in that area.
Okay, it is official, Ethan. The hurricane will intensify until it makes landfall. That's what the public advisory says here. Strengthening is forecast up until the hurricane makes exact landfall.
That is what we were afraid of. That is making use of the energy that is available to the system up until landfall. We've seen several storms do that in the past, one of which was Hurricane Michael. So that's not a good thing to see.
No. Hurricane force winds extend up to 40 miles out from the center, and tropical storm force winds extend upwards up to 140 miles out from the center. So right near what I was saying.
Yeah.
So that's I. Let me see where
Also,
the I's.
what we have latest on the power outages, they have increased. We have 16,000 customers in Miami-Dade County that are without power. Monroe County still only has 7 customers out, but there's a good chance it could be more than that. To the north of there, we've got 1,000 out in Martin County. We've got almost 9,000 customers without power in Broward County. So we are going to be seeing, these are increasing, and we are going to see more power outages increase as the system comes on shore.
Oh no. This should update right now. At any time. We should get a new recon update. It did turn. Yes, it's headed into the storm. Just waiting for this image to update. When the sun comes up, this thing will explode. Not necessarily. Fred Porter is predicting a 933 millibar and 135 mile an hour Category 4 at landfall.
Hmm.
Did this update? No, it didn't. I am really surprised I'm not even tired yet. I thought I would be kind of tired.
Yeah.
This is gonna be probably about a 9:30, about a 9:40 at landfall. We'll see, because the H Wharf does have this down at 930 millibars, as you can see here. 930 millibar winds. I did track Maria, I tracked Irma, I tracked Michael, Laura, Ida. Oh boy, Ida was something else. Remember that one, Ethan? Hurricane Ida?
Oh, yes.
That was bad. Okay, this is not going to update. I don't know why it's not updating. But it's coming. It's going to be here soon. The data. Here we go. I believe I can fly. I believe I can touch the sky. That's where we're at. No tornado warnings at the moment. Latest severe weather update. No tornado warnings, just some very intense rain bands, thunderstorms, and a lot of crazy weather going on. Keeping an eye on the winds. It's because it's wild. It's crazy. No wind shear. Eyewall is tightening. So Fred Porter said there's no wind shear, Ethan. And the eyewall is tightening.
We have seen evidence of shear effects earlier this evening, so we do have some shear coming into play. Maybe it's not a tremendous amount, but we have seen some effects.
Okay.
I will say that the eyewall has become a little more circular in recent scans, and we do have high reflectivity in the northern eyewall.
Oh boy. Let's see. Yep, it is a lot more circular. Oh shoot. Wow, look at the reflectivity values on this, Ethan. On the northwestern side and northern, reflectivity values between 50 to 60 decibels.
Yeah, that is very high. And for those who might not be as familiar with what we're talking about here, reflectivity in the sense that we're talking about Doppler radar here is how much energy is being returned to the radar site. It sends out this electromagnetic pulse to gather information about what's out there. If it hits a lot of something like very heavy rain or hail, it's going to return more energy back to the radar. So in this case, the higher the reflectivity, the more rain that we're dealing with, and subsequently, the stronger the storms are within the eyewall.
Yup. The eye has grown a little bit more, Ethan, to now 18 miles, opposed from 16 earlier. So the eye wall has expanded just a bit.
Oh, wow.
Oh boy. This recon data is going to be exciting. Oh, okay, there's a teal mission. Good, good, good. Boy, this teal mission's flying high. 26,000 feet. Oh, wait, that's a different... That's an Air Force plane, but it's a different kind of Air Force. Okay. Yep, they're probably about to get into the eye right now. Eyewall. That bathtub water is feeling the beast. Oh, yeah. Orlando, Kissimmee, update, please. Orlando, update on the radar. Let's take a look. I did my tropical update already. If you guys missed it, you guys could rewind the stream to find it. I did it like an hour ago almost. So be sure to look for that if you would like to get the tropical update. Yeah, so here's Orlando area region. Yeah, so the rain's coming your way. It is coming up your direction. The winds will be increasing. And here's a look at the Doppler radar. Kissimmee. Okay, it's called Kissimmee. That's a weird city name. Kiss. Amy. Weird.
Also, David, Jordan Rage asks if you have ever tracked anything in Canada, and if you have, like hurricanes, and if you have, what the highest category rating was.
I followed Fiona recently, which had pressures down to like 925 millibars. That moved into the kind of the Newfoundland and the Labrador region of Canada. But that was probably the strongest. We are hammered by Irma. Oh, yeah. You were. Irma was so bad. And the name of it, Irma. Just the name of it sounds creepy. Me just saying it is creepy. Ethan, I have bad fear right now. They are going to find Category 4 force winds. I bet you they are. Make a bet. They're going to find...
It is possible.
There's still a solid swath of 145 plus mile an hour winds, according to the velocities. Why is Recon not updating? Again, this is... Oh, there we go. They're updating. They did. All right, they're getting hurricane force winds already, Ethan. Already hurricane force winds. And they are not even in the eye yet.
Yeah.
So where was that? Wow. Yeah, they did it right when they made this turn. So they got the hurricane force winds already out here. So that is really worrying me. I imagine of what they're going to find.
Should be interesting to see.
Yeah. It should be interesting.
Also, there has been there has been some questions about the tornado risk in southern Florida. Questions about the tornado watch going to be expiring, and I believe tornado watch number 454 or 545, I should say, will be expiring at some point. But there is a mesoscale discussion by the Storm Prediction Center that says an isolated tornado threat will continue early this morning in southern and central Florida. A new tornado watch will likely be needed before 5 a.m. Eastern Time, with more of central Florida included. So within the next couple hours, you're going to be moving up with this tornado watch, probably further north, maybe even toward the Orlando area, perhaps over toward Tampa Bay. So there is going to be a new tornado watch issued, even if this one that's currently in effect does expire.
Oh, yeah. So we are waiting patiently by recon. They are not in the center yet. Wow. They are not in the center yet, Ethan. And remember, they just found hurricane force winds right here.
Absolutely.
I don't even want to look at how strong they're going to find winds. They are going to find winds that... They're going to find winds stronger than 113 knots. They will find winds stronger than that. Oh my gosh. We are getting so close. So the eye is probably somewhere right in here. And that's where I think... Actually, hold on a second. So it's right... Yeah, it's right about here is where the eye is. Is there an upper level drop zone mission going on? I think there is. Oh wow, they have a weather balloon launch. 52,000 feet. Wow. Yeah, they are approaching the eye right about now, the Eyewall. Oh my gosh, this is gonna get interesting. This is going to get interesting. They will be finding 113 knot winds. Also, Ethan, they are passing through the biggest part of the eye right now and the heaviest rain, so that could really make things interesting. Kissimmee. Yes, Kissimmee. That's this little city name. Yeah. It's a weird Floridian name. St. Cloud is there. 75 degrees there, so it's not too bad. I'm really surprised the winds are not that strong over where the Eyewall is, or some of the other outer rain bands are rolling through. It's going to get bad. We should get another update here in 4 minutes. 4 minutes. What's up, Ashley? Happy Wednesday. Man, it's getting late. Almost 1 o'clock. I feel weird by doing this, and I have to go to school tomorrow. Me staying up so late, but you know what? It's worth it. I love it. I'm enjoying it. Recon data. As long as Ethan
Absolutely.
as long as Ethan is here to keep me company, we're good.
Yeah.
I bet you they're gonna find pressure at in the 940s at least. It's 2 a.m. for me, so you're in Mountain Time. It's 4 a.m. for Florida. Yep. 2 more minutes for recon data. It should be out in 2 minutes. Successfully, they are about in the eye. They are in the eye right now. There are still cloud tops, Ethan, at negative 80 degrees Celsius.
Yeah. Still dealing with deep convection.
One minute. Should update. It's coming to northern Florida. Yeah, that's what it looks like. It is not northern Florida. Excuse me, sorry. It's not coming to northern Florida. The eye isn't, but the impacts will stretch way up there into Live Oak, Gainesville. Boy, Ethan, the thing that I have noticed here is there's a big dew point spread, with northern Florida seeing dew points in the upper 40s to low 50s and temperatures right now in the upper 50s to low 60s. But where this hurricane is, you have temperatures in the 80s and dew points in the 70s. So the air is so much drier to the north.
It is. That's interesting that you note that. Maybe there has been a cold front come through recently. If that dry air does get entrained into the system, that would also account for some weakening as well. Maybe some of the stuff that we have observed already.
Yup. Okay, an update should come out in 1 minute. Penetration complete. Yup, they're on the other side of the eyewall. But this is going to be delayed. It should update really soon. It should update anytime. You guys are really being patient, and I appreciate it. It's going to be exciting to get data. Who wants to make pancakes for me? It's kind of where we're at right now. You're making...
Yeah.
We're having pancakes. Just kind of having a party. A little bit of a live stream party. A full work shift on the clock at Live Streaming Central on YouTube. 8.5 hours, Ethan. Almost on my 9th hour of streaming.
Yeah.
And this is a lot of fun. Oh my gosh, Ethan. They have found... Oh, shoot. See, they have found 100-knot winds so far, and they're not quite in the eye yet. They're getting there. They're almost in there. They have found winds that are really strong. Pressure's down to 985 so far, so they're not even in the eye yet. Or they're almost in the eye wall. 26 degrees north. That's where the last measurement was. Oh, wow, Ethan. They are not in the eye wall. And that was a 98-knot wind. Or nearly 100-knot wind.
Yeah.
How am I giving you a heart attack? How am I giving you a heart attack? I love you guys, I have to say. I'm extrapolating the data. I'm getting the data as I see it. It makes sense. That's what we're seeing. So 26.5 is right where that is. So that's where the eye is. The eye wall is right about in here. What does knot wind convert to miles per hour? So we're at 98 miles an hour, or 98 knots. So we're going to do knots here. 112 miles an hour. So they have found major hurricane winds. We will get a new update here in about 6 minutes. 6 minutes. Finally, this camera works again. I was wondering where the camera went. Wow, look at this rain on Sanibel Island, Ethan.
Oh.
Look at this
Yep.
wind and rain.
Also, there's discussion about the cold front influences on hurricane, yes, it will have influences on the storm, and that has been anticipated recently. If you've got that drier air coming in, and it does get entrained into the hurricane, it's going to weaken it to some degree. The thing is that what we've seen in the forecast is that we've expected it to not influence the hurricane significantly before it makes landfall, such that it is still expected to make landfall as a major hurricane, at least a Category 3. And afterwards, yes, that will interact with the hurricane, have an influence on its motion, but also weaken it substantially. So once it moves up into Georgia, we might see it go down pretty quickly to a tropical depression. If it does move more offshore, then that opens up the potential for it to strengthen a little bit or to weaken a little more slowly, I should say, and maintain some tropical storm related hazards. That's why you see the tropical storm alerts go up across parts of Georgia and also South Carolina.
Oh no. Is that the eye that they're doing right now? Wow. That, I sure hope that's not the eye, because the most intense winds are back over here. 26° north is what they got last time. 26. Oh wow. The eye is a lot further south than I thought. Okay, the eye is down here. Okay, the eye is way down here. I thought this was... Dang. Yup, there they go. They're gonna circle around. Yup. I think they're circling. Or they're doing something.
Did they penetrate the eye?
I think they're in the eye right now. Yup. Wow. I think they're going to go out on the south side of the Eyewall, not the southeast. Because that, oh yeah, they're going to get the south side. We will get a new update here, but I bet you they're going to find 113 knot winds. You watch. Watch this. I will not be surprised at all. Yep, they're going to go out on this south side. Well, you know what, though? The eye could be really big. Oh, we got another mission ongoing. We got 3 planes headed out into this system, Ethan, right now.
Oh boy, they're lining them up.
Yep. Okay, yep, there's the eye. I think this is the eye right here. Yep, this is it. So let's see what we got. No update yet. No update yet. We should get it in about a minute. Yep. This is it. Can you guys hear me? I think you guys can hear me just fine. All right, good. Do not turn back out of the northern side, please. Nope. Good. Good boy. Good job. Turn. 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 Come on. Turn. Nope, they're going to go out on the northeastern side. Which is... I'm sure they are really... I'm sure they're very convinced that they are going to find... They found Category 4 force winds. That's why they're going out on the northeastern side, Ethan.
I suppose we'll see.
Why are they turning around? Nope. They're going out on the northern side. Why are these missions weird?
It's a pretty unusual thing, I suppose, to be flying an airplane into a hurricane. And they have a special way of doing it.
Okay. They did find winds. Pressure's down at 941 millibars, Ethan. 941.
Are you serious?
I am serious. And they found winds at 119 knots. They found winds at 119 knots.
That would be pretty significant there. If we really went down that far in pressure, then it would have dropped very quickly.
See, that's what I'm saying is while they've been doing these hourly updates, the pressure's been dropping. That pressure dropped. That's a 15 millibar drop in pressure. Surface frequency microwave radiometer winds peaked at about 109 knots. But they did not get... They're headed out. They're done investigating the system, Ethan. They're already done. Oh, nope, nope, nope. What are they doing? What are they doing? Come on, turn. There you go. Turn the plane. Turn the plane. There you go. Come on. Come on, big old Fat Albert. Turn the plane. CDV, it doesn't really mean much. I am a weather enthusiast. Let me make sure I got the data straight on this. That is... Let's see. Yep, Ethan, they found surface frequency microwave radiometer winds at 128 miles an hour.
Oh, wow.
So this could be a Category 4. Oh, nope.
It could very well be.
They're going to go out on the northern eastern side. They're making another pass. Oh, they're going out. Oh, let's go back. So the thing is, it's at 941 millibars. Well, they penetrated that eye really deep, so they probably found pressures a little deeper than that. Yeah, it's close, Ethan. It's only off by about 7 millibars from the H-Wharf model.
Yeah, this update should be very interesting.
I'm waiting for the 2 o'clock complete advisory. Yeah, it's not far. It's only 6 millibars shy of the forecast from the H1 and H-Wharf. Oh my, I'm can't wait for. Yeah, so they flew out kind of on the other side to see. Oh, you know what, Ethan? I bet you a lot. They flew into the southern eyewall and looped around and went back into the eye, and now they're going out on the eastern side to see if there's a significant wind max on that end. I bet you that's why they went out like that and they made a turn.
Maybe.
I just want to let you know, Ethan, we have 1,600 people watching this stream right now.
Absolutely. It's amazing to have everyone here, especially at this late hour. It's 4:30 in the morning in Florida and where I am. So, it's very late and we're really glad to have all of you.
I am very blessed. I cannot ask for any more from you guys. Thank you. I'm glad you guys are really patient. You guys, it was worth the time for you guys to be here watching this, because now you're getting the latest update. You're getting real-time data from Recon. You guys are the advanced people. You can tell people right now that, hey, guess what? I'm looking at Recon data on David's stream. This is so cool. You guys are so awesome. Okay, they're going out on the northeastern side. This could be very interesting, Ethan.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, I cannot wait to with what they're gonna find. Good morning, JMJ. You're back again. Thank you for the great coverage. Oh, thank you guys. I do appreciate it. You guys are awesome. That's all I gotta say. Teal 73 is there. Oh, guess what? Teal 74 made a U-turn. Ethan?
Is that the one that Vegas said is turning around?
Yup. I did not see that. Wow. I wonder why they're turning around. Well, that's fine, because we got NOAA. We got 2 planes that will be in the storm. What is up with that? What's up with all these U-turns? Wow,
I don't know. I'm not familiar with these operations specifically.
They're having a lot of recon aircraft problems, I guess. We should get a new update here in about a minute or a couple of minutes, and we're going to see with what they find in the eye. If the pressure was lower, if they got the pressure, maybe it's a little lower because there's easterly winds here still, so maybe the pressure may have dropped a little bit more while they've been in that eye. So Teal 74, probably some mechanical issues. I don't know why these planes have issues. I mean, you never hear about jet planes or any airliners have mechanical issues very much. But yeah, you hear all about these recon. Oh, they got the center, Ethan, and the pressure is down to 939.5 millibars.
Yeah, if the pressure has fallen that quickly, then we would certainly be seeing a more intense storm than what we thought we were seeing.
I think, yeah. We're down to 939 millibars. We are going to wait to with what they get on the other side. And they are about to get a serious amount of winds on that other end. So 939 millibars. That is only, Ethan, get this. That is only 4 millibars shy of the H-Wharf and the H-Mon models. Which means this could make landfall at 930 millibars or lower.
Yeah, it would possibly be a Category 4 then. Certainly.
We will get a new update here. So, 30, 24... Okay, so 14 should update. Oh yeah, this did update. Never mind. So we should get a new update here at 37. At 137, we should get a new update. So in about 8 minutes. 8 minutes. Look at that solid wind field. No secondary wind maximum either, Ethan.
Yes.
Yeah, 939 millibars. Right here, you can see 939 millibars. What are the winds? Right now, the latest observation is almost 83 knots. Teal 74 heading back in. Yes! Yes! Yay! Yeah, if you guys have any questions, please ask them. We are here to provide you with the best information that we can. Because we are going to be on top of this. We will be on top of this for a while. No, it's recon. It's a recon mission. Hurricane hunters, either way. I call them recons. Because it does say recon observations. Now, Ethan, I have a good question, and this is my question to you. You know the wind barbs that you see, right, when they fly? Are they dropping something into the storm, or is that, what are they using to get that wind data? Like flight level winds?
As they're flying along?
Yeah.
I suppose that would be instruments that are actually on the plane.
Oh, okay.
I know that they do use dropsondes also, but for the entire flight, I would imagine it's instruments on the plane.
Okay. Explain millibars. So millibars is a different form of air pressure. So you have inches in mercury, you have millimeters. There's a... What's... You know this, Ethan. I know inches in mercury, millibars, hectopascals. There's millimeter something. Millimeter inches or something. So that's one of them. That, like, my weather station uses inches in mercury, and the pressure here is 29.94 inches. So it's a form of, because when the pressure is so low, then you're going to have a stronger storm, right? Because you get convergence. The air is moving inwards faster because the pressure is lower. But due to the Coriolis effect, your wind is going to go like this, not like that. Earth spins, so do the winds around a low pressure system. So hopefully that made sense. I hope you all understood that very well. Yeah, millibars are a unit of measure of air pressure. Yes. Like pounds per square inch is PSI, is a form of air pressure unit. Millimeters HG is mercury. Okay, so it's the same thing like inches in mercury, but it's millimeters in mercury. So it's same thing, but a metric versus that.
Yeah.
Send me some money and I'll tell you why. No. So we're going to keep an eye on this. Another 3 minutes. We will get a new update on the northeastern Eyewall. The aircraft is over here. They're going to make a left turn. Or they're going to go out here and then do this, I'm hoping. They come in out of the northwest and fly out of the southeast through the southeastern Eyewall and loop around. At least, that's what I think. Nope, they're making a turn again. They're making a turn. Maybe not. Yup, they're going to make a U-turn. Oh, nope. Nope.
Also, should say too, we also have the latest updates from the warnings issued by the National Weather Service. Tropical storm warnings have been put into effect across the eastern side of Florida into coastal Georgia and South Carolina now. So tropical storm warnings are in effect all the way to South Carolina.
Okay. That's probably what that was. Yeah, holding pattern. I guarantee that's what it was. All right, we should get a new recon update here in about 2 minutes. Here we go. I bet you they're going to find 120 knot winds. They're not going to find 137 knot winds. That's not going to happen. We're not going to see that kind of color, but we're going to see substantial deep winds on that northeastern quadrant, because that's usually the strongest side of the system. And Ethan, why is that? The northeastern quadrant seems to be always the strongest. Why is that?
Yeah, I would say that has to relate also to the to just the flow of the system, kind of like what we were talking about with the tornado threat earlier. That's where the southern flow. That's where a lot of the warm and moist air is being ingested. On the other side of the system, you might have some cooler waters around this around that part of the storm. Those might be affecting it. You might have some continental air come in, some drier air that influences it as well. So it seems like the northeastern side is probably where you're getting the warmest waters, and also the southerly flow coming in to help them organize. I'm sure there's other factors, but I'm not really quite sure of them at this point.
All right, someone also asks, I am new. Where is it? I'm new to this channel. Why isn't Super Chat available? It will be available, I'm hoping, in my next live stream. Not like, probably down the road. Because I'm approved. I should be approved. I'm definitely approved for in subscribers. I'm almost at 1,600, but it's the fact that the watch time has to go up, and they have to verify watch time before I could monetize, put memberships, super chat, and community posts. I have to meet the YouTube's standard thing for the YouTube partner program. That's coming though. I know for a fact it will be coming really soon. Just give it time, patience. You know? It makes it more fun, right? When you have patience, it gets your blood flowing really well. All right, so they're going to make a turn. Okay, they're going to head west. So they're going to do a classic mission. Headed west, and then they're going to fly in again on the northwestern side. There's the other teal mission. They are not in a holding pattern, so that's good. All right, we should have gotten a new update. Oh my gosh, Ethan! Holy moly! Oh, this is definitely
What
a
is
category. Get this, 100 knots, 120, 30, 40, 40, 150 knots. 150 knots. Oh,
150 knot wind?
140 actually, my bad. There's no third flag there. 140 knot wind. That is, I was not expecting that. I was not expecting that at all. Oh my gosh. Oh, that is a category 5 right there. Oh, they are going to put this at a category 4. There is no doubt. This is going to be a category 4 in their next update. That is absolutely substantial. Yikes. Oh my gosh. Sorry.
That would be very significant.
I'm sorry, you guys. I'm sorry, you guys. I'm not trying to laugh at all, but I'm like blown away. Oh my gosh. Ethan, I was not expecting that. I was not expecting that at all.
No, that is really unexpected. And really makes this upcoming update very interesting. Furthermore,
even the surface frequency microwave radiometer winds are at 112 knots. So that would really be that would be a category 4.
everything seems to be pointing toward an upgrade here. So we might be getting that.
Yeah, this is a category 4. This is a category 4. There's no doubt. They had 129 mile an hour flight surface frequency microwave radiometer wind. Wow. I knew, oh my goodness. This is definitely, without a doubt, this is a category 4. That right there, folks.
That does seem like it.
That is full. That is full. I mean, those flags, I'm not trying to panic. I'm not trying to cause panic here. I mean, that's 137 knot winds is a Category 5. That's a Category 5. That's 158 mile an hour winds. You round up that 6. That's a Category 5. But it's not going to be a Category 5 because that's flight level winds. It will be a Category 4 and not a Category 5. Please understand that, folks, okay? It will not be a Category 5. In fact, I want you all to say that in chat right now. Tell the chat, or put this in the chat, it is not a Category 5. Because it's not. It is a Category 4 for sure. Because this is flight level winds. And flight level winds will always be stronger because there's no friction at 10,000 feet high. No, it won't be a Category 5. Good job. How do they fly in that? With technology? Good job, you guys. You're listening. Because this is flight level winds. And Ethan, can you better explain what's the difference between flight level winds and the surface winds kind of thing? Why are they always stronger at 10,000 feet than they are at the surface? And why is this important for intensifying hurricanes? I just said it, but you can reiterate it. So people really understand really carefully why I'm not jumping the gun on a Cat 5.
Yeah, absolutely. As David said just a little bit ago, there is friction as you get closer to the surface. That always tends to lower the wind speed. So, as you go up in the atmosphere, you're going to encounter stronger winds. That's how it goes, that you get less friction up there. You get into, above the boundary layer, you get into the free atmosphere, where friction isn't even, taken into consideration. Once you get lower into the atmosphere, you have influences from rough surface features, especially on land, but, even in the ocean, you'll have weaker winds at the sea surface than what you would aloft. So, when we're dealing with this here, we're not talking about these winds actually occurring at ground level. These are occurring at flight level. The airplane is higher up in the atmosphere, therefore it's going to be encountering stronger winds. And we're also not saying that this value is a sustained wind, because there's a big difference between sustained and gusts. I saw someone mention that earlier, and that was a very good point for them to say. We're not saying that this is a sustained wind measurement, and that's going to be what takes into account what category it is, because that is sustained wind. If it's a gust, that's not going to be representative of what it gets for its final rating on the categorical scale, but it is a particular measurement at flight level that was taken.
We got an update. It is
From the NHC?
Yep, 120 mile an hour winds, but that's a 4 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time advisory. Wait, maybe I never looked at that. No, I never looked at the discussion. That's crazy. But this is probably going to be 130, or if not 135 even. Wow. Wow, that's all I gotta say. That is really, really intense. Oh, man. Wow, are those weather buoys that the recon deployed earlier? I think they did something like that.
I'm not sure.
Maybe not. Never mind. Here's the funny thing, okay? Let's look at the 06Z spaghetti plot. It doesn't even think it's going to be a Category 4. But wait, it will be a Category 4. Because that's what we just got. Oh my gosh, Ethan. This convection on the northern eyewall has just blossomed. Wait until you see this. Wait until you see this. Look at the deep convection on the northern eye. The entire eye now has cloud tops almost negative 80 Celsius.
Yeah, we have seen that pick up.
This is very much like a Category 4. We're also going to get a new update here by the next Air Force mission that takes a fly into the system. So we got another plane that is about to get into the system. Oh, they're going to pump through the northern end. And I bet you they're going to go out on the northern eastern quadrant. I bet you they are. Let's see if that pressure has dropped. Okay, the recon has not moved further east with its northerly approach, so that means the center has not moved any further towards the east than it did. So this is headed directly towards the north, I believe. $943 millibars was the final fix on the aircraft. Oh, the hurricane has made its little bit of a right-hand turn. It's headed towards Cape Coral right now. Cape Coral's going to get impacted. Yep, this is making its turn finally. This could actually make landfall very early in the morning, my time. Yeah, or maybe it hasn't really. It's going to be hard to tell if it...
We're still several hours away from landfall.
Oh, I know, we
It
are.
might be moving in a slightly north-northeasterly motion, based on what I'm seeing.
Okay. Oh, new NHC update soon, soon, soon.
10 minutes.
Wow. Can't believe this. Cannot believe this at all. Wow, that convection is really starting to fire up. Once again on that northwestern quadrant. Oh, did they just update the rainfall? Oh, this is, okay, this is a 2 o'clock advisory. Okay, they just updated the rainfall impacts, Ethan, and there is now a moderate risk for flash flooding for Charleston, Savannah, Augusta, near Augusta, Georgia, with still a high risk for flash flooding for Jacksonville, Orlando, Tampa, Florida.
Yes, absolutely. That's going to be a pretty big concern regardless of the wind impacts, there's going to be wind impacts, obviously, but there's going to be a big concern all across the central and northeastern parts of the peninsula for flash flooding. If you're in a flash flood prone area, it's going to be a pretty high threat for flooding to occur because you could be seeing rainfall totals of 10 to 15, maybe even locally higher than 15 inches with this.
Wow. Dang. This recon aircraft is doing something interesting. Oh, I guess it's gonna... I don't know what they're doing. Wow, that wind. Dang. That's serious. We'll get a new update here in about 3 minutes. On recon and in about 6 minutes on our NHC update. Can't wait for this one too. I think this is going to be at least 130. 130. "96-mile-an-hour wind gust at eye by weather buoy." Oh, yeah. Yeah, I do see that. There is weather buoys right there. And they are showing some pretty strong winds right around that where that eye is. Yep, here we go. Four minutes, folks. 4 minutes until the advisory. 4 minutes. Take a look at latest cameras while we're waiting. Oh, someone said 140. NHC updated. 140-mile-an-hour winds, Ethan. 140.
Is that official?
It is official. 140-mile-an-hour winds. Oh my gosh.
Hold on.
140-mile-an-hour winds. Jeez. Someone got the update before me. You're lucky. You have
Yep.
fast. It's not updated on their map yet, but this is very bad.
Yeah, and that pressure really did drop quickly.
And this could still intensify, Ethan. I mean, it's only 15 miles an hour away from a Category 5. I did not expect them to put that up to 140. Wow. That is...
Yeah, that is representative of the very... I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, that is representative of a very quick drop in pressure compared to what we thought we were seeing. Again, that data might not have been very accurate, but certainly, we went from 953 millibars down to 942 now. That is a huge drop, and that certainly means we're looking at a stronger system than we thought.
I knew this whole time the radar data proved this. It's 140 miles an hour. I mean, it made sense. 140 mile an hour winds on the velocities.
Yeah.
Category 5 is still very unlikely. I agree. I don't think it's going to be that strong, but... Okay, Ethan. This could have strengthened even a little more. We already have 112 knots, something like that. Let's see. Nope, 113 knots. Already a Category 4, and they have not even penetrated the Eyewall yet. So this is already... See what their discussion says. Should come out here in about a couple of minutes. A 4 is a bad thing. Yes, it is. Very bad. I'm going to read the discussion with you all. Should I go to work tomorrow in Tampa? Well, tomorrow as in, okay. Well, it depends on where the system is. I wouldn't, because it might get flooded. You should be fine, though. But you'll have to check with your work to talk to your boss to see if they'll allow you to head back in. Wow, Ethan, the deep convection on this is expanding rapidly. This thing is probably intensifying still.
Yeah, that's certainly what we have seen so far.
See what the discussion says. Discussion has not updated yet. You guys are really, really awesome. God bless you all for being here. We're still going to be live on this, because I want to see what they're going to get on the other side of the system. Okay, they adjusted the cone.
Yeah.
They have adjusted the cone, and it will be a major hurricane at landfall. Well, that's what we know for sure. Probably at 140, I bet they'll keep it at. They won't go any higher. Or maybe 145 additionally. They expect it to be.
Yeah, we will see, but that is certainly the key takeaway from this latest update is that it is definitely a Category 4 system we're dealing with, and it is certainly going to bring devastating, potentially catastrophic impacts to the places where it does make landfall. I'm not sure when you were going to restart that other stream, David, but I really do need to be getting a little bit of rest because it is past 5 in the morning here now.
All right, I'll allow you to go. I will be up. I will have to restart a stream. That will probably restart at 2:30 and everything.
Okay.
All right, thank you, brother. I appreciate all of your time and effort. And see, I'm going to have to figure out how I'm going to do this because I'm not going to be able to. I'll stream, but I won't be on at all after the morning hours because I'm going back to sleep after I start the new stream and then wake up, do a quick update, and then leave for school and be back home by like 3:30. So someone's going to have to cover for me. Because I really want people to, cover the stream, cover the fort, because I want to stream all day on this. I really do. But I just don't know how I am going to do it. I don't understand how I'm going to be able to do it.
I'm not sure. When is it that you're getting back?
About 3:45, hopefully. I'm just trying to figure out a strategy how I'm going to do this for my viewers. Because I need to get sleep. I need to get sleep tonight. Wake up at like 8 in the morning. Do a very quick update. And then head off to school. Be back home by... Oh my gosh. Be back home by 3:45 doing the rest of the update until probably about, oh my stream is going to go over 12 hours. Let me see. So if I started at 2:30 in the morning, no, 2:45, that's 2:45 in the afternoon. Should not be a problem. I could be able to do that. I'm just not going to get the entire storm kind of thing on DVR. All right, so let me read this discussion if you want to hear this. Then you can go, Ethan, if you want, okay? So, okay, hold on. Yeah, Ian completed an Eyewall replacement cycle during the overnight hours, and very recent data from an Air Force Hurricane Hunter aircraft indicate that the hurricane has reached Category 4 intensity. The plane reported that the central pressure has fallen to 942 millibars, down about 10 millibars from right around midnight. The plane measured a peak 700 millibar flight level wind of 141 knots and an SFMR wind of around 109 knots. A blend of the 700 reduced wind and SFMR winds yields an intensity of 120 knots. Although there is some moderate shear over the hurricane, this is not likely to affect Ian at all due to its large size. Some fluctuations in intensity are possible before the center reaches the coast later today, but Ian is expected to reach the coast and an extremely dangerous Category 4 hurricane. Weakening is expected while Ian moves over the Florida peninsula. Ian has jogged a little to the left this morning, but the long-term motion remains north-northeastward or 15 degrees at 9 knots. The hurricane should continue moving north-northeastward through Thursday between the western side of a subtropical ridge and a broad trough over the western United States. This motion is expected to bring the center of Ian onshore along the west coast of Florida later today and over central Florida tonight and Thursday. A shore wave trough is then expected to move southward toward the northwestern Gulf of Mexico in about 24 to 36 hours is expected to sharpen the trough over the eastern U.S., causing Ian to turn back towards the north along the coast of the northeastern Florida and Georgia Thursday night and Friday. The model envelope did not change much this cycle, and very little cross-track adjustments were needed to the official forecast. The GFS and the ECMWF are notably slower than the remainder of the dynamical models, and the updated NHC track forecast is a little slower than the previous advisory and slightly slower than TVCA. So it's not going to be inland. Wow, this could take a while, Ethan, to get on shore now. This could strengthen more significantly than we think, potentially. Let's see when it's supposed to get on shore.
Yeah.
Not until, okay, it will be 11 in the morning. Okay, so that will be good. And then I'll probably stream until about 10 or 11 o'clock on Wednesday, today, when I get home. And then that will close down the whole situation. But I will still be doing updates on this. Either way, we'll continue to make videos on it probably until Thursday or Friday. Because this is catastrophic. Absolutely catastrophic.
Absolutely. Well, thank you very much for having me. I will be glad to join in, at whatever chance, I get in the upcoming streams for this or for other events as well. And everyone definitely stay tuned to the channel for continuing live coverage of this extremely dangerous and significant Hurricane Ian.
Yes, I will. I'm going to end the stream here in about 20 or 30 minutes, but I will be back on the other side because the DVR, I want to make sure I get every single bit of this so people could rewatch the entire stream from the beginning to the end without any bits of the stream being cropped out. Because if I stream for like 13 or 14 hours, it will be cropped out for only a 12-hour stream. So I want to make sure that this is not going to get cropped out whatsoever. All right, you could head off, Ethan. It was really nice for you to help me tonight. I really appreciate it.
I was glad to be here.
Yup.
Thank you, and have a good night.
Have a good night, brother. All right, pressure is not, it's about as low as it was. So the pressure has not dropped anymore. So we're at 940.7 millibars. So it has not dropped any further. But I will wait for the last update from Recon. And then what I will do is I'm going to create a new stream for you all because you guys are awesome. You guys want me to continue this live coverage. But the reason why I have to create a new stream is for many reasons. The first reasoning is because if I stream over 12 hours, okay, so if I stream for 13 hours, 1 hour of the stream will be cropped out. It will not be stored onto YouTube's platform. I don't know why they cannot make it to where I could stream for like 24 hours or whatever without it being cropped out. So what I'm going to do is at about 2:30, I'm going to end this stream and get another one started, hopefully by 2:45 in the morning today. So in about 30 minutes. And then I'll run that all the way until 11 o'clock. So... wait, no. Shoot. Hold on. So when I get home, I'm going to have to start a new stream. And then that stream will start probably at like probably at like 4 o'clock or 4:30, and that will run from 4:30 until 11 at night. I hope that makes sense. Because I care so much about you guys that I want to stream all night for you all. I do, but it's got to be done in sections. Kind of in sections. In a way, okay? So right now, tornado warning has been issued. So we have a tornado warning right now in progress. Okay? So if you are in... Yes, so if you are in the Haverhill area to the west, there's definitely a tornado warning. This expires in 32 minutes. Yes, 140 mile an hour hurricane right now. That's what Recon has found. And I mean, look at this eye, folks. This is a very well-defined eye. I mean, you cannot ignore that. You cannot ignore that at all. This is really serious. But that is a very intense eye. Yes, the system is moving a little bit. Just a little bit. It's probably going to hit Sarasota-ish. Either way, this is a 140 mile an hour system, folks. This is very, very catastrophic. Wow. And we will get a new recon mission update here in about 3 minutes. 3 minutes, folks. Because I'm not giving up. I am going to stream all night. All day. Now, as far as music goes, everybody, I want you all to understand, hopefully you all are here listening still, is that music, you're going to have to listen to your own music because I cannot get copyrighted at all. How many hours left before landfall? Another 9 hours. Another 9 hours before landfall. Drops on data finds the northwestern Eyewall has winds up to 142. But I'm sure the winds are much stronger on the drops on data on this. We got another plane in the storm, I bet. Or we will have another plane in there soon. Yeah, quite a bit of time. We're waiting for another update from Recon. Another update. Should get one here in 1 minute. How hard will this hit South Coast, South Carolina? So this is going to hit the south coast of South Carolina pretty good. In fact, let's just go to our flood products. You can see there is a moderate risk for flash flooding for Savannah, for Charleston. South Carolina, there is a slight risk for flash flooding in Wilmington. Augusta, Charlotte. There's a marginal risk for Atlanta, for Raleigh. Cape Hatteras, under a marginal risk for flash flooding. Because of the rain that's going to be impacting that area. Storm surge has not changed. Still the same, 8 to 12 feet is anticipated. What's up, Raging Weather? I'm glad you're back. Long time no see, brother. Long time no see. This is intense. Okay, we've gotten a new update. Oh, they still got it. Still 137 knot winds. Very strong winds. So, yeah, this is solid. This is a solid Category 4 hurricane. Very intense. When is landfall? Landfall is in 9 hours. So that's according to the NHC. A little more than 9 hours, actually, because at 11 a.m. it's there. So it's probably going to be at about 1 or so in the afternoon when the system will make landfall. See, let me look at the models here. Supposedly, it could make landfall at, yeah, right about, well, no, this is local time, I think. So this says landfall at about 5 p.m. That does not make sense. It's possible, though. So this is going to be at about, oh, wait, hold on. Oh, no, this is going to be in the evening. Sorry, what am I thinking? I'm on Pacific time, people. Sorry. This is Pacific. This is not Pacific time. So this right here on my end, 11 a.m. So in 9 hours, which is in Eastern time. So it's 2, so 3, 4, 5. So 5, so 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1, 2, 3. Probably by about 3 in the afternoon, it will make landfall. It should make landfall at about 2 or 3 o'clock in Florida. Oh, okay. You guys, I think I am going to make a new stream. Okay. I want you all to acknowledge that by putting I acknowledge in the chat. So again, what I'm saying right now is I am going to make a second live stream right now. That should begin at 2:45 in the morning Pacific Daylight Time by 5:45 in the morning Eastern Daylight Time. Please put in I acknowledge so you guys all understand, okay? Please put it in only once. Don't spam it. Just put it in once. That way you guys listened and understood with what I was saying. I acknowledge, skip school and stay on. I cannot skip school. I acknowledge. Just once, you guys. Good job. If you said it once, that's it. Acknowledge, subscribed and liked also. Thank you. Thank you so much for subscribing, people. It means a lot. I acknowledge. Because I have to make a title, put a thumbnail together, and everything like that. And so that will take a little bit of time. But as soon as I start the stream, it will be going. Also, I have to get the layout together. So it might be a little past 2:45, but don't worry. Live streaming will return very soon. It will return super soon. Because I love you guys. I care about every one of you. Thank you for subscribing, Dia. It means a lot. I have to go. It's a film class that I have to do. It's really important. I go to film school and stuff, so I cannot miss that. I I asked them this afternoon if I can miss, and they says you can't, you cannot. Cause I'm getting my photo taken and stuff for some shots and everything, doing some modeling, so I cannot miss today, unfortunately. All right, but I want you all to understand that sometimes when you can't miss work, you got to go to work, even so you want to do something, you know. But you know what? It's better that I'm able to live stream even so I'm away. I could not live stream for you all, you know. But I'm willing to do that. That's my favor. That is my treat to you that I'm able to do. Okay? Because I love you guys. Okay. I will be back in a little bit. Okay? I will be back in a little bit. I will be back in a little bit. Okay? All right. So thanks for tuning in. See you in about 30 minutes or so. 15 to 30 minutes. Okay? Love you guys. See you in part 2 of live streaming on catastrophic Hurricane Ian.